Still out cold, Masaru suddenly caught voices trying to drag him back to the surface. Then his eyes snapped open. He froze in pure shock when the person in front of him flashed bunny ears. Startled, he shot his hand out and touched them, warm, fluffy, real. This wasn't some dream trick. The girl's face went bright with embarrassment as she yanked her ears back, snapping, "What do you think you're doing?" Masaru blurted an immediate apology and demanded to know why she was wearing those ears. She snapped back that they weren't mere accessories. She belonged to the rabbit race. Masaru shot upright, shocked, and the girl stared at him like he'd lost his mind, asking if he understood what she'd just said. In that instant, Masaru finally felt fully awake, realizing this wasn't a dream at all, it was real reincarnation. He didn't just live again, he truly got reborn into the world of Alstacia. Then panic slammed into him as soon as the questions started. How did he even get here? And suddenly his mind spiraled into the most basic fears. Starting from zero, food, shelter, and even a toilet, in this brand new world suddenly felt brutal, like an impossible mountain. Right then, Masaru locked eyes with the girl and asked, "Can you take me with you?" She hesitated because she had no idea who he was, and the moment she pulled a human back with her, everyone would lose it. She told him humans absolutely despised non-humans, and the village elders were the cruelest of all. Masaru couldn't help thinking it sounded straight out of a manga or a game, and he started to wonder if slavery existed in this world too, where one race just brutalizes another. Then he blurted out, asking if she'd at least try talking to them for him. Right at that moment, a weird sound snapped through the air nearby. Masaru swore someone was coming over to greet them. But the girl couldn't spot a single soul. Then, out of nowhere, a hobgoblin burst onto the scene and sent her screaming in terror. She freaked out, staring at it like it shouldn't exist, then blurted that there's no way they could beat it without adult help. As the creature closed in, Masaru caught sight of its scarred body and felt his stomach drop. How dangerous could it really be? The girl snapped that it was insanely strong and might have wandered off from its group. Then she shoved urgency into his chest. "Move, run with me now." Masaru shoved her away and screamed for her to run, while he stayed right there, gripping the hobgoblin's attention. She hesitated, terrified to leave him standing there by himself. Masaru snapped at her, dead serious. If that monster was truly as deadly as she feared, she couldn't gamble by dragging it back to her village, not with her friends and family living there. When she still refused to budge, Masaru roared at her to move. As she finally bolted away, he caught himself realizing he had no idea what the hell he was doing. But the moment he saw the look on her face, he knew he couldn't just stand there. He had to move. Masaru sprang forward, already imagining how unstoppable he'd be if only he had a real skill for a moment like this. In a last-ditch panic, he snatched a water bottle and hurled it straight at the hobgoblin. It didn't even faze him. Then the creature edged closer and cackled to itself, and just like that. Finally, its foot skidded on the bottle, and it immediately lost its balance, crashed into a nearby rock and collapsed, beaten. Then, just as he hit the ground, a glowing portal burst open behind Masaru, and a voice snapped out of it, grilling him about whether he meant to keep the accident scene intact. Before he could even answer, a brutal slap cracked against his hand, and the woman's furious voice snapped, asking what he thought he was doing. She snapped that she jumped through hoops to drag him near a human settlement, not some backwater. Yet somehow he'd ended up miles off, practically courting death against a goblin. Masaru's jaw dropped when he finally realized the woman standing in front of him was none other than the goddess Victinius. She stared stunned, how was he still breathing? And snapped, asking why he thought she'd ever handed him skills in the first place. That moment slammed him with memories of his past life, his reincarnation, right in the heart. Back then, when her words left him totally baffled, Victinius snapped, "Don't worry, she'll explain everything." And she finally did. A god from Earth had lost a bet with her, and the prize was Masaru's reincarnation into the world she governs. To pin down his identity, she reminded him that when he got reincarnated, he was 36. Yet his body is now in its 20s. He'd worked at a home center and spent his free time gaming. Then, just as she started to say more about his situation, Masaru was still reeling and blurted, "Wait. What?" He couldn't tell what was happening to him. Was this all a dream or real? But Victinius shot him down hard, insisting it was reality and that he had zero right to refuse. Then bam! With divine power blazing, she summoned 3 shining cards in front of him and told him she'd lay her blessings on him. Each card held a deadly special skill, and the twist was, all 3 were meant to land in his hands. Masaru peeked at the cards and said that when she mentioned blessings, he pictured a legendary weapon or some crazy magic. Then Victinius snapped back, "Since you game as a hobby, you should already get what skills mean." Masaru leaned in and asked if the cards could really grant those skills, and she grinned and said, "Yep, let's start right now." Right then, another woman showed up, Hera, and tossed out a line about 8 tickets, freezing Victinius dead in his tracks. Hera snapped that she'd made a serious mistake, and Victinius tried to dodge her eyes, blurting that she hadn't seen her in a while because she needed to talk to her father, while Masaru, unsettled, just nodded and stayed silent, and after a moment Hera turned and apologized to Masaru. She said the real culprits should be the ones to apologize, then introduced herself as Hera, and admitted her husband, Zeus, and that fool, Victinius, were all sorry for the mess they'd caused him. Masaru's jaw dropped the moment those names hit, Zeus and Hera, the same Greek legends. Hera said it so calmly, then laid it out. The divine contract demanded that Masaru get real help after he was reborn. A blessing would arm him with the power to understand the language of the new world. But the moment a soul is thrown into another realm, even the gods can't step in and meddle directly. She said Victinius had tried to grab part of the blessing tickets she won from a bet. Now, out of the 8 tickets she got, Victinius planned to hand Masaru just 3, and Masaru went completely speechless when he heard it. With tears welling up, Victinius shut her eyes and whispered that she couldn't hear a single thing. Then bam, a glowing slot machine materialized right in front of them. Victinius told Masaru that sure, she could grant skills, but she wouldn't just pick and choose for him because that's the way divine powers work. Then Hera leaned in and promised him that if he used all 10 tickets at once, he'd unlock a special bonus. Hera promised him 1 extra ticket to smooth over her husband's blunder, and even with his face still burning with embarrassment, Victinius agreed to toss in another as an apology. So Masaru ended up with 10 tickets total. Hera said that getting to roll for 11 skills was a massive, once-in-a-lifetime honor, and that Masaru needed to be properly grateful, so she demanded sincere thanks. Masaru nodded back with full respect, activated the divine slot machine, and spun the reels to roll his 11 skills. Still teary-eyed, Victini couldn't stop wondering what mind-blowing abilities he'd end up getting. Right as Masaru got the skills appraisal, Lavier III and Masonry Lavier IV, Hera leaned in and said he was crushing it so far because she'd scanned his data, and the weird part was his luck was insanely good. The process kept rolling, and it let him break down living targets one by one, just like that. Mining, Levier 3, and leatherworking, Levier 3. Victinius realized he'd gone painfully quiet, and Hera snapped the truth into place. Masaru had once been a master carpenter, shaping both wood and stone in his old life. Next, he picked up a new set of skills, item box blacksmithing craft, crafting healing magic. Both goddesses just froze in disbelief. His luck was so brutal it almost made them want to cry, because every single skill he'd gotten was stuck at a low level. Masaru even got a map ability, and Victinius went completely speechless. Hera tried to joke it off, saying those were still amazing if you knew carpentry. Yet Masaru couldn't shake the feeling that both of them were sweating bullets for a reason. They blurted out that the granting ceremony was already finished, and that it was time to send him straight down to the new world. Then, boom. The scene snapped back to now, where a Victinius jabbed a finger right at Masaru's nose and chewed him out for not listening. She said those blessing tickets were forged with divine power, and they're ridiculously rare, so they're usually only made when a god and a human have a child. But Masaru already got 10 of them, and if he died after all that, she'd never forgive him. Masaru shot back that she still didn't get his situation. He had no choice but to fight. Victinius hit him with a hard truth: be smarter, move more careful. Then she pressed him, demanding to know what was going through his head when he said stuff like, preserve the accident site, like this wasn't Earth at all. If he didn't cut down his enemies first, they'd rip him apart. To stay alive, he had to steel himself, then crash into the fight without pausing for a single second. Then she shoved the goblin's weapon into his hands and demanded he try it, and Masaru just nodded like, all right, let's see it work. Victinius leaned in and said, just picture your status. So Masaru hissed, don't rush me, shut out the noise, and focused hard to check his stats. Right then, Victinius leaned in and demanded to know if he finally got it. This was a world where you grow stronger by stacking experience points. She told him, forget it, let this goblin mess be your lesson, then said she'd move him straight to the nearest village, but Masaru snapped, wait, because he'd already met a girl there and she'd likely come hunting for him again, and Victinius blinked in shock, insisting no humans should have even been anywhere near that place. Masaru blurted out that the girl he met wasn't human at all. Those bunny ears gave her away, and she was from the rabbit race. Victinius snapped wide-eyed and demanded she send him straight to a human village. Right then, someone poked her from behind. She jerked, annoyed, and Victinius yelled that she was busy, but the second she turned around, he froze too. It was Hera, and right away, Victinius freaked out, warning Hera that they shouldn't butt in right now. But Hera stayed cool, grabbed her by the arm, and asked if she had anything else to say. Victinius blurted that Masaru was in a whole new world now, so he needed to live free, right before he got yanked away. Moments later, the rabbit race showed up, and the same girl from before sprinted straight to Masaru. She clung to him tight, practically shaking with relief that he was alive, and flashed a smile, while Masaru muttered that he somehow fought his way through and made it out. The female guards who'd come with her rushed over, thanking him for saving May, then fired questions about the stray goblin. Had it gotten away? Masaru shook his head and pointed to a spot nearby, where the creature crumpled in defeat, and they stared in shock, demanding how he managed to wipe out a hobgoblin all by himself. Masaru snapped back fast, claiming it wasn't anything impressive. He'd only dodged the goblin's strike, and the thing just face-planted on its own when it tripped and smashed its head into a rock. The whole group just froze, stunned into silence. Masaru couldn't decide if he should trust him, so he swallowed his nerves and awkwardly asked, "Can I stay and live in your village?" One guard said, "We can talk about it on the way," and the other nodded, "Since you're in trouble, we'll gladly hear you out." And as Masaru heard that, relief and pure happiness crashed over him. They told everyone how Masaru had risked his life to yank May out of a hobgoblin's grasp, and the gratitude in the room was overwhelming. They pulled him in and said he'd finally meet their village chief, so Masaru nodded and turned to May, thanking her, only for her to grin and remind him, "You still haven't told me your name." She finally revealed her name was May, then held her breath and waited for his answer. Her polite smile had Masaru leaning in with curiosity, and the moment she caught his worried look, she asked, "What's wrong?" He jerked his head, waved it off, and told her he was fine. Then he gave a tiny smile. He stepped up and declared, "I'm Narumi Masaru," begging her to just call him Masaru. As they locked hands, Masaru's gut tightened, because the road ahead felt like a cliff edge, and he had zero clue what would hit him in this brand new world. Still, this fresh life where he could finally live free was just starting. Masaru's mind yanked him backward, remembering his old life as a 36-year-old man leaving his quiet countryside home, racing back. A goddess called him to her side. No matter what happened, she was always the one calling the shots, and his life in that new world felt like it was already carved in stone. Because the moment he arrived, he got 11 skills. Only none of them could hurt a soul, turning his whole situation into a full-blown mess. The moment he was first summoned, a goblin lunged at him like it already knew his name. Miraculously, he'd kept himself alive as he trudged with May and her people. And then, at last, they all crashed into the entrance of the rabbit village. In that village, guided by Masaru's map skills, May pointed out, this was home, their real home. When Masaru stepped in, he instantly clocked it. The villagers were staring at him like he was a mystery. A guard told him the village only had about 100 people, and May added that in that place, everyone pitched in. No one lived alone. She told him he could treat them like family, and Masaru couldn't help but thank her right away. He noticed the house terraces were cinched together with ropes, while the homes were nothing but tents propped up by shafts, and it instantly reminded him of the Yei era in Japan. Masaru had asked if it was a brand new settlement, and the guard admitted they'd only been there for about 2 years. So Masaru immediately realized they were barely hanging on. Someone else jumped in and asked right on the spot if it was okay for him to meet the chief immediately. And Musaru had agreed. Then the moment he showed up at the chief's place, the chief admitted he thought those rumors were garbage, until Musaru walked in and proved every word right. Masaru had politely told the chief to let him know if there was anything he could do. The villagers thanked him for saving them, but Masaru waved it off, saying that if he'd been left alone, he'd have gotten lost for sure. So the chief promised, "Don't worry about it." He de-risked his life to save May, and when he finally got the chance, he poured out his gratitude and welcomed Masaru into their village. Even though he admitted it hit a little fast, he still told Masaru to move into the same house as May. Masaru hesitated, until the chief snapped it all into place. May's father was slaughtered by a monster when she was still little, and now she lived with her mom, who needed help. Masaru figured it was okay, but then he worried would May even want this at her age, and still. When he finally met her gaze, she lit up with a smile and said, "If you're okay with it, I'm completely fine." Masaru softly patted her head and thanked her for her kindness. Then the chief told him they'd talk about other things tomorrow and to go get some rest. So Masaru bowed with an apology and promised he'd do anything he could if it meant he could help. The chief leaned in and told him, "Don't stress, just do what you can at your own speed." As Masaru walked away, His mind wouldn't stop replaying every single thing that had just happened. Then it hit him, one of his skills sparked to life, and he finally saw the move he could make. He leaned into the chief and said, if it was okay, he'd help overhaul the whole village. He was so sure of it that he couldn't shake the confidence. And right then, the chief and everyone else just stared, totally baffled. So Masaru said he could upgrade every system in the village and help drive its growth. Then the chief cut him off, saying he didn't think Masaru was just talking for ambition. But if someone just blurted that they suddenly wanted to rebuild the place, it could spark panic in people who weren't ready. Logic stared at Masaru and asked if he really got what he was saying. Masaru nodded, then shrugged and admitted he wasn't exactly a master at reading the room. But he couldn't shake the feeling that everyone deserved a safer life. Because even though he'd spotted the dangers before, he'd moved too slowly, and now the children and the elderly were paying the price. So he spoke up, pushing for a safe, stable future in the village, and vowed to do whatever it took, because if he left things as they were, he knew he'd regret it later. So he decided to become someone who truly helped everyone. He remembered how work used to chew him out time and time again, and somehow those hits taught him to spot the exact moment he was messing up. No, he wasn't clueless. He just hadn't fully figured out what he could pull off yet, but he still wanted to give everything for the village. So he marched up and asked the chief for permission. He figured even if his efforts sparked anger or pushed people back, real intent would still carve out change. And the chief? He listened to Masaru, who was basically replaying what he'd learned from working at his home center in the countryside, and that made him feel hopeful. He leaned in and fired off a question. So what are you planning to do first, Masato? Masaru shot back that he'd start right away, and the chief instantly knew his eyes meant business. He really had his heart set on something. Masaru nodded and promised he'd do whatever was best for the village, giving it everything he had. Then he bowed, thanked the chief, and stormed out. Masaru hustled through the forest, grabbing supplies, while his mind kept screaming that he had to find out what his skills were really made of first. He remembered the moment the slot machine spat out his skills. Everything he could make changed overnight, and a few abilities even slipped back into his memory like they were never there. So he decided to figure out what he started with, then test what he had gained. With the appraisal skill humming in his mind, he scrutinized that plain little knife in his palm, and then realized it was way more impressive than it looked. He'd borrowed it from May, so he handled it with total care, because these skills were crazy useful. No training, no experience, and zero prior knowledge needed. Then he sized up his cutting skill and went for a test. He pressed the edge right against a nearby tree. In the blink of an eye, the tree got chopped clean and roared down toward him. But he jerked out of the way at the last second, his mind screaming just how deadly that strike could have been. He caught his breath after almost dying and realized that out of his 213 MP, the skill had burned away about 1/6. Still, it didn't look that bad. He just had to level up so he could use it way more efficiently. Then he tested his building skill and realized he could. He magically sculpted stone without any tools. Starting with a plain cube, he picked up a tiny rock, and with a snap, it became a perfect cube. He smiled at what he found. Everything matched what he'd pictured. Then his mind sprinted to the tree he'd chopped earlier, and after a quick check, he realized if the materials were the same level, he could straight up test and compare how hard different skills really hit. He couldn't wait to save that wood for later and turn it into something that would stand tall as a building. But he knew if the tree was left on its own for even a little while, it would dry out, get hard to handle, and turn into a real headache. Normally, it would take half a year. Or you'd wait a whole year, sometimes 2 or 3, just to let wood dry on its own, though a few trees might dry in only a month or 2, and it hit him. Could his skill force that process, drying the wood instantly? Lately, Masaru was about to unleash his skill, right as the moment hit. May showed up and told him dinner was ready. That's why she rushed in to grab him. Masaru crumpled onto a fallen tree branch and told her, "Don't worry." He tried to reassure her that he was fine, but the shock hit. He blurts out that he looks even worse than the day he fought that goblin. She demanded to know what he'd been doing to end up like that, and Masaru quickly clocked it. Mana depletion, the exact thing he'd seen described in books, and that brutal, powerful skill had absolutely gutted his reserves. He let out a breath of relief, because he'd finally hauled the log without tearing himself up. Then satisfaction flickered on his face. Before he could savor it, May snatched his arm and pushed him toward home, and Masaru's embarrassment hit him hard. As they headed back together, when they finally got there, Mi's mother greeted them with open arms and big warmth. Masaru bowed politely and told her his name, then she said, "I'm Ruru, please don't be so formal." Mei beamed at her mother and practically bragged that Masaru was amazing, even saving her life by wiping out a hobgoblin. Ruru told Masaru that even if they didn't have much, their little home still kept the rain and wind out, and she wanted him to treat it like his own, make himself comfortable. And Masaru nodded back, grateful. They slid into their seats to eat, and as he chewed, one thought hit him hard. It was the rabbit people who saved him. Because of them, he was able to live in this world. And that he'd finally start fresh in this new world, even if he didn't fully know what he could do for them yet. Still, he was locked in, ready to give it everything, and he decided that starting the next day, he'd kick off the village improvement plan right away. The very next day, the construction roared back to life, and after wrestling with his thoughts, Masaru marched straight to the village entrance, where the guard leaned in and demanded, "Everything okay?" Masaru nodded and said the very first thing on the list was to beef up the fence. One worker told us he'd heard almost all of Masaru's plans from the boss, and that Masaru was gearing up to hammer in major upgrades all over the area, while another worker, still buzzing with excitement from the moment he woke up. He glanced up, curious as heck, and asked why Masaru was kicking things off with the fence. Then Masaru shot back that safety comes first, because even if monsters came crashing in, the village wouldn't take serious damage. From the very roots of the wood all the way down to the dirt under his feet, he vowed to raise a stone guard. He told them they could haul as much stone as they wanted from the cliff nearby, and that slapping it into the fence would make it rock solid, and the whole group lit up with excitement. But one of them cut in fast, saying the fence didn't wrap the entire village, which meant they'd need an insane mountain of stone, and they didn't have the manpower to gather it. Masaru just grinned and said, "Don't sweat it," because earlier that morning he'd already gone to the cliff with Mei to start collecting. Then he yanked open his item box and poured out a huge pile of stone. Everybody froze in pure shock. Masaru just smiled and swore there was nothing to worry about, but the way he used that item box skill blew their minds. Sure, it was common, and every town was said to have at least one guy who owned it, yet this reaction told a different story. One worker even muttered that Masaru must have had his own reasons. That left Masaru feeling a little deflated, wondering what they meant, and if the skill was really that rare after all, because back when he first got it, it didn't feel special at all. He figured it was smarter to keep that power under wraps, then ordered them to haul the stones straight to the construction site. Right as they started hoisting them up, Masaru shot in and demanded they stop. Masaru warned that if they just tossed the stones anywhere, the whole structure would collapse. So when they asked if there was a right way to place them, he grabbed his chance and started experimenting. After realizing they were crawling with tons of tiny stones, he slapped together a tiny sample wall and warned me that even a small attack could shatter it if you built it that way, because the real truth sat behind the stones. He said the stones weren't shrunk by mistake. Every space between them was on purpose, because he lined those gaps up perfectly while stacking them. The wall would harden up, holding strong and refusing to collapse. Someone asked, "Can't we just pile them up and call it a day?" And another shot back, "Do we need to do anything else?" Masaru grinned and said, "If those attacks get stronger, then we'll have to use pebbles too." He said if you piled big stones on the outside and stuffed the inside with pebbles, rainwater would slip through like it had nothing to stop it. With pebbles, the wall stayed rock solid even when the rain hammered down, and that's exactly what he said made them such a smart choice. It was simple, but it made the wall way stronger. So Masaru told everyone, "Seal every gap between these stones," and then kicked things off by teaching them the right way to build, promising he'd be relying on their help from that moment on. A few women stepped up, murmured a quick apology, and then asked how he pulled those incredible ideas out of nowhere. Masaru shrugged it off and said he didn't mind at all, because everyone was pulling their weight, and then he admitted he'd mostly been stockpiling supplies to help them cook. He told them he'd heard they only cooked with fire, so he planned to build a furnace to make everything easier, and the moment they heard it, their faces flipped. They hurried to ask if he was going to build it right after he made the area safe. Masaru caught the words in his head and realized this wasn't a request at all. It was an order, and those women were no joke, the real demons of the kitchen, so he knew he had to stay far away from their wrath. He snapped that he'd be using stones to build the furnace, so there was nothing to worry about. They lit up hearing that because it was clear. Masaru really understood just how brutal cooking could be. Masaru showed up at the field with the women, announced he'd be building the furnace, hauled the heavy work himself, then looked them in the eyes and asked if they'd lend a hand, and if that was okay with them. They nodded with wild excitement, telling Masaru to hand it to them, and when he admitted he'd need a bunch more materials, they jumped in, grabbing his plans and asking, So what do we collect besides stones? He brought up clay, grass, and sand like they held the answer to everything. They said these materials would make the structure stronger and way easier than building with only stones. Then one woman nodded and asked why they also needed grass and sand. Masaru snapped back that they'd mix it all into the clay, because clay by itself breaks down fast and has a weak structure. But with grass and sand woven in, you'd get a solid blend that turns into something far tougher once it hardens. Since a few of the women still looked shaky, Masaru grabbed May and told her to go with them. And he told the whole crew, "Don't you dare hold back, ask me anything." Then he smiled and promised, "If you need help with anything, I've got you." Not long after, one of the women leaned in and said, "Wouldn't it be amazing if the whole rabbit village had forks and spoons, plus tables and chairs?" Masaru waited in his mind, feeling that pinch of worry about the manner it would demand, but he still gritted his teeth and decided he could pull it off with his skills. He nodded and told them, "Give me a few days," but his eyes promised he'd make it happen for real. Then he started dreaming up a roofed spot where everyone could meet up for meals now and then, until he caught the women staring at him, and his stomach dropped like he'd messed up somehow. They shook their heads, and one of them blurted out that Masaru knew everything, and his building skills were so insane they left everyone staring in awe. Masaru shot back that those were just memories from his old life, so the curious crew pressed him, "What kind of work did you do before?" And Masaru shrugged, admitting it was nothing special, just plain hard labor. He'd been clocking in as a regular employee at a countryside home center. Finally, he leaned in and said, "If we're about to build a ton of things together, I'm gonna need all of you, right now, as much as you can." Masaru stepped in and helped heave the stones, and everyone followed his cues and worked like a team. He even went and forged bows, forks, and spoons for everyone. As the hours dragged and night swallowed the sky, they kept grinding until it got late. At dinner, Masaru picked up his chopsticks and May, along with everyone else, stared at him like he'd just done something unreal. He couldn't stop staring at the weird new utensils. Then the next day, the work kicked back off and kept rolling day after day. Masaru finally finished that stone-backed wooden fence, and pure joy exploded in his chest. Then everyone cheered like crazy, proud as hell of what they'd built with their own hands, and by dinner time, the gathering area was already buzzing. Tables and chairs were set out, and every utensil was lined up perfectly. One of the women rushed up to Masaru and bragged that the furnace was rock solid and insanely useful, then gushed that the roofed gathering spot looked absolutely amazing. Masaru beamed and told everyone he was genuinely thrilled to see them thriving, and when he spotted most of them using the chopsticks he'd made, he couldn't help but think it was a shame those forks were fading out. Right then, the chief called out to Masaru. He thanked him from the bottom of his heart for everything he'd done, then insisted on thanking him in person. May burst over and wrapped Masaru in a tight, heartfelt hug, telling him with pure fire in my voice that he crushed it and that the plan worked flawlessly. Masaru's chest warmed up with real joy at the news. Meanwhile, Hera and Victinias leaned in, staring at a massive screen as the whole chaos played out, and Hera joked that somehow it was all working out even though they hadn't lifted a finger. Then she shot in that what Victinias had done wasn't even needed. Victinias just shrugged and said everything was fine, insisting she'd never been wrong for how she acted. Then Hera snapped, calling her stubborn and reminding her that she'd already handed Masaru 11 skills, so they had nothing left to worry about anymore. She said that with Masaru's skills growing non-stop, he technically shouldn't even be possible anymore. So Victinia blurted out whether Hera had caught it too, and Hera nodded, saying she'd seen the same thing at Zeus's place, where most people only start with 1 or 2 skills, and then she stopped. She confessed she didn't want to congratulate Masaru, then snapped, "So what do we do about him?" Just then, Victinius exploded. She was sick of a world that had stayed stuck for over 400 years with nothing major ever happening, and that was exactly why if anything was going to change. They realized everything hinged on Masaru, stepping in as the air detonator. Masaru sat down with everyone, and they all poured out heartfelt gratitude like it was burning in their chests. They said he'd earned this peace. The safer life they had now was because of his hard work, and Masaru just shrugged, thinking, was that really all I did? I've still got way more plans to chase. Like pounding wooden slabs to brace the houses, the chief said, "At this rate, your tiny village will turn into a whole city." Masaru burst out laughing, then nearly added, "I should build a toilet next," before cutting himself off. Because yeah, that's probably not the best thing to say, but deep down, he knew it was still something they absolutely needed. Even in this fantasy world, after a quick pause, he slipped away, leaned in, and asked if anyone around here knew anything about the slimes nearby. Everyone stared at him in total disbelief, like, "Wait, you really mean those monsters?" And May quickly blurted out that the slimes could melt almost anything and were beyond dangerous. Then the chief reassured Musaru that no matter what, they lived under the cliff and couldn't climb up. When Masaru heard that, he finally let out a relieved smile. Right on the nose, just what he'd been praying for, especially since the slimes couldn't get to them. But now the real panic hit. How in the world was he going to explain hygiene to everyone? He also wanted a real sandan soil foundation for proper sanitation, but he needed the perfect materials, and he figured cement probably wasn't the answer. He remembered once watching a crew build something from nothing with gravel and sand, and right then it hit him. "Is there an ocean nearby?" he asked, like he had just found the missing piece. His question hit the room like a bomb. Everyone froze, no one dared speak, and Masaru started to worry something was wrong. Then, after a beat of silence, the answer finally slipped out. Yeah, their asterisk was *1. Everyone from the rabbit race had already bolted from that place. Masaru stared at her answer, utterly baffled. Why would they flee from the ocean like it was hunting them? The chief leaned in and told them their old home was tucked away in Masaru West, roughly 10 days of hard travel from where they were standing. They used to live there once, until humans tore them from that region and sent them fleeing. Masaru's eyes widened, because it was exactly what he'd feared, and it really did happen just like that. Even after everything, the rabbit people still welcomed a human like him into their midst, and he bowed his head, apologizing for that strange question, terrified he'd just killed the vibe. But deep down, that sense of responsibility burned in him, and he refused to stop until the plan was better for everyone. So he had to head near the ocean and grab a few specific materials. But because those people still carried that place's pain in their hearts, he chose not to beg them for help, and then decided to head off alone. His choice left everyone reeling. Then the very next day, when Masaru was getting ready to leave, he lashed May down with ropes, then snarled that he'd already warned her. She wasn't supposed to show up. Still baffled by her unstoppable resolve, she burst into tears and confessed she just wanted to be with him. Masaru froze, then snapped that leaving her mother alone wasn't okay, and besides, she couldn't even fight yet. She had to at least beat a goblin first. May shot back that he'd been stuck in the same mess, pointing out he'd only wiped out one goblin because the others had tripped over themselves. Masaru's stomach dropped the second he heard it. Then the chief stormed in, snapped May to attention, and told her to listen to Masaru. He warned her not to go with him because she'd be useless in a fight, and reminded her how he'd always pushed her just to measure her strength. If she followed Masaru, she could get herself killed for real. May froze for a beat, and Masaru muttered that the chief was acting exactly the same as always, then added that he didn't even need to come see him off. The chief told Masaru, "I've got a gift for you and a request too," then pressed the item into his hands and demanded, "Put it on." When Masaru leaned in, he realized it wasn't just gear. It was armor, all right. Then the chief warned him, if Masaru ever stumbled on humans from the nearby villages, he'd better tell them the rabbit people were living safe and sound. Masaru nodded and swore he wouldn't forget a thing. Then his mind raced. He had to dig into what happened there and drag the truth into the light. Right before he left, Masaru handed them the responsibility, warned them not to get too hyped over whatever he might return with, and walked off with purpose. He begged May to be good and stay home, even as tears poured down her face while he stormed out. 4 days tore by as Masaru pushed forward, and when it was all over, he'd already hit level 10. He laughed at the sight of shells skittering along the shore, used his map skill to stay on the perfect route, and finally, when the ocean burst into view, joy hit him like a wave. This was a whole new world, so nothing came easy, and beasts kept springing attacks on him the entire way. He remembered it clearly. Just the day before, bandits had slammed into him, hunting a carriage like it was prey. He yanked his weapon out to fight them, and then realized there were way too many of them to take on alone. He dealt with them anyway, and when it counted, he still wiped them out with the goblin weapon. He looked at them and thought, "Wow, you're way weaker than I expected," and he made it clear, bad people have no right to hurt others. Still, he threw healing magic at them anyway. He just couldn't force himself to end anyone's life. Then he snatched up the potions, the herbs, and a few weapons from their belongings. And somehow they got to keep their lives, and to him it felt like the only fair price. While he kept marching along the shoreline, a sudden signal hit. Then he realized a seaside town was waiting just up ahead. The exact spot where the rabbit people once called home. Just before he stepped in, he snapped on a disguise and posed as an adventurer, eyeing the towering landmark as he realized the place was eerily empty. Then he spotted it. The entrance had already been smashed, overrun by beasts. As he moved into the He stumbled on a whole crowd of goblins lurking everywhere, and Masaru froze in shock. He couldn't help wondering if those goblins were clocking extra shifts, and he joked to himself that if they were, they wouldn't be letting him walk out so easily. When the goblins surged toward him, he braced himself for impact. He finally clocked it. These guys always roll together. Even the smaller packs still crushed you with sheer numbers, and in that moment there was no escape. He yanked out the bandit's sword and got ready to fight. Even without any brutal offensive magic or special attack tricks, he still cut through everything with deadly swordsmanship, one he didn't even pick up from any slot. But the moment he sensed it, it yanked him straight back to the kendo he used to practice as a kid, and he couldn't help wondering, did that, too, count as a real recognized skill in this world? He snapped forward with a clean, razor-sharp wrist swing. He held back from anything lethal because he hadn't gone all out in ages. Then, just when it felt safe, everything snapped. A hulking goblin burst onto the scene, charging in full force as it rode a gigantic wild boar. Masaru instantly figured it had to be the village boss, and his mind raced, wondering how on earth he could ever stand a chance against someone like that. The beast slammed into him again and again, refusing to let up. Speed was unreal. Masaru struggled to dodge, but when he tried to swing his sword at the goblin rider, it just wouldn't reach. First, he'd have to take the boar down, but the speed was so wild that one tiny mistake could cost him an arm, and the whole brawl felt like a deadly pileup about to explode any second. Then it hit him. If that boar was charging that fast, it was basically a speeding car, so stopping it would be nearly impossible. He yanked open his item box, grabbed a massive log, and swung it with everything he had, smashing the goblin and sending it flying off the boar. The moment the goblin boss crashed to the ground, Masaru exploded forward and ended it on the spot with a crushing final strike. The other goblins froze dead in their tracks, then bolted away in pure panic, leaving Masaru staring, wondering if they'd come back with reinforcements, and before he could even take a step, a storm of arrows suddenly slammed into the fleeing goblins, dropping them in a hail. Masaru spun around and saw a rider closing in fast. Then the man announced, "I'm the Grotto's Kingdom's vice-captain," and demanded Masaru state who he was. Masaru stood there, stunned as the man barked at him, asking if he could even hear their words. Then the wiser commander stepped in, soothed his rattled subordinate, and apologized to Masaru for the knight's rude behavior. He straightened up and introduced himself as General Cook, then told Masaru they'd come to wipe out the goblins. It looked like we'd stumbled in too late, so he asked straight up if Masaru had wiped them out alone, and once he understood, he thanked him from the bottom of his heart for the help. Masaru introduced himself and straight up said he was only there to grab resources, and as he listened, it hit him. These guys were from the kingdom, which meant the whole place was under their control. A perfect chance to finally figure out what happened to the rabbit village, but the question stuck in his throat. Then another guy slid up to Cook and demanded, "Why are you talking to Masaru by yourself? Did you lose your mind?" Cook said the reports claimed a goblin rider was in the enemy ranks, and the man's face went pale, admitting even they couldn't bring down something like that. They spun toward Masaru and bombarded him with questions: where he was from, if he lived nearby, how old he was, what he did for work, and whether he had real identification. And the non-stop barrage left him totally flustered, until Cook cut in and told everyone to stop squeezing him. Then he said, "With strength like that, Masaru, you should join the knights." And Masaru's eyes went wide, because it felt exactly like one of those manga moments where the hero gets promoted on the spot. He politely refused, then told him straight up. He already had his own mission, and that was exactly why he'd traveled all this way. Cook flashed a grin, patted Masaru's shoulder, and told him straight up. His will was rock solid. Nothing could bend it. Not money, not women, not fame, not even wealth. And he swore he wanted every one of his soldiers to look up to a guy like Masaru. Masaru then demanded, "Where did the villagers disappear to? I can't see a soul." Cook snapped back that they were probably hiding nearby and told one of his knights to go drag them out. Masaru said he was ready to take care of the corpses and demanded to know if the knights could help. So Cook, with wide curiosity, shot back asking what on earth he planned to do with them. Masaru said leaving the bodies untouched would lure monsters or wolves, and if they started to rot, disease would crawl through the area. So he told them to dig a pit, burn the corpses, and bury everything properly after. Cook listened, intrigued, then barked orders at his knights to help haul the dead bodies together. While they kicked off the job, Masaru couldn't stop thinking. Did soldiers always have to swallow orders like this? And did their power shrink the moment they stepped outside their own kingdom? At the same time, he hunted for a place to bury the goblins, and finally spotted an empty patch of ground right between two houses. On a screen, Hera and the Victinias stared in stunned disbelief, like they couldn't believe what they were seeing. Victinia hissed that she was totally lost and told them to go straight to Masaru, but Hera snapped, saying she should hang back for now. Even though the goblins were supposed to be weak, Masaru still crushed way too many of them, especially that one with a goblin rider leading the charge, and there's no way someone like him should have been able to bring that monster down. Hera asked to peek at Masaru's records, and when she opened the files, she froze. In his third year, he'd cracked the top 8 in kendo, then grabbed second place at the state-level boxing meet. For a summoned guy, he was way too normal. Victinius even snapped that it was weird, because when Zeus handed him this body, it definitely wasn't supposed to turn out like this. And she couldn't shake the feeling that something had gone terribly wrong. So she paused, held her breath, and tried to figure it out. And it hit Victinius that Masaru's body really had been weird back when he was first summoned. Yet her words felt off, like she was hiding something she wouldn't say out loud, and that realization left her seething. And Hera snapped at Victinius, demanding how he could stay so calm when everything was this dangerous. Because Victinius warned her that, in the worst case, Masaru could end up becoming the detonator, or something far worse. But if Masaru were to be left just the way he was now, the whole world could be on the brink of getting wiped out. Before long, the crowd swarmed in, thanking the knights with shaking gratitude, finally ready to breathe and live in peace again. Cook strode up to Chief Garv, practically glowing that everyone had escaped safe and sound. Garv declared they could finally get back to their normal grind and thanked the knights with all his heart. Then Cook cut in, saying, "Yeah, we appreciate the support, but it wasn't the knights who wiped out those goblins." He leaned closer and finished. Masaru took them all down by himself. Then he pitched it, ditched the fancy contract with the knights, and instead pay Masaru a reward for all the work Garv's just pulled off. Masaru, blushing with embarrassment, admitted he never meant to turn it down. He just hesitated to accept anything at all. But Cook fired back that Masaru had done the toughest work, and because of him, not a single person had been hurt. Then he whipped around to Garv and demanded his take. Garv nodded, saying Masaru really had saved them, but admitted the village was shattered and there was hardly anything to reward him with. So he pushed the idea that Cook should step up and give Masaru something himself. Masaru spotted Garv's eyes filling up, soothed him, and snapped, "Don't worry, I don't even want money." Then he leaned in and asked for a few water jugs inside a wooden box. Cook blinked at the humble request, asking if Masaru was really okay with something so small, and Masaru just nodded back. He needed them to gather seawater and seashells. Cook, buzzing with curiosity, snapped, "Why do you need all this if we're here for resources?" Musaru couldn't give a clear answer, just said he needed it to build a dirt wall. Then Cook turned to Garv and ordered, "Hand it over. Give him what he wants." Garv mulled it over for a moment, then nodded and said the wooden boxes were okay. But they had to use them to haul water jugs from the ocean to the village, because if they lost those jugs, it would spell real trouble. To calm the chaos down, Masaru chose to drop a tiny explanation. He leaned in and told Garva he didn't need to haul water to the village anymore, because a well was already sitting right beside the garden. In the garden, Garva went ice-cold with shock, then yanked Masaru by the collar and demanded to know how he even knew about it. Masaru only shrugged and said he'd seen it from far away. The knights overheard them and immediately turned on Garva, snapping that the village had been struggling with a water and crops shortage. So why hadn't he reported that well sooner? Masaru watched the knights pin Garv down and haul him toward the exit. Then out of nowhere, a man bolted in and snatched Masaru's hand. Rage flooded his face as the crowd roared, demanding answers. Why Masaru had done it, and what he'd do when their village got wiped out because of him. Masaru tried to stay steady, telling them to question the chief, not him, before the man lunged in and smashed him with a handheld weapon, screaming that Masaru was the one who spilled the secret to the knights. With sheer instinct driving him, Masaru snapped a punch to the man's face and sent him flying back. Then he whipped around and saw more of them rushing in, coming to strike. After a while, the knights came back carrying a village chief with ropes around him, tied up. They realized Masaru had already wiped out the villagers, so Cook was left staring in pure, stunned disbelief. Masaru blurted that those people had just ambushed him, yet the goblins were way tougher than that. Cook snapped with rage, demanding what kind of mess Masaru had set loose, insisting the villagers only turned on him because he spilled their secret. Then Cook went for the real fear. Did they not only plan to wipe Masaru out, but also bury their secret forever? Masaru leaned in and demanded to know what Cook was planning to pull off next. Cook fired back that, for burying the well under the farm, or even daring to hurt someone, he'd normally have the people behind it executed, or whip them into becoming slaves. Masaru just smirked, told them to hang tight, and promised that if Cook bought into his terms, he could just wipe the whole incident from his mind and pretend it never happened. And if that was true, then nobody would get punished. So he asked straight up if that worked, and Cook nodded, admitting Masaru was the one who got hurt. Garv snapped his head toward Masaru and demanded his terms, and Masaru replied that all he needed was a few answers. Then he'd decide whether to do them a favor. Cook's eyebrows shot up at what Masaru was up to, while Masaru stared into the space and tried to figure out where to start. Then he shot a question. What happened to the rabbit people who'd owned that village about 2 years back? Everyone froze when they heard it, and Garv snapped, asking Masaru what he was even planning. Then he whipped around to the knights, demanding to know if they'd really let interrogations like that happen. Masaru's stomach sank as he wondered if his method was all wrong. But before he could explain, Garv's temper started to explode. Eldam, one of the knights, lunged forward and ordered him to stop. Masaru's head spun. Why was a knight scrambling to protect the chief? Eldam pressed him, asking why he was dragging up something that happened 2 years ago. Masaru snapped back that he'd explain as soon as they answered his question, because there were still people out there who believed in him. Eldam couldn't help but wonder if he was actually talking about the rabbit people. Masaru's stomach dropped when he realized even the knights were in on it. Eldam stepped in right away and started talking to Masaru. He nodded at the guy's power, swallowed his pride, admitted he might still fall to him, and then he kept going anyway, explaining how it all started about 5 years ago, when the old king went on a conquest spree, swallowing every nearby state and expanding the kingdom until it was unrecognizable. One of those places was the very village where Garvin had fought his battles and came out victorious. Then the rabbit people bolted, their land got seized, and Garv was picked to become the new village chief. Masaru finally got it. This wasn't a pirate takedown at all. Humans had conquered the land, and every rabbit person was driven away. Then he pushed for answers. Where did the ones who didn't make it go? Turns out the captives were thrown into slavery. Masaru realized that even now, the rabbit people still mourned in silence for everyone who'd been torn away. Rage simmering in his veins, he stormed up to Eldam and barked that they had to free every last rabbit person right now. No delays, no excuses, Cook. Cook tried to soothe him, admitting Masaru was furious, but there was no way to set them free, not yet, not on demand. Masaru snapped that if that was the answer, he'd take out every last one of them and Cook could step in as a slave. Cook immediately shot that down, refusing to let Masaru play out that reckless plan. Masaru blared at the top of his lungs, yelling that if Cook's logic was so twisted that it proved enslaving innocent rabbit people was okay, then what kind of law were they even talking about? Because if following the rules lets you take anyone, then what's stopping you? They handed whoever they wanted over as slaves, and Cook frantically tried to soothe him, begging him to believe there was nothing they could do because the law wouldn't let them. Masaru roared in fury, screaming at him not to lie, because those so-called invaders were murderers with zero right to throw around the word justice. Everyone froze in stunned silence as Masaru swung around and started to leave. He swallowed his pride, apologized for snapping, and told them, give it a moment, think it through. They'd have to choose for themselves what they were going to do. Just as Masaru started to leave, a portal ripped open in front of him, and Victinia stepped through. Weird, she drove a slap into his cheek, snarled, what do you think you're doing? Then she yanked his hand and hissed that she'd brought him here to save the world. She couldn't help but wonder why he was snapping at everyone, starting fights like it was sport. Whether he'd go as far as tearing the country apart just to break her, and if he truly hated her that much. Masaru shot down the accusations, insisting she dragged him there without his say-so, and that's why he never got the chance to meet the love of his life. May told Masaru to do nothing else and lay low for a while, but he refused, slamming back that those people wouldn't fight him, and daring her to admit whether she really believed he could take on an entire army. May screamed that she couldn't do it. Then, after a beat, Masaru snapped at her to wait. She stared at him, and suddenly everything he didn't understand was crashing into place. Then she answered, cutting it down to simple terms. With those terms in place, he could smash through an entire army, alone. Masaru got the rundown on the spirit class from Victinius, but he still felt like he barely understood it, until she laid it out for him. It meant he was on the same footing as beings forged from magic, and even she couldn't hide how wild that was. She went on to say that running would barely wear him down, that his magic would be easier to rein in, and that his physical strength was way too powerful for a person his size. Masaru snapped the moment it hit him, What if he'd already lived through some of those changes? Victini kept going, warning that Masaru was still stuck down at the lowest level. But the moment he pushed his magic higher, his recovery sped up, and his other stats surged too. Then she admitted Masaru had been making careless moves without thinking things through, and he sincerely apologized on the spot. She told him she vanished for that very reason. Then the very next morning, Cook came slamming in with a few knights to meet Masaru. From their faces, Masaru guessed they'd finally agreed to let the rabid people go, and Cook confirmed it. The villagers were stubborn as hell, but they caved anyway. When Masaru talked about letting them out, he wasn't talking about just anyone. He meant every last beast folk. Then he pressed Cook. Did he really think other places would give in so easily? Masaru pushed the idea further. Forget the big cities for now and tell me what's happening with the beast folk in the nearby villages. How many there are and what kinds? Cook said every last detail was already logged back in their city, and Masaru nodded hard, checking those records, then heading to that place to find whoever's in charge. Cook accepted the plan, but his face looked strained, so Masaru's gut started to itch. What's wrong? Then Cook exhaled and admitted he was just relieved Masaru wasn't as tense as he'd been earlier. He leaned in and asked if anything went down the night before. Masaru froze for a heartbeat, then only said he was just relieved the negotiation went smoothly. Cook didn't get it at all and pressed him. What do you mean? Masaru said he'd already braced for disaster. If the deal failed, he'd have to settle it with his fists instead. Then the knights went pale and begged him not to pull something like that. Cook swore they'd set up a meeting to dodge any trouble, then told Masaru to climb into the carriage because they were about to roll toward the city. On the way, Masaru couldn't stop himself from wondering what kind of city he was walking into, until Cook said it plain. This was the city of knights, standing guard as the coastal knights, heart for the Greta kingdom. When they finally rolled in, Masaru leaned out and said the city looked just like it should for the knights' base, solid, well-built houses everywhere. Cook wasn't sure if that was praise, but he shrugged. It's not a fortress city, yet it would still mess up any attacker. And then they both remembered what this was. The city of knights. Masaru nodded as if he'd already been thinking the same thing. Compared to that fishing village, the city was way more advanced, but it was like sanitation just didn't exist at all. If this was normal here, he didn't want any part of it. Still, he smiled softly and said he might be able to do something about the beast folks' release. But that gentle smile made the knight feel way too quiet, like trouble was seconds away. Cook said they were headed for the assembly hall, yet they had to stop first at the front gate and confirm Masaru's ID. Because Masaru was meeting with the chief, this wasn't optional. That's why Cook told him to be ready, with his guild card in hand. But the moment he heard that, Masaru's nerves detonated, and cold sweat poured down his face. Then they rushed to the Adventurers Guild, and Cook's temper flared. He demanded to know what Masaru meant when he said he didn't have his guild card, wondering if this was one of those lazy cases where someone skipped the proper registration, because everyone knew Masaru was supposed to register the moment he turned 12. Masaru felt certain he was finished, until Captain Cook's wild misunderstanding saved him at the last second. The woman behind the counter thanked Masaru for his patience, then told him to press his hand against the magical device sitting right in front of him. The moment Masaru grabbed the tool, it burst into blinding light, so fast it left him reeling in shock. As soon as it started spitting out a card, the lady leaned in and told him guild cards were divine gifts from the gods, and she warned him straight up. Fraud and forgery are serious crimes, punishable by law. She said, sure, your private details stay locked away, but the card will still show his name, his guild registration, and even his criminal record. Nobody gets to use that info for anything except ID, and as long as the card's owner is still alive, no one can dig up the deeper personal data. Masaru couldn't believe it. His personal info was locked down tight, and then at last his guild card finally slid into his hands. Right then the guy standing nearby snapped, "Looks like Masaru got it," and told him to show the card. Then he added that identity check meant Masaru had to spill every basic detail printed on it. Masaru couldn't stop thinking, what if he touched it and reality suddenly changed? And yeah, he wasn't imagining it. It looked exactly like his status screen, and he swore it had been made by God. Everyone else froze in pure shock. He couldn't even get a word out. Then Masaru panicked, wondering if packing that many skills was just weird. So he shoved it out of sight, blurted that he'd made mistakes, and begged for forgiveness, but Cook snapped at him to stop pretending like nothing happened. Eldam grilled Cook about where those insane skills came from, and whether most people only had one or two. Cook kept talking, named the titles, and admitted he'd never seen anything like it before, saying Masaru didn't just have a couple, he had 5. Masaru barked at them to drop it, saying that since they'd already seen what happened, that alone proved he wasn't a spy or a criminal, so they should just let it go. Eldam snapped that nobody would believe them anyway. Worse, they could get branded liars and punished for it. And when the 3 of them went quiet for a moment, Cook declared it was an emergency meeting, pushing them to decide what the report would actually include, then ordered Masaru to make sure his story lined up, which Masaru immediately agreed to. In the assembly hall, the lady checked everything over, said it all looked perfect, and told them they'd been waiting for Masaru, so they should rush him straight to the first meeting room. As they pushed forward, Cook said, "Somehow we made it, but that was pure terror," and Masaru snapped back that his body suddenly felt wiped out. Cook explained that Masaru would soon face the city's representative, the leader of the Knights, and that setting up a meeting like this on such short notice should be impossible, except that Masaru caught his eye. "Just be polite," Cook urged, then he rapped on the door and announced, "I brought the person I told you about." The voice on the other side called for Masaru to come in, where a handful of people sat in stunned silence, while Lancelot, the city's ruler, commanded the room. Introduced himself, Masaru felt Lancelot's aura hit different from every other knight, and the moment he realized that, he knew the negotiation wasn't going to be anywhere near as easy as he'd hoped. He closed the distance and thanked Lancelot for the chance, but right as he was about to go on, Lancelot cut him off, no more dodging, because he already knew why Masaru showed up. He was here to personally negotiate the Beast Folk's release. So yeah, the whole deal basically came down to one thing, what Masaru would trade to buy their freedom, and it was clear as day he had 0 plans to hand over cash or goods. And Lancelot couldn't wait to see what kind of deal he'd throw out, because Masaru realized Lancelot was way calmer and more logical than he'd ever expected, and that twist made everything way harder. Masaru realized any trick against Lancelot would blow up in his face, so he swallowed his fear and went straight to the truth. Lancelot said this would be the biggest shakeup the city had ever seen and pressed him on what Masaru planned to offer, and after one deep breath, Masaru vowed, "I'll give you my knowledge." Everyone else looked totally lost, like they couldn't catch what he was saying. So Lancelot pressed him to explain, and Masaru fired back that, with what he knew, he could cut the death rate, boost the food, and lay out plans to grow jobs, productivity, and the town's quality of life. Everyone stared in shock, and Masaru jumped in with an example. He said the horse carriage would be the very first thing he'd overhaul the moment Lancelot asked what he meant. Masaru told them that as he rode along, he'd felt the carriages rattling and how badly they shook with every jolt. So he vowed to add springs, the shock and vibration absorber no carriage in this whole city had. One guy questioned if he really meant a carriage that wouldn't shake even once, and Masaru snapped back that it still wouldn't be fully stable, but it would glide 100 times smoother than what they had now. Then he hinted at another upgrade instead of letting the horses run bare hoof. But before he could go further, a man lurking behind Lancelot shouted a signal. Lancelot leaned in and told Masaru he got exactly what he was offering, and said it felt like the city would need it sooner or later, no doubt. If those results really showed up, he swore that knowledge could spark improvements no one saw coming. Still, he admitted he couldn't trust Masaru right away, and he refused to bet on something so intangible. Masaru's offer sounded tempting, but it was the kind of promise that only a tiny town would snap up without thinking twice. So Lancelot told Masaru he'd need to stick around in the city until he could prove results you could actually see, and Masaru couldn't help wondering if Lancelot was secretly trying to recruit him as a knight. Lancelot snapped back that Masaru had already turned down the offer. What a loss to lose someone with that kind of power. But they swallowed the blow and accepted his call, and then Lancelot added, "What I'm saying is..." Until proof finally showed up, the beast folk stayed locked up, and if Masaru couldn't produce results, he'd be trapped there until he made it work or died trying. So yeah, Masaru didn't just hand over knowledge, he basically staked his whole future on the deal, and when he agreed on the spot, everyone was left staring in disbelief. Lancelot then snapped that Masaru would have to upgrade the city's sanitation and its horse carriages. Then, the moment even tiny improvements showed up, the beast folk would be set loose to him. While Masaru leaned in and listened, Lancelot kept going, warning him to hash out the details with his secretary if anything popped up. And Masaru snapped back that the terms were already better than he ever thought they'd be. Then Lancelot dropped the bomb. Masaru had totally misunderstood what was really going on. By saying yes, he basically handed Lancelot the green light to wipe out the beast folk. Rebels could pop off any second, while still reaping the benefits of Masaru's knowledge. For Lancelot, it was a killer deal. He also slammed the idea of calling the beast folk invasion a war in that plague, and Masaru finally saw it clearly. The city's leader wasn't a bad person at all. Lancelot said he'd pull together the scattered beast folk, but the real nightmare was stopping the people who wanted to keep them caged. And then he leaned in and asked Masaru if he had any killer ideas for dealing with the resistance. Masaru cracked a chilling grin and said yes, downright devilish. So Lancelot lit up like he loved the idea. Then Masaru leaned in and asked why they didn't just end it the knightly way with a duel. He threatened to take on anyone who tried to stop the beast folk's release, and whoever lost would swallow the decision and stay quiet about it. Stunned, Lancelot sprang to his feet and blurted that the idea was genius, and it would turn into a real spectacle. Then he eyed the sword nearby and smirked that plenty of fools would refuse to swallow their defeat. Then he snatched up his sword and declared, "If your opponent is the toughest orc in this city, whoever knocks him down gets to free the beast folk. No arguments, no escapes." Masaru froze, then it clicked what Lancelot was really doing. Lancelot said the folks he meant only knew how to fight goblins, and they'd never seen Masaru's real power. That's why they were pushing him into a spar. Masaru froze when Lancelot grabbed the sword. His eyes lit up like a man starving for a fight. Yep, this guy was a total battle junkie. Masaru bowed and backed out of the duel, because if the city's leader got even slightly hurt, it would spell big trouble for everyone. Lancelot chuckled and fired back, asking Masaru if he was basically saying, "I'm gonna win." And when that felt like a challenge, he slammed the match into place, declaring it settled, and ordered the training grounds prepped on the double. Cook nodded and promised to handle it. Masaru snapped back, "Perfect, tell me the date and time." Then, right back to the real point, he admitted it might sound sudden but insisted they start ASAP and asked where he could set up a session. He told them he wanted to lay out a full-on lecture on hygiene for everyone. Lancelot asked if it was really a study session, and Masaru nodded hard, then promised to break down why good hygiene matters, what habits to stay away from, and how to keep sanitation standards strong and on point. The knights stared in confusion, and Masaru grinned as if that reaction proved his point, urging everyone to gather right now. Then one knight jumped to his feet and promised to grab his smartest subordinates, and the rest surged up too. Masaru then snapped that anyone who skipped the meeting would have to sit through a makeup lecture later, and with even the higher-ups in the room looking hesitant, he warned that their missing it would poison the example for everyone else. Lancelot grinned and said it looked like Masaru had it all handled, then tossed the whole thing into his hands, adding that if Masaru needed him, he'd be there for some entertainment. Masaru said Lancelot would show up too, like that wasn't enough already. During the meeting with the knights, Masaru leaned in and started telling them the real problem. Bad sanitation was poisoning the city from the inside out. As he talked through the basics, boil the water before you drink, wash your hands and clothes the right way, and keep everything clean and fresh. Everyone looked annoyed like that. Advice was nothing but noise, and Masaru immediately got why. He was talking about stuff so basic even a kid in elementary school could understand, yet the knights still acted like it was impossible. Lancelot admitted, straight up, that he never saw Masaru pulling off a lecture that fast, then pressed him. "So you really think this kind of practice can actually change everything?" Masaru shot back that if people just kept their homes clean, the city's death rate would drop for every age, from newborns all the way to adults, and maybe they could even stop plagues from spreading in the first place. He wasn't a doctor, but he was more than ready to pass on every bit of knowledge he had. Pissed off, Lancelot snapped, "Who the hell are you, Masaru, to talk like you know all this?" Masaru shot back that the plague hadn't hit the kingdom's capital yet, but it was so deadly that almost nobody dared to study it. Every scrap of info about it was gold, and Masaru felt the deal tilt way too hard in his favor. Still, he leaned in as Lancelot kept going. Sure, they'd back him in whatever he needed, just not without limits. They'd throw their weight behind him when they could, but only on their terms. Masaru told himself it was fine, because in his eyes, Lancelot's side had the most to gain anyway. Lancelot nodded in agreement, basically saying, "Look, being in someone else's debt isn't exactly professional." Masaru then snapped that it'd be rude to stay quiet, and confessed there was one thing he really needed help with. He asked to borrow the smithing workshop starting tomorrow, because he had to start upgrading the horse carriage right away, and he already had a whole list of experiments burning in his head. Lancelot nodded and agreed to handle the arrangements. He went on to say the workshop itself was fine, but they just didn't have a real skilled blacksmith, because with it being a coastal base, the best craftsmen had already been swept up by the capital. And when Masaru finally stepped into that place, he was completely stunned. Unused supplies were tossed everywhere, piled in messy heaps like nobody cared. He slammed a disaster into motion, then laid eyes on it and snapped, calling for anyone who was free, because he needed bodies working right now. He demanded a full inventory of every material be done by day's end, snapping that what they had now was nowhere near acceptable, barely even a workshop at all. Lancelot frowned and demanded to know what inventory even meant, and Masaru snapped back that it was a full rundown of every material stored there, down to the type and exact amount, so they'd know every resource they could use. Lancelot then added that he also wanted a log of any busted items, worn-down materials, or weird problems, and he told Masaru to stop the cleaning for a moment, insisting that, since they were still a military outfit, the place should have stayed at least decent, and that comment only poured more rage into Masaru. He snapped, shouting in pure frustration, demanding to know why nothing was organized and why the workshop was buried under dust. For someone like him, someone who'd run a home center, this kind of sloppiness was totally unforgivable, and his mind flashed back to his old job, where they juggled tens of thousands of products and tools at once, knowing one bad cataloging mistake could burn hours of frantic searching. Masaru snapped his gaze to Lancelot and said, "Don't worry, I'll take it from here," then demanded he send some men over to help crush the chaos and restore order. He swore he'd show them what real inventory management is all about. As soon as the workers showed up, Masaru snatched a pen and started scribbling his notes. Then he handed out orders like a drill sergeant, telling everyone exactly how to sort, record, and line up every single piece the right way. By the next day, that workshop had been turned into something completely different. Everything was lined up to the millimeter, neatly labeled, perfectly sorted, like a place built for order itself. As Masaru flipped through the materials, his stomach sank. Sure, he could spot copper, but the rest looked totally alien. Black steel and crimson ore, that was straight-up fantasy stuff he'd never seen in his life. Scratching his head, he snapped a question at the workers. Didn't they think they were stockpiling way too much? And how on earth was the city's money even supposed to survive this kind of waste? The man stalled for a second before finally admitting there was even more on the way. Shocked, Masaru leaned in hard as he started explaining. They'd already signed a long-term deal for those ores, sealed before they even hit the city, and it still had a full year left before it finally expired. Masaru let out a heavy sigh and told them they had to start turning that ore into ingots right away, so they could actually use it. Then he added that even if he didn't know every material by heart, he could still tinker and mix them into workable alloys. Right then, the guy behind him leaned in, eyes bright, and asked, "So, what's an alloy?" Masaru told him that when you mix copper with tin, you forge bronze, a metal you can use to craft armor that hits harder than copper, but still can't beat iron, which is even tougher since it's an alloy. He said he'd personally love to try making stainless steel, but it would take iron and chromium to do it. And just as he started to explain, someone cut in, confused about what he meant, so Masaru caught on fast and scrambled to figure out a clearer way to say it. Then he broke it down for them. If one metal's strength or traits didn't cut it, you could blend it with another and forge an alloy with brand new, useful powers. But if the job came out sloppy, all it would do is burn through precious materials. After laying it out, he quickly slipped away, saying he had to sort the inventory documents. The moment he walked out, he figured the place was finally spotless, so he cracked his knuckles and went straight into testing his smithing skills. As he inspected the process, he couldn't stop wondering, could you really forge a sword just by imagining it? He guessed it all came down to how skilled he was, and if that was true, then this power was straight-up cheat mode. That skill ticket didn't just hand him anything, it gifted something truly special, and now it all came down to one thing, how razor-precise he could become. He snapped a few materials into place, and used his power from afar to forge them into a solid, brick-like structure. Once he saw that mastering this technique could turn anything into his will, he went wild with excitement, and started forging tiny things one after another for hours. He stared at the knife, and his mind snapped into motion, studying the hidden pieces buried inside its handle as he tore the whole thing apart. He couldn't stop thinking, if he knew how to take it apart, why couldn't he build one with his own hands? Unable to resist the pull, he started melting the iron and hammering it into shape. While people outside stared, he turned the room darker, then plunged the blazing metal into water, cooling it fast enough to jack up its hardness and strength. Like all that hard-won school practice, making farm tools finally paid off. Masaru yanked the blade bigger in his hands, and the second Lancelot showed up. He practically bounced with excitement when he saw Masaru actually forging weapons. Then Masaru jerked in surprise and asked how long he'd been standing there. Lancelot admitted he'd been there since the afternoon, since they'd already finished sorting the storage in the pack, so he figured he'd sharpen his sword while he was nearby. What grabbed his attention most was the blade Masaru was forging. But Masaru just smirked and told him he'd end up forging something even better. Lancelot yanked out his sword and told Masaru, "Give it a few strikes. Lately it won't cut no matter how much I sharpen it." Masaru checked the blade and shrugged, like it was nothing but metal hammered into a sword shape, then said he could probably fix it and asked Lancelot to pass it to him for a bit. Lancelot, full of big hopes, handed it over right away. Even with everything going on, curiosity clawed at him as he stared at the objects sitting on the nearby table. Masaru told him, "Come back tomorrow, and I'll reveal what they're for," then asked Lancelot to go inspect them, because he'd also uncovered something new and couldn't wait to talk it through with him. Lancelot's curiosity kept climbing, and Masaru, buzzing with excitement, told him he was about to jump into the next part and that Lancelot could go anywhere he wanted. When Lancelot finally walked off, he couldn't stop thinking Masaru was iron-solid, stubborn, and full of unstoppable will. As nightfall crashed in, Masaru was still hunched over his work, refusing to stop. He'd forged a bunch of incredible creations, and he couldn't stop asking himself why making others smile felt so damn good, until it clicked. He wasn't just helping, he was genuinely in love with the craft. The very next day, he was already itching to haul his creations into town and show everyone exactly how to use them, while still needing to keep his sanitation lectures rolling for a bit. Because right now, he just couldn't stop creating, not yet. The very next morning, while Masaru was crashed out asleep at his workplace, a girl showed up just to drag him awake. He jolted awake half asleep and blurtingly asked, "So, who are you?" She leaned in and swore she was a messenger from somewhere untouchable, telling me the knights were swamped, so they shoved her into running errands for them instead. Once she verified who he was, she leaned in and told him that 3 days later, right in the afternoon, he'd face Lancelot in the training area for a duel. She said he had to show up there that morning, no excuses. Attendance was mandatory, and Masaru snapped with annoyance, realizing he'd almost totally forgotten the duel. The girl clocked him as a total oddball and told him he'd be forced to meet that old man soon, while Lancelot practically buzzed with excitement about the duel. Masaru snapped that Lancelot was a straight-up battle junkie, never listened to him, and decided everything on his own. Then the girl was shocked that Masaru somehow managed to snag Lancelot's attention at all. Then she warned him that a medical team would be on standby during the match, so he better not get reckless. Masaru shot up, stretched, and he promised he'd do everything in his power to make sure he didn't hurt Lancelot too badly. The girl teased him, basically asking if he really thought he'd never lose. Then Masaru snapped back that it was freaky how her words matched Lancelot's exactly. Next, he told her to have Lancelot meet him at the town plaza later, and when she asked if he wanted anything from Lancelot, Masaru grinned and said he was about to pull off a quick demonstration right there. When Lancelot finally tore into the town plaza later, the whole place seemed to hold its breath. He couldn't shake the question, where was Masaru? Right then, Masaru was down in a well with a few knights hauling him along as he set up a pipe. When he finished, he yelled for them to yank him up. Cook told everyone the truth. Masaru had climbed into the well to install a contraption. As Masaru finally climbed out, Lancelot showed up like he'd been waiting for the exact moment, and pointed out that the machine parts were the same ones he'd seen the night before. Masaru nodded, confirmed it, and said the device was made to pump water, then urged them to start immediately. "Thanks for watching." He called everyone in close and said, "Get ready, I'm about to unveil a new tool that'll make drawing water way easier." He told them it was easy, just stay sharp, and then he pointed straight at a woman and said, "You, help me with the demonstration." She inched closer, unsure she could actually help, until Masaru reassured her, saying it didn't matter if she was a woman or a man because even a child could do it. He told her to pour water into the pump's opening, then yank the lever up and down again and again. After a little while, the water suddenly burst out and came pouring down, amazed the whole crowd who'd sworn it was magic. Then Masaru cut in, saying the device was a pump, promising he'd roll out matching ones at every major well in the city, and begging everyone to use them with care next. Masaru snapped his focus onto upgrading the horse-drawn carriages. He studied the one in front of him, remembering he'd ridden in similar rides before, and realizing the design was ridiculously primitive. Then he crouched and stared up at the bottom, spotting a metal axle stretched across the underside while the carriage body sat straight on top. Lancelot stared at Masaru like, "What are you pulling off?" Masaru grinned and said he'd rip the passenger compartment off the wheelbase, bolt a frame onto the wheels, then hang the seating area with springs up front and in the back. Lancelot couldn't make sense of it at first, so Masaru broke it down for him, admitting he hadn't even tested his device to cut the shaking yet. And then they plunged into building the foundation of. Following his orders, he unleashed his own designs and power, backed by the men he had working for him. Masaru forged the very first prototype from scratch. Soon his mana crashed, and he ordered Lancelot to take a slow, careful ride to check it. Lancelot nodded and then told the knights to bring a horse and after scribbling for a while, he finally dashed back to Masaru. When Masaru asked what he thought, Lancelot lit up. He was blown away. The carriage didn't rattle even once, and every ride he'd ever taken before suddenly felt like a lie. That comfort wasn't luck at all. It was the mechanism Masaru had built. Masaru told us the city's carriages had zero suspension, so he built parts to swallow the jolts. Then said there were a bunch of suspension systems out there, and he was already eyeing the future, itching to test different shock absorber models. Lancelot couldn't stop wondering if they could stretch the passenger area, and Masaru nodded, saying that for now he'd keep his eyes locked on the suspension, but they'd expand the passenger section later, since he wanted to build a carriage big enough to haul 9 or 10 people. Lancelot lit up at Masaru's progress and laughed that future expeditions would feel way more comfortable. Then Masaru shot back that they'd keep leveling up step by step, stacking on what already works, until bigger breakthroughs finally hit. Right then, a knight rolled up and asked to hop on the next ride, and another one chimed in for the same chance. So Lancelot blinked, told them to wait their turn next time, and called it a day to shut down the tests. Masaru yanked Lancelot off to the side so they could talk in private, while the other knights were still testing the new carriage. Lancelot couldn't help but grin and say these inventions were a total game changer, because with them, everyone's lives would be way better. And then Masaru. He said he'd already cooked up 2 or 3 other tools too, and he needed to show the craftsmen exactly how they worked, so they could make them and fix them whenever trouble struck. Then Lancelot finally got it. That was the whole thing Masaru had promised to talk about the day before. Masaru leaned in and reminded him that in the meeting, Lancelot made it crystal clear. Every agreement had to stay perfectly balanced. Lancelot nodded, admitting he feared their offer still wouldn't be enough, then leaned in and demanded to know exactly what Masaru wanted in return. Masaru slammed down a bold deal: stop every invasion between beast folk and humans, and hand over all the extra ore supplies they've got. Both of them fall silent for a beat, weighing that offer like it might change everything. Then Sloth couldn't help but wonder out loud if that was really all there was. Masaru confirmed it, and Lancelot nodded. Then the deal was sealed for good. Masaru said this treaty, packed with tech trade, was the deal that could help both sides. Then he finally exhaled, because after their release, the beast folk could live in peace. Still, he worried if it was really okay for him to grab only the leftover ore. Lancelot told him it was perfectly fine, as long as it didn't mess with the townspeople's lives, and he even swore on his life that his city wouldn't invade. But then he admitted the hard truth. He couldn't stop or fight the whole country's decisions, so Masaru had to stay sharp. Masaru flashed a warm smile and thanked him from the bottom of his heart. Lancelot broke into laughter as he strode off, promising he'd meet Masaru at their duel in 3 days, and he couldn't wait for the fight. Masaru stood frozen, stunned to the core, but overflowing with gratitude, thinking with Lancelot's word, the human invasions should finally slow down, at least for now. It was only verbal, sure, but Lancelot was an honest man, so Masaru trusted he wouldn't go back on his promise. Worn to the bone, Masaru decided to head home and crash, especially since his magic reserves were basically empty. Right then, someone came sprinting up to him, yelling that everyone was already gathered for the hygiene lecture, and that he'd better hurry. So before he could even catch his breath, more people piled in with new demands, and it crushed his patience even harder. By the time Masaru finally crashed into his house that night, he was running on pure exhaustion. Both his mind and body were completely wiped out. Teaching tech to people who knew nothing had turned out way harder than he ever pictured, and it dragged him straight back to his old world, where patient craftsmen drilled him in every trick of the trade until he earned his license. Now he finally got it, and the realization left him totally drained. He stared out the window, wondering about everyone who no longer shared the same moon and sky with him. Then he started humming a song under his breath, and right when it felt peaceful, a voice snapped, "That's so cringe." Masaru tilted his head and spotted Victinius perched on a nearby rooftop, looking heartbreakingly lost, and the song stuck in her mind. Was it from his hometown? About people torn apart for good, the singer surrendering hope of ever seeing their loved one again, yet still clinging to the wish to say, "I feel this, face to face." Masaru nodded, saying it was a real poem from the Hyakunin issue. Then he rattled off a few verses like they were still stuck in his head, even though the rest had already vanished. Victinius flashed a sly little smile and teased Masaru, saying the poem had to be about someone he liked. Then Masaru froze, cheeks burning, as Victinius pressed on and asked what kind of person she was. He leapt out his window onto the rooftop and started gushing about her, calling her cute with a small frame, saying the first time he saw her, she was pouring her whole heart into the job, giving every ounce she had, and that maybe it was love at first sight. A few months later, he finally worked up the courage to confess, though he admitted he sucked at saying things like that and probably fumbled every word. Still, he made it crystal clear how he felt. But a few years on, she'd married into someone else's family. Victinius couldn't help but feel sorry for him. Masaru admitted it still stung a bit even now, but with time, he finally managed to congratulate her on her marriage. Out of nowhere, he'd once met a kid in the rabbit village who shared her name with him, and it blindsided him so hard he couldn't let it go. The thought popped into his head, and suddenly he was talking about it like it was inevitable. With her heart sinking, they apologized to Victini, and Masaru admits he thinks this is what she meant the last time they parted. Because after everything he's done and every life he's set in motion, regret hits way too late, so he leans in and tells her, "Don't worry." Then he leaned into her shoulder and told her that ever since he'd met the rabbit people, he'd found a whole new spark. Then he said he was genuinely grateful to her, because somehow those feelings had pulled him back from the edge. Victini suddenly popped upright, yanking Masaru off balance, then giggled that she was the goddess who dragged him here in the first place. Like being near her alone could magically fix everything. And Masaru just groaned in frustration, annoyed at how easily she always gets swept up in her own act. When she stared at him with sharp curiosity, he caught her gaze and told her straight up, sure, she was useless, but technically she was still a goddess. Victini was instantly furious at the comment, and Masaru snapped back to his senses. He rushed in with a desperate apology, thanking her for bringing him into the world and begging for her forgiveness. She flashed a smile and took his apology without hesitation. Masaru felt the spark return, stood up, and declared he was heading straight to the smithing workshop to get back to work, while Victinius, still stunned, decided to stay a bit longer and soak in the peaceful night. As Masaru sprinted off, she stayed planted on the rooftop, staring at the moon in quiet silence. In the 3 days after the Tunisia incident, Masaru didn't get a single moment to breathe. He sprinted from town to town, blasting the news to anyone who'd listen about what had happened. And every time he found even a second to breathe, he dove straight into training, preparing for the next fight that was coming for him. At last, the day of the duel slammed into place. Masaru charged toward the training ground. He spotted a huge crowd packed in right there, like something big was about to go down. He stormed right up to Lancelot and demanded to know what the hell was going on. Lancelot said he couldn't believe Masaru didn't bolt, and Masaru snapped back that he wasn't here to listen to praise, then admitted he never expected their duel to blow up into something this huge, like a full-on festival in the arena. Lancelot told Masaru to cut his subordinates some slack, because every time Masaru drew his sword, they always acted like that. Then he leaned in and said there was something bigger he needed to ask. What had happened to his sword, the one Masaru promised to improve? Masaru teased him, snapping that only a fool would hand over their weapon to the enemy before a duel. Then Lancelot froze, and Masaru even bowed his head and apologized, admitting he'd shattered the sword Lancelot lent him as a reference. Lancelot said he'd clutch that resentment tight and go all in for their duel that day, and Masaru stared at Lancelot's massive black blade, realizing it looked forged from even tougher metal than the sword Lancelot had handed him earlier, even if the craftsmanship felt just as similar. He asked straight up if that was the sword Lancelot would swing, saying it looked just like any ordinary blade. Masaru ripped out and drew his very own weapon. Lancelot joked that the short sword would look even cuter in his hands after he chugged victory's sake that night, and Masaru shot back, saying it'd be a shame if Lancelot got hurt after a loss, then swore he'd hold back as much as he could. Lancelot let his sword rest on his shoulder, then told Masaru to go all out, because it's been ages since he met an opponent like this. He even said the last time someone dared him like that was back when he was fresh off his training, and he forced every doubter to choke down those words. Masaru couldn't stop wondering what it felt like for Lancelot to lose, so Lancelot smirked and said he'd never once been defeated by a human. Masaru froze, thinking that his hard-won plans might all go up in smoke. Then Lancelot leaned in and asked if he had some secret strategy, daring to see it for himself. Masaru didn't look convinced, but one thing was clear. Not many people could take down a goblin rider by themselves, So, in other words, Lancelot told Masaru to swing at him with everything he had. And when Masaru nodded and agreed, the two finally charged into the training ground. The moment it happened, the crowd detonated into cheers. Among the crowd, Masaru spotted a messenger girl who'd somehow snagged a killer's seat to watch everything, leaving him burning with questions about who she really was. That girl flashed a grin at him, like she already knew the next move. Then, almost immediately, the referee strode onto the training ground. Lancelot and Masaru's duel was moments from igniting, and the world just announced it was about to begin. It was a one-shot showdown. Whoever couldn't keep going would drop, or someone would throw in the towel. And the referee kept pushing them toward a clean, honorable fight with zero shady stuff. Then the match kicked off, steel slammed against steel, and right beside the messenger girl, a guy demanded her take on the fight. She snapped back that she'd told him 100 times to stop calling her Aju. When she finally sized up Masaru, she realized he didn't look like a fighter, but the way he talked screamed confidence and a plan that could actually win. Another watcher leaned in and said the real question was simple. Would Lancelot spot right through Masaru's scheme? If he did, this fight wouldn't drag on, it would end fast. At first glance, it looked like a dead-even showdown, way more shocking than anyone expected. Lancelot looked Masaru in the eye and said it was seriously wild to find someone who could match his strength. Then Masaru grinned and told him they should just finish it his way, with his victory. Lancelot yanked his sword sideways and hurled Masaru's blade up into the air. And with that, he told Masaru to lay it all on the table, everything he had. Lancelot seized the opening and slammed a brutal kick into Masaru. As Masaru swung again, he only just barely slipped out of the way, eyes wide. He snapped, asking if Lancelot was actually trying to kill him. Lancelot snapped, calling Masaru a strange man. You've got real strength and sword experience just from your stance, but your moves are downright dreadful. He came in for another brutal hit, slamming Masaru backward, and said that at least Masaru had his instincts on point. They kept trading blows, and Masaru finally clocked it. This match wasn't just about power anymore, it was about battle experience, and he couldn't move the way he wanted. He remembered Victinia once telling him he could wage war all by himself, but in that moment it felt impossible. Yet somehow he still realized he'd proven exactly what his strategy needed. He slammed through his decision and unleashed his ultimate move. Years in a countryside home center sharpened his craft to a fine edge. He studied for countless hours to tackle any job that came his way. And now all the skills those master craftsmen poured into him were about to collide in this exact moment, because every lesson he'd ever learned was about to hit the floor running. He didn't even touch his item box. Boom, multiple massive logs erupted around him. Lancelot stared in disbelief, realizing Masaru was already deadly skilled in those techniques. Yet his status report hadn't hinted at a single thing. He stared at Masaru, stunned, and demanded, could he really mean to use that? Use those logs to set him up and trip him? Lancelot was left utterly baffled as Masaru unleashed a nasty combo of skills: woodworking, smithing, and construction, to crank together gigantic machines, all braced by beam-like structures. Massive siege weapons sprang up all around Lancelot, and he froze in pure shock. Masaru believed the real power of his production skills was pinpoint precision. Once he started, the creations snapped into place exactly the way he imagined, even letting him build battering rams with the hammer parts already raised. But with his magic and skill right now, he could only instantly forge fairly simple structures. But even then, turning them into multi-directional assaults could still wreck the enemy. Lancelot ripped through every siege weapon in seconds with a blinding swing of his sword. With disappointment etched on his face, he couldn't stop thinking, was Masaru seriously underestimating him? He figured Masaru was backing off to cook up another move, maybe to smash those mad angels again. And if it was coming, he'd slam the distance shut before Masaru even finished the attack. The messenger girl snapped to it and shouted Lancelot's name. At that moment, Masaru tightened his grip on a massive bow and arrow, ready to fire, because from that angle the second Lancelot moved, everything could snap into danger. Masaru loosed a massive arrow at Lancelot, and Lancelot snapped his blade up so fast it split the thing clean into two pieces. In that quick opening, Masaru surged forward and slammed in a strike. Lancelot stormed into the scene. He realized the only weapon he had left was his arm. But if he could twist it into the same brutal close-range fight as before, he just might still steal a win. Before Masaru could even blink, his blade slammed through Lancelot's sword with a sharp, brutal slice. And the next thing you know, they slammed him down, tumbling to the ground. The referee snapped the match shut on the spot, and Masaru got declared the winner. Lancelot finally clocked it. This was exactly the outcome Masaru wanted from the very beginning, because Masaru had been sure the whole time that Lancelot's sword would snap. Masaru admitted that at first he'd only guessed it might work because the blade looked like it would snap, but at least he had some small promise to hold onto. He straight up smashed the sword Lancelot once handed him, knowing exactly it was a test. Still, Musaru's plan carried real danger, because that sword wasn't made from the same material Lancelot was swinging right now. So Musaru had to craft a strategy that let him cut straight through it, and Lancelot finally realized the battering rams and the giant bow were built for that exact moment. Masaru leaned in and said that the giant bow was a siege weapon called Blistar. Then he admitted he never thought Lancelot would slice through the arrow without backing up once. That split second was all it took to freeze him in place. Then Masaru surged forward and smashed his blade, just like Lancelot said, because Masaru had been reading the situation perfectly from the very beginning. That's one wild way to win a battle. Don't just bank on sword skill. Crush the fight with the weapon's power and your own sharp ingenuity. Masaru shot back that the duel proved one thing only, that he could forge weapons, nothing more. And that's exactly why he never handed a single one to Lancelot before the fight. Then he yanked out a massive sword, and then he shoved it into Lancelot's hands as a gift, calling it his way of striking a fair bargain with a warrior like him. Someone who'd suddenly appear from nowhere just to duel him, and then he swore the blade was pure thanks, because in his mind, nobody else alive could ever beat Lancelot. Lancelot snatched the sword, swung it once, and couldn't believe what he felt, because he said handing Masaru a weapon like that right before the duel would have been a disaster. He added, maybe I've said it before, but trust me, I'm a warrior who genuinely lives for the fight. No matter how he fought, steel blades or something else, he chased that rush of battle, soaking up every win, every lesson, and packing that fire into his heart as he charged onto the battlefield. Lancelot kept going, saying the only reason comrades who loved the fight once stuck close to him was because they'd stand at his side while he kept swinging his sword. But then one day he glanced back and found not a single soul willing to come near him. He couldn't help but laugh at the irony. No war could ever be fought by one person, yet the stronger he got, the fewer battles came his way, until all his missions turned into one thing, polishing his sword day after day. Before he even blinked, he was basically hauling the whole organization on his shoulders, crushing victory after victory until the people facing him couldn't even give him a real fight anymore. And still, this duel actually hooked him. For the first time in ages, he genuinely had fun. That's why he told Masaru to stop betting everything on the sword, because at this point, nobody left could beat him. Winning meant growing, and Masaru had grown like crazy. He promised that as time kept passing, Masaru would get even stronger than he was right now, and then they'd clash again someday. Masaru shot back that he'd rather skip another duel, but if it meant watching Lancelot go all out one more time, then yeah, maybe, just maybe, they could fight again someday. Lancelot stepped up and officially crowned Masaru the winner, then promised he'd finally cash in on the vow he'd made. Right after that, he declared, loud and clear, that every enslaved beast folk would be freed, and handed their freedom without delay. That very night in the Night City Tavern, Cook and Eldam dug into food at the bar. When Eldam couldn't help but stare at Cook like he'd just seen a miracle blown away by how Cook survived battle using production-type skills. Eldam then leaned in and asked what Cook really thought about all of it, pitching the idea that since Cook's younger brother worked construction, maybe he could train him to do the same. Cook burst out laughing, telling Eldam it was rare for him to land a joke like that, then shrugged and said he could only pull it off if he had as many skills as Masaru. Lancelot burst in behind them and started grilling if Masaru really had that many tricks, so Cook and Eldam went stiff with shock, froze in place, and Cook finally muttered without even looking back, "What is he talking about?" Until they turned around and saw Lancelot standing right there. They both snapped in shock and swore it was all a misunderstanding, and Lancelot told them to calm down. Then he sat down. He quickly soothed them. No harm was coming, he just wanted to talk. And then he told them the truth. It was them who dragged Masaru into the city, and the Masaru they knew was nothing like the one he'd fought. When Lancelot got Masaru's report, he checked the numbers and realized Masaru's level matched the official record exactly. But he didn't just have about 20 skills. He also carried a title that was an absurdly massive deviation from the norm. Cook stared at Masaru's skills and said he could have accepted it if Masaru were around level 60 or 70. But the shock hit when he realized Masaru was only level 16, which was unreal, and even Lancelot agreed it was way beneath his own current level of 62. They'd hidden the truth for a reason, because anyone would freak out at numbers that low, and Cook finished by saying not even the knights, or anyone in the whole world, had powers like that. Then Lancelot leaned in and told them to drop it, insisting that Masaru would be way more entertaining if they just let him run wild. Eldam snapped that it sounded downright pitiful, and Lancelot shot back that he'd already wrestled a promise out of Masaru for a second duel, even if it meant their link to him was about to end for now. He told them that if they wanted to watch Masaru, they could. Right then, the messenger girl burst in, fired off a cheeky question about teaming up with Masaru, and hinted that a messenger who happened to be perfectly available was already standing by. A few days later, he met his fate right in front of the assembly hall. Masaru bumped into Lancelot and blurted, "I remembered what you said back in our duel, so tell me, did the beast folk really get set free? And can I really head out now?" Lancelot nodded and told him it was totally okay, then praised his upgrades, because they were already starting to work. As for the beast folk, they were still rounding everyone up, and they'd reach Masaru again at his village. Masaru gave a firm nod and agreed. Then he spotted the bruises marring Lancelot's face. He joked, "So, did you get into a fight? Like, who could have even left bruises on someone like you?" And Lancelot shot back that there was one person he just couldn't bring himself to hurt, and that didn't mean that person was stronger than him. Right out of nowhere, a girl burst in and booted Lancelot, snapping that it was awful for him to insult a woman who was old enough to marry. And Masaru instantly realized she was the very same messenger girl from earlier. Lancelot introduced her as Adelina, his 19-year-old niece, all swagger and spirit, the kind of tomboy who refused to sit still. Adelina shot Lancelot a grateful look for bringing her in, then turned to Masaru and promised, "From this day on, I'm in your care." She vowed she'd do her best to be useful and to truly live up to the role she'd been handed. Masaru felt totally lost. This was the first time he'd ever heard of an arrangement like that. Adelina snapped her glare at Lancelot and demanded he explain himself. Lancelot said Adelina had been itching to see more of the world for a while, and because Masaru knew how deadly it could be for a woman to go alone, he figured she'd be safer traveling with him, only to realize Lancelot was basically shoving Adelina his way. Still, he figured that with the beast folk finally freed, he'd grab every last bit of help he could to grow the village, until he admitted that dragging a city-raised girl into the sticks might feel awkward. Then Adelina cut in, smiling, telling him he didn't need to worry because she could sleep anywhere, and honestly, that was only the start of it. She picked up on his vibe and realized he was fascinating. Then she closed the distance and flashed him a smile. Masaru erupted into laughter and swore she really did have Lancelot's blood in her, and that she'd follow him no matter what he said. He said, "If you're coming with me to help, I've got zero complaints." But then his tone sharpened, because if she didn't come back for years, she'd better be ready. Adelina's eyes widened and she blurted, "Wait, what do you mean a few years?" And Lancelot jumped in right behind her, demanding the explanation. Masaru laid it all out. He'd build the village into a real city where beast folk could finally live in safety, and he made it clear that turning that dream into reality would take years. Hearing that, Lancelot's nerves snapped. Adelina was in danger, but she didn't even flinch and told him, "Don't you try to stop me." If he tried to hold her back, she swore she'd cut him off for good. Stunned, Lancelot threw his hands up and told Masaru to back him up, making it crystal clear he better not touch her. Just one finger was enough to cross the line. When Masaru caught Adelina's worried look, he only smirked and said maybe this won't be so bad before it's too late for her. Then he thanked Lancelot for the hospitality, promised he'd be back one day, no matter if life finally went quiet or if trouble came calling again, and swore they'd meet once more in the future. Masaru and Adelina took off, and Masaru couldn't shake the feeling that this detour dragged longer than they planned. Yet along the road, he still tackled the rabbit folks' problems, hauled in tons of materials with Adelina at his side, kept moving, and finally built a whole chain of powerful alliances. Right as he came back to face the rabbit folk, he rushed to them and spilled every single detail fast. But there was still a ton to figure out, and a lot to debate before this could all move forward. The second she saw him, she lunged forward and buried him in a tight, emotional hug. Masaru just wanted to soak in that moment, every second, no regrets. When the chief finally absorbed everything Masaru taught him, pure shock hit him like a lightning strike. They thought Masaru had only gone to grab resources for them, but he pulled off so much more. Adelina smirked and told her muscle-brained uncle that Masaru's skills were something he'd better learn from. The chief finally saw what Masaru was really aiming for. If they were willing to shift their stance and work with him instead of butting heads, They'd swallow their resentment and roll out the red carpet for his help. Even so, doubt still gnawed at him, especially about the tech Masaru had drilled into them. He feared their people would advance too fast and spark yet another war. But Masaru snapped him out of it, saying he'd already met the commander face-to-face and locked in a peace treaty, so all they had to do now was focus. They were gearing up to welcome the freed beast folk, and Masaru knew the village couldn't handle it, so he pushed for a brand new city, the city of the beast folk. The next morning, Adelina and May were trying to drag Masaru out of bed. Then Adelina reminded him that it was his idea to get everyone together because he had something big to say. May smirked that Masaru was supposed to be the most awake person in the mornings. Still drowning in sleep, Masaru yawned and mumbled that he'd probably been overworking himself, and once he finally caught his rest, he crashed hard and slept like a rock. Adelina and May pushed forward, shouting at him to hurry and catch up fast. Then, right on cue, a glowing screen materialized in front of Masaru. A fresh message popped up, sent by Ira Saphira, Victinius's younger sister, telling Masaru that the reports of civilization growing convinced the gods of Alstydia to boost his powers, and they even prayed he'd keep living peacefully among the people. Masaru froze in shock. Turns out the world wasn't ruled by just one god. And somehow, the goddess with actual common sense finally showed up. Because they were rewarding his progress, he figured if he kept pushing forward, he'd get another call soon. If he could stack skills like that, motivation would never be an issue. Then, mid-read, Adelina's voice blasted from outside, yelling for him to come out. Masaru burst in, caught up with everyone, and blurted out an apology for making them wait. He told them he'd called everyone together to talk about the village's future, because the chief had already said the enslaved beast folk were finally free. But even so, a huge problem still sat right there, waiting to explode. Around 200 freed beast folk were coming, and when they hit the village, the population would triple overnight. That meant Masaru knew they had to crank up food production fast and beef up defenses too, so he pushed for taller, stronger walls and temporary tents for everyone. And somewhere nearby, he started building a whole new city from scratch, and everyone stared at him in shock as he kept right on going. He told them he'd already talked to the chief, who even showed him the perfect spot to build, but some people still doubted a real city could ever rise, and questioned what Masaru was even imagining. Masaru just smiled and promised he'd do everything he could to back them up. He dreamed up a city where everyone felt safe and welcome, bursting with smiles. Finally, a real home for the beast folk. When word spread that everyone was fired up and ready to start, Masaru felt even more like a guy they could genuinely trust. Then Masaru leaned in and dropped one final bombshell. He admitted he'd never really opened up to the people who trusted him that much, and he finally realized it would have been dishonest to stay silent. Everyone froze when they finally admitted it. Yeah, they barely knew him at all. All they had was the story. He'd shown up one day after getting lost on the roadside, and it looked like he already had his own mess to deal with. Out of respect, they never pressed him for more, until Masaru finally spilled the truth. The gods ripped him out of a totally different world and dropped him into theirs. The second he said it, the whole room went dead silent. Masaru whipped his gaze around at their frozen, shocked faces and thought, yeah, of course they still weren't going to believe a word he said. Everyone suddenly went wild with excitement like, wait, Masaru from some other continent? Is that where his crazy knowledge came from? And they couldn't stop wondering what god yanked him into their land and whether he'd actually seen that god himself with his own eyes. Adelina finally got why Masaru always looked like he didn't belong, and it wasn't just curiosity kicking around in her head. Masaru confessed it felt like everyone was quietly dragging his name through the mud. Then the chief slid over and told him they did trust him, especially after Masaru swore it was the god's will. Adelina nodded and said if this really came from the world's creator, it would explain a ton. So Masaru realized they lived in a world where gods weren't even questioned, and the chief finally admitted it was already too late for Masaru to start begging for their trust. Anyone who fought for them, lived with them, and worked beside them was basically family, so nobody would ever clock a guy like him. Soon after, the kids barreled up to Masaru and bombarded him with questions. What humans were like back home, what technology they had, and even what the gods looked like. Masaru shot them a sharp look, barked for everyone to quiet down, and promised he'd spill more about himself over dinner. Then he turned to the gods and vowed he'd bring a bronze statue to show them next time. Then they pushed forward with the village expansion plan. Masaru snapped that everyone should follow the chief's orders and throw up the temporary tents first, and promised he'd talk to the collection team about the wood later, then have them come see him afterward. Masaru snapped his head toward Adelina and May, then told them. This was it, they had something crucial to do. They were about to help him make slaked lime. May shot her hand up and demanded to know what it was, and Adelina looked just as baffled. Masaru leaned in and told them they'd use it to build the city. No, not for show. It was their secret plan, and that's why he was putting the job in their hands. Adelina blinked, then lit up at the idea and asked if it was hard. Masaru grinned and said it wasn't tough, just a little tedious. Masaru hauled both of them right up to an iron pot, and he told them, you can make slaked lime with this furnace. First, they had to dump seashells into the pot, then stack wood or any fuel under it and set the fire going, and he jabbed a finger at the box sitting right beside the furnace, and told them it was the bellows. When you crank that handle back and forth, it hurls fresh air through the hole nonstop, feeding the fire as it roars. May frowned and demanded, so what happens next? And Masaru shot back, the air gets pulled through that tube straight into the furnace, so the temperature can blast up to about 1,000 degrees. Because they just couldn't fully wrap their heads around how scorching it really was. He broke it down like this. Water starts boiling near 100 degrees, iron turns red and gets soft around 1,000 degrees, and it melts somewhere between 1,200 and 1,500 degrees depending on the kind of iron. Adelina leaned in and demanded to know how he measured all of that. Masaru snapped back that it was a killer question, and even he couldn't give her the exact answer. He said, yeah, the theory matters, but the real deal is staying safe and learning exactly how to use everything the right way. When Adelina said she got the safety rules but didn't understand what proper use meant, Masaru snapped back that he wasn't talking about theory at all. He meant whether you could actually recreate in real life what you'd imagined. How you use it the right way depends wildly on the tech in play, and the sheer creativity of the person holding the controls. He went on to say it all came down to what tech you used, and that tech always hands out perks and pressure at the same time. And as long as they were still alive, they'd have to stay sharp and think hard about every way they used it. He told both of them to think hard about every tech decision, swear that it could lead them to win, and even if they crashed, it would still turn into growth, especially when May asked, so failing is really okay. Masaru gently patted both their heads and told them, forget learning without ever messing up. Failure is the teacher. When you can stare back at who you used to be and use that truth to blaze a better path from here, that's what actually matters. Then he barked, start heating the furnace, and left them to it, watching them crush the work like they had it under control, while he took off to handle his own jobs, because the chief wanted him to hunt down the perfect spot to begin building the city. So Masaru shot out early to start leveling the area, and when he got there, he studied the spot closely and got to work scrubbing the ground clean. He kept thinking, the skills I grabbed from that slot machine were dirt cheap and scary as hell. Since he'd last been there, his level and abilities had jumped up, but the whole place felt off, like an epic war had raged here before, and the ground was wiped unnaturally clean afterward. The chief's pick was a mostly flat stretch perched on higher ground, and it looked perfect for building. Solid bedrock underneath, begging to become a rock-solid foundation. Masaru chose not to ask the rabbit folk for help, convinced he could solve it with his own processing skills. Yet that nagging doubt kept whispering, is it really that doable? He paused, thought it through, and decided there was no real risk in giving it a shot. That empty flat stretch happened because of what he'd learned in Puturiam, and it took nearly 6 hours before his magic finally came back to full power, while he planned to slowly level it up and grow it bigger. But now, staring at it, he realized he could clear the required land by himself in just a few days, and that hit him like a chill. If he kept that pace, he'd burn through 2 non-stop days, and somehow the whole plan would still run on schedule, and suddenly he couldn't stop asking what else might be waiting for him. Then his gaze snapped onto the jagged cliffs to the north. Then it all slammed into him. How could he forget that? He bolted toward the cliffs, fighting to remember, because ever since he arrived in this world, he'd been craving and needing it. When he finally got to that spot, he wasted no time, checking beneath the cliffs, because it had always been one of his biggest priorities. He finally cracked the mystery, just to find the prize waiting for him, slimes. He stormed up to the chief, and the chief couldn't help but wonder how Masaru had been leveling up the village every single day, and they all felt truly grateful. Even now, Masaru was still right there, helping them build the new city, and the chief could only lean on his actions and trust him. Masaru showed up with a slime, and the whole village went pale with fear, so he quickly explained, I'll raise it here for a while, so please get along with it. But the moment they heard that, panic snapped, and everyone bolted like their lives depended on it. Masaru just had to wonder, was he really sure about this choice when slimes were magical beasts? Then he laid out his plan. He'd use them later to haul away the garbage and keep everything clean. Right now it was behaving itself and not clawing at anyone. Still, he wasn't done. He wanted to dig deeper, study it up close, and figure out what made it tick. While he was stuck in Pewdarium, he stumbled on a mind-blowing truth. Some magical beasts didn't attack humans and could actually live alongside them. So they weren't just monsters anymore, they were resources, like wood or stone. They asked if he wanted to check it himself, and Masaru instantly figured they were just trying to build a toilet first, so he nodded along and agreed. The chief admitted he'd never even considered using magical beasts like that before, and Masaru had already told him he wanted to try something. So the chief straight up asked if he meant testing the slime as a way to dump waste. Masaru agreed, then pushed for two things. He wanted to test what it could swallow, and he needed to figure out exactly what could hurt it, so they could use that weakness to control it later. He said he wanted to catch and raise the monitor lizards from that area, and if they built a farm, it could fix their food problem too. To start, he'd raise slimes first, and then he asked what the chief thought. The chief got it right away and promised to tell the whole village. Masaru thanked him, feeling the plan finally take shape. Masaru's slime research diary reveals the truth. These slimes were around 60 centimeters tall, shaped like a manju, and glowing a translucent green. They couldn't scale past their own height, and if the foothold they grabbed had less than 2/3 the area of the ground beneath them, they'd slip and slide right back down, again and again, into the same mess. During one of his wild experiments, Masaru fed the slime trash, leaves and bits of wood, to see what would happen. The slime gulped them down and chewed them apart over a few days, slowly breaking everything inside it. Though leaves and wood didn't seem to thrill it at first, it still ended up digesting it all. Proving it could deal with human waste with zero trouble, Masaru got hooked on the result, and after just a few more days, something went sideways. The slime suddenly snapped into a hard, shriveled form, which left him totally baffled at first. He quickly figured it out. Slimes dried out fast, proving dehydration wrecks them, and then more tests nailed the truth. Fire and seawater both hammer them too. Once Masaru cracked how to keep them in check, recruiting volunteers to help raise them got way easier, and his research pushed him into a bold new hypothesis. That slimes could be woven into the world's natural way of wiping itself clean. He noticed that when you drop a slime into dirty water, it drinks up the grime and leaves the water crystal clean. And that miracle lit up his heart, because it showed him just how much of the world still had secrets waiting to be found. So he kept working, standing right under a mater and tending his slime like it was his whole future. And he grinned because the villagers finally stopped complaining about the slimes. Popularity kept exploding, and more people started raising magical creatures, but Masaru still felt compelled to warn everyone. Those things could be dangerous. When they asked to pet one, he snapped back, saying slimes weren't pets. Masaru felt drained and nodding off, and his eyelids just kept getting heavier with every breath. After the chief finally heard him out, the chief couldn't help wondering, was Masaru actually serious, or was this all just talk? Masaru shot his question with confusion, and the chief quickly spelled it out. While everyone was already knee-deep in their own slime project work, Masaru still managed to leave him completely stunned that you could be that focused. They're planning to bolt out again and grab more resources, and when Adelina says Masaru might look weird, she swears he's got a real reason, one that's going to click into place soon. Masaru snapped that they still didn't have enough materials, and with the city's future hanging in the balance, he wanted to protect the surrounding area as best they could. So the chief finally caught the missing piece, admitted he hadn't thought of it, and handed the whole decision over to Masaru. The chief kept going, promising he'd do anything to help Masaru, and Masaru shot back a grateful thanks. And he tossed out that he had a request for the gathering crew. They needed help collecting tree seeds and saplings, so Adelina couldn't help but wonder what Masaru was planning to do with all that. Masaru said he wanted to plant them now, because sure, trees take months or even years to grow, but once they're standing, you can cut them down in a single moment, so he was setting up tomorrow. Back in the world he came from, that whole idea was called tree planting. By teaming up with the mountains and forests, they could haul in all the wood they needed without wrecking the whole ecosystem. Just like he said, this wasn't some fancy skill he was born with. It came straight from what he learned working at the home center, not from special training in saplings or fertilizers. The chief leaned in and demanded to know exactly how many saplings you were planting, and how many you'd need to make it happen. Masaru shrugged and said he'd let everyone judge it for themselves, so they should hunt down all kinds of fruits and seed-bearing plants, raise the saplings in the village until they're waist-high, then haul them up to the mountains. The chief pressed him, "So when are you starting?" And Masaru replied, "Once preparations are done." But right then he wasn't bringing anyone, no way. Adelina snapped, "I'm coming with you." And May decided to jump in with them the very next morning. Masaru leaned in and asked May if she really forgot what he told her, and May shot back that it had only been 3 days, and she already knew a ton about grass and other plants. Masaru figured it might be better to let Adelina, who had just shown up to stay behind, take the lead, but Adelina refused to back down and said this was the perfect moment to chase something new and stretch her horizons. Masaru hesitated about refusing, but Adelina scooped up May in a hug and told him there was zero reason they couldn't go, because for the next few days, they had no other plans anyway. Masaru snapped with surprise, admitted there was no choice but to let them tag along, and made it crystal clear they'd follow his instructions later. The three of them tore out at full pace for their very first scouting day, already well beyond the village limits. Adelina shot a question, were they just stocking up on wood? Masaru grinned and said they'd grab stones too. Since he'd just talked to the chief about planting trees, they could grab seeds and saplings of edible and medicinal plants right nearby. Adelina followed close, while May, bursting with excitement, asked if they'd really grow big. Masaru nodded and warned them that living in the forest meant watching out for wild plants and animals, because living together peacefully came first. Adelina admitted that Masaru sometimes turned simple explanations into tangled messes. Masaru told him that back in his old world, civilization ballooned so fast that whole species vanished, and he warned that giving humans that much power could poison the world. He kept going, laying out his big reason for wanting them to live in harmony with the world, insisting that every living thing was God's beloved child, or at least that was the gist. And then he confessed that maybe, just maybe, he'd been pushing a bit too hard to look cool. Masaru got blindsided by a tiny stone Adelina hurled at him, and it sent him jumping. Then she leaned in and said, "If someone who's actually met God claims something, everybody will believe it." May pushed for them to start hunting down materials, and Adelina secretly hoped they'd stumble on something really exciting. Masaru finally nodded and agreed to take a much-needed break for a while. By the time everything was done, they'd already hauled in a massive pile of logs. Adelina's eyes darted everywhere as the clock inched toward storing the materials, and she couldn't find Masaru, just empty space and growing dread. May shook her head and said Masaru had taken off a while ago. Adelina's worry tightened into a knot as she imagined how far he'd gone. Then May admitted she'd snagged a ton of plants and decided it was time to go track Masaru down. May leaned in and listened hard, then she caught the sharp ring of steel. Adelina's eyes widened, and she marveled at how quick the rabbit folk's ears were before asking Masaru one thing, was he fighting right now? They both stepped forward, and there was Masaru, swinging his sword like a blur to slice straight through something. The thing came screaming straight at Adelina, so Masaru grabbed her attention and told her to just catch it. Adelina's heart hammered, then the object came down and landed right in her hands. She screamed at the top of her lungs, wondering what on earth Masaru was cooking up for her to catch. Masaru blurted out an apology, admitting he'd figured she'd just naturally dodge it. Then she snapped back that next time he wouldn't slide by that easily. Masaru hurried to add the truth. A nasty-looking magical beast had shown up, and the only reason he even tried to chase it off was because it attacked him. Might spot a giant whirl churning like a living storm. He then told Masaru it usually stayed underground, munching insects and tiny creatures, and that hit hard, because that's exactly why the plants there were thriving. Similar little life forms in Masaru's world were feeding the soil and making everything grow like crazy. Adelina looked totally lost, so Masaru told her straight. He hadn't spotted a single opening where the creature slipped into the ground or clawed back out. Adelina snapped back that if her memory was right, these worms were masters of earth magic, reshaping the soil as they crawled, which is why they never left a single hole behind, and Masaru went totally wide-eyed. Then it clicked. Those worm threads could be twisted into deadly bowstrings, and Putarium prized them like gold, so May leaned in and demanded to know exactly how they used them. Adelina leaned in and said the worm's warm, muscular flesh was tough, stretchy, and perfect for bowstrings, leather armor, and all kinds of gear. So Masaru blinked at how useful it was, and Adelina added that people even traveled out there just to hunt them. Adelina said the material sold for a killer price, and honestly, almost nobody could take down a worm that easily. The three of them shot glances at each other. And me basically said, honestly, I'm not even surprised, because it was Masaru who pulled it off. Masaru suggested they add a second activity, go hunt magical beasts and haul back useful materials. May told Masaru that if a magical beast could feed them, they'd usually hunt monitor lizards and guinea fowl, and Masaru's eyes lit up, thinking they'd taste amazing. But May shot back, "Wait," because she'd go grab some herself, insisting their calls were so unmistakable she could track them down in no time. Suddenly, a massive beast crashed into the area and thundered a brutal growl, so loud it shredded through May's sensitive ears, snapping her into a scream as she crumpled to her knees in agony. Masaru and Adelina bolted toward her, completely thrown off, desperate to figure out what just happened. May's tears spilled, and Masaru suddenly got hit with the memory, like the first time he ever met her, right after they ran into that goblin. Fear twisted across her face, and it looked way worse than anything before. So he moved to check what was happening, but Adelina cut him off, saying that even though she knew he was, one wrong move and he'd be dead, especially with her begging him not to kick off that fight. Masaru slammed the brakes and promised her he wasn't about to throw a punch. But at least he needed to make sure what they were dealing with, since it was all happening in the same area. So Adelina demanded he promise to come back right away, and he agreed on the spot, then asked her for directions. She jabbed her finger and pointed the way, then Masaru bolted out, only to slam into a whole wall of giant monsters and beasts waiting ahead, leaving him utterly stunned and shaking with fear. Masaru crouched behind a tree, holding his breath, and the moment he spotted the beast was gone. He exhaled a shaky, long breath, finally realizing he was safe. He figured it was a bear, but nothing about it matched what he'd ever seen before. At a glance, it looked nearly 4 meters tall with 4 limbs, and it didn't resemble a single magical beast he'd ever laid eyes on. He couldn't stop wondering if those creatures were tearing each other up over territory, and then the horse beside him hit him like a shock. It had 6 legs and stood massive. He immediately tapped his appraisal skill to dig up whatever secrets it was hiding. From the results, he uncovered the name, Assault Savannah Horse, and devoured its description like it held a secret. Then his mind raced over magicules, the tiny particles that powered magic in their world. But the real danger wasn't magic at all. It was the massive bear-like monster that had killed and devoured that strange horse, and he couldn't stop asking one question. Why had it suddenly vanished? Then he looked up, and right when he did, the sky cracked and rain started pouring down. He figured the others would have to shut down their meeting for the day, so he raced back to Adelina and May to tell the chief everything. Later, during training, when they finally laid it all out for the chief, he snapped back that the creature had a name everyone feared, the demon bear. Masaru brought up the horse he'd spotted, and the chief nodded hard. Yeah, it was a mutated species born from magicules, and in the old coastal town they only showed up once every 5 years, and nobody could stop them. You didn't fight back. You just survived because those monsters were terrifying, like nature itself turning into a disaster. Masaru said it felt like a win that he'd actually listened to May's advice, and the chief nodded like, "We got lucky this time, big time." Once the demon bear got its fill, it usually backed off the moment it sensed rain crawling in. Adelina snapped, asking what would happen if that demon bear wandered near their village, and the chief shot back, telling her to breathe easy. Right now they were safe. The rain itself was the warning sign that the rainy season was about to begin. Around this time every year, rain slams down for 2 straight weeks, flooding the plains as water climbs from ankles to knees, until the forests and fields blur together into one enormous, endless lake. The chief said that even a demon bear couldn't move freely in conditions like that. If they used the time to prepare properly, nothing would go wrong. He stayed cool because he already knew, and with enough time they could toughen their defenses, lay traps, and be ready for anything. But Masaru couldn't shake the dread that the forest and fields would drown and turn into one giant lake. With that, he shoved himself to his feet and pointed out that it would even reshuffle where the animals could live, just like that. The chief nodded, but you could tell he was confused, staring at Masaru like, "Why ask that now?" Then Masaru turned to go, and the chief blurted out that aquatic creatures would spread everywhere, before demanding where Masaru was headed. Masaru threw everyone an apology on the spot, admitting he understood why the demon bear was terrifying. But he just couldn't handle it anymore. The chief, utterly baffled, even started wondering if Masaru was about to take that monster head-on all by himself. Masaru snapped that it wasn't about the bear at all. It was about food. All the village had was meat, and he was dying to sink his teeth into something different, anything other than this misery for his Japanese taste buds. He begged for just 1 day, then bolted before anyone could grab him. Adelina just shrugged and said she'd already gotten used to his impulsive streak, and May chimed in that when Masaru sets his mind, he moves insanely fast. Masaru sprinted through the area and spotted patches of the ground already melting into lakes, and pure excitement sparked in his chest. Because with no one else in sight, the water-drowned world felt like it was all his. Determined to push his luck, he went to check what he could do, and then, bam, he slipped and something seized his leg. He whirled around, and there a crab was clamped to his foot like it had claimed him. He yanked a rope out of his item box, tied it in a flash, and snared that giant crab without missing a beat. His excitement surged as he inspected it. Then he realized it was forest green gazami, and the whole area felt like a gold mine of valuable catches, so he decided to chase down anything that looked edible. Soon he'd rounded up a mountain of creatures and stacked them into one massive heap. Then he cackled and bid farewell to those days of an unbalanced diet, sure the whole village would be stunned at the sight. And suddenly, Victinius stormed in and snapped, "What are you doing out here alone?" While he muttered to himself like the answer wouldn't stop escaping. Masaru jumped at her sudden appearance, and she teased him, asking why he still got startled so easily. He just muttered that he didn't think he'd ever get used to it. Then he blurted out why she'd stepped outside in a downpour so violent, and Victinius just laughed it off, because with her divine barrier, not a single drop could touch her. Masaru stared in shock, wishing he had powers like that, then quickly changed the subject and pressed her on the real reason she came. Victinius shot back that there was no big secret. She was just dying to know what he was doing and what his plans were with all those crabs and other treasures he'd hauled in. Masaru couldn't shake the thought. Was it possible Victinius hadn't eaten a single thing since she became a goddess? A mischievous urge hit him to tease her, but he admitted. She really did have a sharp eye, because anyone who laid eyes on the food he cooked would have been dying to know what was going on. Victinia leaned in and asked if the food was really that amazing, and Masaru nodded with a grin. Then he snagged her hand and said, since it's just the two of them, they should finally indulge once. After a while, he finally slammed the last piece of his temporary base into place. Victinia stared in awe at how solid it was for something made so fast, and Masaru leaned in, saying she'd seemed interested earlier, so it was crab time. She blinked, shocked like, "We're really eating this as is." Masaru shook his head and told her they had to boil it first. No fancy recipe, just pure, mouth-watering flavor. Then he patted the spot beside him and said, "Sit tight and wait while I cook." Victini watches as the crab starts boiling in front of him. Suddenly she grabbed a cloth and briskly rubbed his hair, drying it in a flash. And Masaru froze, like the shock hit him full force. And when he tried to move, she snapped at him to stop making it harder. He teased that he could tell she was drying his hair, then asked if that was really how she always acted, and that's when Victinius realized just how rude it was. She snapped at him to shut up and keep his eyes on the fire, then admitted she was just being selfish. Her way of showing him she knew how hard he'd been working for the village and that coastal town. Masaru gave a quiet nod, and she kept on drying his hair like nothing could shake her. Once the crab was finally finished, he served it up, and Victinius actually admitted it looked even better than she'd hoped. Masaru nodded along, but inside, he couldn't ignore how the vibe turned ice cold the second Victinius made that sudden move. The moment she tried to bite in, Victinius snapped that the shell was rock hard, and Masaru just grinned. He told her there was a secret way, cracked the shell open, and shoved it back into her hands like, "Try it this way." And when Victinius finally tasted it, her eyes snapped wide with shock, and she blurted, "That's delicious." She kept chowing down, hitting that perfect spot of deep umami and soft sweetness, and Masaru went, "Uh-oh, better hurry up before she clears the whole table." Victinius snapped at him to shut up again, then admitted the truth. She wanted seconds. After she finished eating, she thanked him, stunned that she'd never had meat cooked like that before. Masaru grinned and told her there was still some left over. The moment Victinius heard it, she leaned in and asked if she could take some back to her sister. Masaru thought about his sister, the one who'd sent him a message before, and teased that she had way more sense than someone he knew. Victinius froze, snapping that his comment was uncalled for, and Masaru just chuckled, saying she could grab that compliment back if she wanted, though it wouldn't hit the same once it cooled, until Victinius grinned and said, "Store it in your item box, problem solved." Then added that Masaru was seriously amazing, because the way he could make so many things was unreal. Food, tools, heck, even swords, and she never once got bored watching him work. Masaru froze, baffled by what Victinius was talking about, since she'd granted him those skills in the first place. Victinius shot back that it wasn't what he thought at all. The skills were just tools, useless unless he already had the know-how and imagination to use them right. She said those were the absolute basics, and Masaru totally got it. Back in the countryside, he used to work at a home center, basically acting like a full-time handyman. He told her that the home centers out in the countryside were giant buildings sprawled across massive plots, packed with stores that stayed open from the crack of dawn to way past nightfall. And you could buy everything from flowers and plants to all kinds of farming supplies. During planting season, Masaru and his crew even teamed up with local farmers, threw the store doors open earlier than usual, and made it easy for them to shop. While Masaru put his know-how to work, mastering how to handle every kind of flower, tree, and vegetable seed, then planting the saplings to stock across every season. He also learned to whip together and tear down coops and sheds, lay bricks and pavements, and tackle everything from woodworking to electronics. Then even handled pet food, sanitary supplies, bedding, and diapers. Once he'd wrestled with every kind of product, he'd cracked how they all worked, and he knew that knowledge meant nothing if he couldn't pass it on. So every time customers bought something, he had to teach them how to use it. And right when he'd finally learned something new, the store would hit another staff crunch, while his lazy manager sat on his hands, then shoved him to study a different product like nothing was exploding around them. Masaru reeled from those memories, emotion choking him so hard he almost cried, and then Victinius leaned in and told him it all worked out in the end. She was sure the people in this new world were living well because of him. She even said she'd heard rumors about the statue he'd made of her, and Masaru just froze, awkward as hell, wondering how she found out. Still, he said, focus on the demon bear, or it'll claw its way into a nightmare welcome for the beast folk who just moved into this new city. Masaru finally let his shoulders drop, thinking, I came here to hunt, so why did he suddenly bolt the moment that bear crossed his mind? And Victinius was left completely stunned. Masaru refused to buy it, and the confusion on his face said everything. And she told her that he'd pushed all the way into this new world and racked up miracle after miracle. She just couldn't stand the idea of him acting weak. Masaru flashed a smirk and teased like, so what if I don't drink it and I just run? Then he leaned in and asked what she'd do if he actually bolted, and Victinius snapped back unshakably that she'd never forgive him if he went and did it. Masaru treated it like just playful teasing, blurted out that he didn't even know what she was saying, and even called her a useless goddess, totally wiping Victinius off her feet with shock. Then Masaru grinned and basically said, if even a goddess talks like that, then I can't just stay here being lame anymore. Masaru rode into the village to keep an eye on their wall upgrade. Now they were trying to make it thicker. Then someone blurted, do we just mix lime with seawater and dirt? But the truth was, they didn't have enough anti-beast stakes, so more were being hauled in right away. A worker leaned in and told Masra, we're basically finished with the wall by the entrance. Everything's going smooth as silk. Masaru checked things over and realized they'd even thrown up a lookout post, so those tiny monsters shouldn't be able to sneak in anymore. And the guy told him they were also planning platforms beside it, so the archers could rain shots from above. Masaru stared at the barrier, snapped at them to keep building, and couldn't help wondering how the other areas were holding up. They shot back that the traps outside town were getting laid without a hitch, and that they'd sweep through the nasty spots to scoop up even more stone. Masaru figured the rainy season had dumped enough resources on their laps, so their demon bear countermeasures were finally grinding forward the way they should. Sure, he still craved time to train and level up solo, but for now he was fully locked in on hardening the village defenses. As night rolled in, he dug into his food, glanced at his stats, and froze, because he'd somehow unlocked a brand new skill without even noticing. It wasn't a straight-up combat move, but he still craved more firepower. Just then Mei charged up to him and asked, do you need fire magic? He thanked her for grinding all day, then admitted what he needed was nothing like normal fire magic. So he paused and wondered, could any rabbit folk actually cast fire too? But Mei shut that down. Maybe some of the Fox clan could handle it. Then Masaru snapped to the idea of asking Lancelot to send the Fox people in first. Nusa said she couldn't imagine beast folk casting magic, at least not from what she'd heard. They were absolute monsters in a fight, but magic. They barely had a drop. Masaru swore he'd never seen a single rabbit folk cast magic. Heck, not a lick of magic since he landed in this world. So he yanked Adelina over and demanded how many magic users were even living in the city they just visited. Adelina shot back that only about 2 people could even make water. Masaru's heart sank as he replayed that useless goddess, Victinius. She'd promised him a world of blazing swords and crazy magic, and all he got was disappointment. When Mei clocked his face, she leaned in and asked what was wrong. Masaru tried to brush it off, but the truth was he was already wondering what he'd do the next time he ran into Victinius. Then, *pop. A notification sound snapped the moment to a halt. He checked and boom, Erisafira sent him a message. She promised to fill him in on what magic use looked like in that world. May couldn't help but gasp, because she'd never seen a glowing screen like the one flickering to life in front of Masaru, and Adelina leaned in just as hard. Masaru's face went pale. This was the same kind of divine message he'd gotten from the goddess before. He hurriedly told them the truth. That screen only shows up the moment he receives a message from the heavens. The message laid out where science and magic stand right now, and how the whole world was slowly stacking the rules and basics that would shape everything to come. Sure, magical beasts could do magic like it was their birthright, but the intelligent races, humans, elves, dwarves, beast folk, and demons too, only watched from the sidelines and never bothered to dig any deeper. The message went on, basically begging Masaru to lead the world onto the real path of magic, and saying the divine realm was counting on him to push that world's civilization forward. Masaru couldn't help wondering if the goddess was truly telling him to invent magic itself, and Adelina leaned in and asked, "So, can you use any magic?" Masaru muttered that he could supposedly cast healing magic, and the moment he said it, Adelina and May just stared, stunned. And he added that the message didn't feel like a tech lesson at all. It felt like a key to the kind of knowledge that would spark future magic, and maybe the goddess wanted him to push the people of that world to study and truly understand it. May asked Masaru if he even knew the principles of magic, and he shook his head, then snapped that if he was supposed to teach magic, he'd at least set up facilities to spread its use. So basically, he needs to build a school. Masaru asked if that was from his world, and when May nodded, Masaru leaned in and explained. His school was where people hunted knowledge. Around 6 years old, almost everyone stayed for 9 years, grinding through different subjects, and if they wanted higher studies, they didn't stop there. They went even longer. Adelina got it instantly and told everyone how technology spreads in Masaru's world. Then Masaru leaned in and said, "Yeah, the world we're in right now has its own tech too." Adelina pressed, "So how different is it from your world?" Masaru hesitated, admitted it was tough to put into words, and promised, "I've got the perfect thing to show you." He yanked out his smartphone. That's when May's brain lit up. Was this thing an item box too? Masaru told her no, it was the crown jewel of his world's tech. Then he tried to power it up and nothing happened. No spark, no life, because he'd forgot to charge it. May still couldn't shake the fear of what happens inside his item box, wondering if time itself freezes in there since food and living things don't rot. Curious. They'll ask what the device can do. Masaru grins and says it's unreal, because it lets you talk to someone who's way across the world. It could snap photos and record videos, blast thousands of songs, surf the internet, and even run games. So when he explained it, both Adelina and May stared back completely dumbfounded. Masaru basically said, "Yeah, you're not gonna get it all from my explanation," and then decided to prove it by showing them instead. Buzzing with excitement, they watched him snap their picture. He blasted some music, crunched lightning-fast calculations, and even showed off a few games like it was nothing. After a while, Masaru snapped with frustration at himself, realizing he'd gotten way too relaxed, and then caught himself fooling around. Later, alone inside his tent, Masaru got lost in thought again. Magic. May had said education wasn't the real problem, but he finally understood the brutal truth. Without any prior knowledge, he couldn't teach them a single thing. He wrestled with it in his head, asking himself what on earth he was supposed to do, especially when the only magic left in his hands was healing. Victinius burst in behind Masaru, grinning as he snapped that it was easy, because only he could wield magic. Then she froze mid-breath, suddenly clocked what was going on, and her face lit up with shock as she snapped at Masaru for tricking her, only for him to shrug and say he'd asked because he already knew she was probably watching him anyway. And the real punchline was this. He already knew he could use magic, but the only spell he'd ever been able to pull off was healing. Magic wait, Victinius snapped back. He'd actually used it once before in the very final stretch of his duel with Lancelot, and he'd probably done it without even realizing. Back then, he'd blasted his sword with magic and strengthened its power. Masaru blinked in shock and asked if he hadn't pulled the same move back in the mountains when he battled the bandits. But Victinius only shook her head and told him that what he'd used back then were just his skills. She went on to explain that the gods' powers didn't land in your body. They locked onto your mind, shaping themselves from your mental image. And for Masaru, that picture was weirdly shaped by his old job at a home improvement center from his past life. Masaru shot his hand up and asked if healing magic in this world worked differently, and Victinius snapped back. "Yeah, it's different. To use it right, Masaru would need real medical knowledge, and even once it kicked in, the healing still wouldn't be instant. It took time." Time? Masaru finally admitted it. Those skill slots he'd been getting always felt weirdly perfect, like they were crafted just for him. Until he understood what she meant and demanded to know what he had to do to start using magic again, just like he did back during the duel. Victini told Masaru that he already knew what it felt like when magical energy surged through him during a move. Then Masaru admitted he'd even once drained every last bit of his magic. Victinius kept going, telling her to treat magic like both the fuel and the spark. He had to picture it coursing inside him, trace where it started, watch how it moved, learn how to pump it stronger, and finally master how to let it fly out. She said that's the whole foundation of using magic. Masaru shot a thumbs up and promised he'd try it, saying Victinius could jump in too if she wanted, until Victinius snapped, annoyed that she'd already done enough. Masaru then pressed, "Is that really okay?" and asked, "Doesn't this count as interference?" But she waved it off, said it was totally fine, and made it clear she wasn't even the slightest bit afraid of Hera's scolding. Masaru couldn't help it. He started to wonder if Victinius actually cared about him, or if this was just a slick act meant to fool him. Fuming at his face, Victinius swung a punch, snapped that he shouldn't act so smug, and shot back that she had her own reasons. At the very least, she had to say this. She just had to step in, because her younger sister was the goddess of magic. And as the older sister, the weight of responsibility crushed her shoulders, so Masaru quickly snapped, "Wait!" He wasn't mad at her help at all, he was just gassing her up for stepping up like a true big sister. Shocked by that, Victinius stormed out, and the surprising gentleness he'd witnessed lit a fresh fire under Masaru. So he threw himself back into his daily magic research with renewed focus. At last, the village's demon bear countermeasures were finished, and the whole town slipped back into its calm, peaceful routine. One day, Masaru snapped from the endless waiting, because that demon bear still never showed up. Adelina pointed out it was honestly a relief the bear hadn't shown up, and Masaru snapped back that they couldn't ignore it forever. They'd still have to take it down, or it'd come back the very next year. Adelina nodded, and May said the village was safe for now. So the chief stepped in and promised that even Masaru's arrows, all those handmade ones, could be used for hunting again. And Adelina's jaw dropped when she realized Masaru had been making arrows too. Masaru told him he'd forged the arrows with backward-facing barbs. Once they pierced you, they wouldn't budge. Once the poison was smeared on the arrow tips, they turned deadly, seriously stronger than before. So Masaru flashed a proud grin and swore that once those arrows struck, they couldn't be yanked out as the poison raced through the body. Adelina snapped that the weapons Masaru crafted were downright merciless, and Masaru nearly froze in shock, saying it was exactly what they needed to fight for their lives. Then the chief jumped in fast, bragging that the hunting team had been praising both his bows and the arrows he made. Masaru headed over to check their practice, peppering everyone with questions about the bow he'd carved from Trantwood. And the fiery, warm-colored one, too, insisting its power was on a whole other level, like it must have felt amazing to shoot. Everyone stared at him with awkward faces. Then one person finally snapped, "That bowstring's way too stiff." If even their strongest hunter could barely pull it back, and it felt like a waste that none of them could use it right. Masaru froze in surprise, sure the problem had to be their stats. But the same person who'd been struggling wouldn't let it go, begging Masaru to show them how to shoot it one last time. So Masaru stepped up, grabbed the bow and arrow, and hammered home that the technique was exactly the way he taught them before. When he loosed the arrow, it blasted through the air with terrifying, crushing force. The Mannix swore it didn't just smash the target, it punched straight through and clipped a tree behind it. Masaru suddenly realized he'd probably boosted the arrow without even meaning to. With his fresh magic training, he thought it would finally quit once it slammed into something solid. But nope. This thing shot on for so long they watched a far-off tree crumble. Then a bunch of villagers swore they'd seen something impossible unfolding deep in the forest. Moments later, alarm bells blared across the whole village. Something was going wrong near the northern cliff, and demon bears were charging in fast. Panic exploded on everyone's faces as they screamed that the demon bear was clawing in from the northern cliff, and Masaru snapped to attention, jolted by the chaos. He kept yelling it was just a coincidence, and he had nothing to do with it, until that terrifying roar rolled in from the distance, way too familiar to ignore. The chief snapped that this was the moment they'd been training for all along. If that bear was hanging around the northern cliff, it would have marched to the village sooner or later, so they had to meet it head-on right now, while they were still ready. Then he fired off the question, could Masaru handle it? Masaru just nodded, then told the chief. He told Adelina and made a contact everyone and kick off the evacuation, then called for every fighter he could find at the defensive wall. He ordered the hunting team to follow him, swore he'd take point like they planned, and barked for them to sprint toward the spot where the bear had been seen. Right then, Adelina and May showed up. Masaru softly patted their heads, then told them plainly he was stepping out, leaving the village's safety in their hands, his eyes blazing as he swore they'd march out to guard the peace and protect their home. And it meant their very first demon bear hunt was about to begin. With that, Masaru and the hunting crew burst toward the northern cliff, and Adelina and May stood side by side. Adelina leaned in and promised her it would all be okay, that Masaru would come back safe. She clocked that May was miles away in her thoughts, so she called out. May snapped back that it was nothing, then added that she believed in Masaru, praying he'd give it everything. Masaru stared at the giant four-armed bear glaring like it wanted to tear someone apart, and yep, his guess was dead on. It hit him too late. An arrow had already slammed into the creature's eye. Then he snapped his gaze to the archers he'd brought, watching them slide into position along the cliffs. He finally got it. The plan was razor simple. Lure the demon bear straight into the trap zone they'd already set up just for it. Up on the rooftops, the hunting squad rained cover fire with the bows Masaru had made, while Masaru himself stepped in as the bait, luring the bear straight into the trap. Trap, he knew one slip meant death, and the village would burn too, so this was a fight they couldn't possibly lose. When he was set, he let the bear thunder straight at him. He stared down at the wounds, shallow, almost nothing, and knew the real fight was about to explode. A life-or-death chase tore through the woods. He snapped at the bear to follow, then it surged in and came way too close, way too fast, blindsiding him and yanking him into a fight back right in the middle of this chaos. He froze in confusion, staring at the chaos like, wait, what's going on? Then he wondered if that earlier volley of arrows somehow hit the bear, but nope, it didn't look like it had been affected at all. He had a sickening hunch it was the poison from that ground toad he snagged back in the rainy season, and he dusted several hunting squad arrows with it. The poison had weird, unpredictable properties. Its bite hit every target differently, and he'd braced for something small, but it wrecked him far harder than he ever expected. The squad kept loosing arrow after arrow, until the bear finally crumpled to the ground with a terrifying scream. They screamed with pure joy because they finally managed to kill it. Masaru checked his experience points, and when the total flashed, he finally knew it. He'd actually beaten the demon bear. The hunting squad promised they'd swing by soon to tell him the good news and celebrate, and Masaru nodded, insisting they clear the traps first and head back right away. Because for the first time, he felt deep gratitude to God, sure they could finally live there in peace of mind. Masaru stared the bear down and felt something wildly off, so he snapped at the rabbit folk to stay back, no closer. It hit them all at once. This wasn't the same bear they'd seen earlier. Then another one popped up behind him and blasted a punch that launched him flying through the air. Ripping through a tree that was charging straight at him, he went totally blank. Demon bears, 2 of them. While his side screamed in pain, leaving him lost and terrified. Then he spotted a huge gash on the bear's head, and as it kept charging and tearing at him, Masaru kept scrambling to dodge. The others loosed arrows, but the bear caught every shot like it didn't even feel a thing, and the whole group froze in stunned silence. It thundered toward them, and they scrambled together, readying themselves for the next blast. As the creature closed in, Masaru snapped his bow up and let an arrow fly straight at them. An arrow shot straight in and pinned its arm. He couldn't stop wondering, was that bear trying to break free the whole time, even while it was still going at him? One of the hunters snapped at Masra, screaming that he was being reckless. What did he think he could pull off with injuries that bad? He demanded Masra run right now before someone ended him. Masaru tried to force himself up as the bear roared, and he knew the beast still had his attention. But so did he, with his body still moving, which meant there was still a shot. The bear came charging again, and Masaru clung to the idea of the traps he had left, convinced he still held an edge. Masaru sprinted straight toward that spot, praying he'd make it in time. Then the monster slammed in front of him again and again, and it hit Masaru one more time. He slumped against a tree, forcing himself still. Then the trap finally clicked in his head. The trap zone still sat about 100 meters ahead. He'd been chugging healing the whole time, but it trickled back so slowly that he couldn't help thinking. If he could snag even one single minute to focus, he might actually survive. He felt like it was over for good, like the universe had slammed the door, even after he finally found the friends he'd been chasing, the people he truly cared about, and the ones he couldn't stop worrying over. With wounds tearing at him, he muttered that he might disappoint everyone. Then a voice cut in. "Are you really ready to give up so easily?" And it hit him that quitting would be way too boring. He watched Adelina slam into the scene, driving that giant sword straight through the bear's attack. and when she spoke, she teased Masaru, saying that for a guy who can take down something like that, he sure looked surprisingly weak, or maybe he was just being stubborn, trying to widen his horizons with some meddlesome stunt. If that was her point then, she told him she didn't mind stepping in and stirring up the fight. Masaru couldn't wrap his head around it. Why was Adelina even there at all? She told him to thank her first, because she'd pushed heaven and earth to save him, and she insisted she wasn't trying to steal credit. He should thank her instead, since it was her help that let Adelina make it in time. That moment shoved him right back to the day he ran off to hunt the demon bear, because May had leaned toward Adelina and said she trusted Masaru too. After a while, Adelina finally caught up to May's height, then asked her straight up to stop holding back and tell her everything on her mind. May admitted they'd always been handled like kids, always told what to do, but she was convinced her bond with Masaru wasn't the kind where he could boss them around, even if it was only in her wild imagination. Adelina shrugged it off and said Masaru always insisted that misunderstandings weren't automatically bad at all. A worried May finally admitted it. She'd heard 2 roars earlier, and one of them was snarling right over the giant bear's brutal, loud roar. She tried to convince herself she'd imagined it, but the moment she saw it was real, a wave of fear hit her hard. That's why she practically begged Adelina to run and help Masaru. Because once Masaru heard the whole story, he said thanking Adelina wasn't even close. He owed May everything. Adelina snapped back that they needed to stay alive first, and she couldn't believe it. She'd hit the bear's vital spot, and it was still. Masaru froze in shock and told Adelina, straight up, that she'd die if she stayed to help him, and Adelina snapped back that he wasn't joking, asking how he could possibly think a young maiden like her would wander into a place this dangerous without backup. Right then, a whole wave of bunny folk burst in from every direction. They hurled themselves at the bear with spears. Masaru stared in shock, while Adelina revealed the truth. Everyone had finally listened to May and chose to help, proving they were top-tier companions. Masaru's eyes welled up as they pushed forward, refusing to retreat. Bill yanked the bear toward the cliff, and right below waited a trap built to wipe out the demon bear. There were only a few meters left. They kept sprinting ahead, then right out of nowhere an asterisk A. An attack was coming for Adelina, right on the verge of hitting. Masaru burst in at the last second, threw himself in the way to stop it, and fired everyone up with praise for every hard-earned effort, and told them, leave the rest to me. He figured that after all the time everyone spent on him, he'd finally clawed his way back to strength. Then he steadied his breathing, remembering he wasn't alone anymore, and the gratitude hit him hard. Now he finally unleashed his ultimate attack, just as the bear charged straight at him. Masaru froze mid-step, then exploded forward, weapon blazing, leaping straight at its open mouth and crashing a hit into its face. Right as he did, he teetered on the edge of disaster and nearly tumbled into the trap below. Then, at the very last second, he hurled his weapon straight at the massive bow and arrow mechanism. It slammed the mechanism into action. Cracks tore through the earth, and in the same breath both he and the bear got yanked straight into the trap. He figured the bear wasn't just a threat. It had its own life to chase like everyone else, so they pushed forward, and he quietly apologized to the bear. The creature finally hurled itself all the way into the trap. Adelina was drowning in worry. She called out to Masaru and practically begged him to answer. Then she spotted him sprawled out in the distance and snapped, "Why are you acting like I'm the one who died?" Relief crashed over her and she smiled. Then bam! She drove a brutal punch into him, hard enough to make Masaru's world spin because one hit like that could have killed him. He couldn't believe it. Why would she do that? She just turned away and snapped that it was his fault for putting her through all that unnecessary worry. The others heaved the same sigh of relief, too, admitting they'd feared he'd been gone for good along with the bear. Adelina couldn't wrap her mind around it. Masaru had survived mid-fall by summoning a log, and that one slab of wood not only blocked the bear's attack, and somehow it had saved him too. Masaru even said those logs kept them alive, proving they were rock solid. Then he leaned in and asked, "So what about the bear?" And the others nodded, no breath left in it. They finally crushed the demon bear, and this was the second one. Everyone erupted in pure joy. Suddenly, Masaru crumpled to the ground. After they rushed over and checked him, they realized it wasn't an attack at all, just pure exhaustion finally knocking him out. Adelina fumed and snapped that it was exactly like him. Even when she admitted he'd put in the work, his effort was impossible to ignore. Then she shouted for everyone to head back to the village, and when they finally stumbled in with Musaru in their arms, he started to stir awake. Hera showered Victinius with praise, saying Masaru absolutely nailed it. Victinia said it was just the way things were meant to unfold. then leaned in and asked if Hera finally admitted that Masaru was the goddess's chosen one. Hera then blurted out that she still couldn't believe Victinias had lost her cool earlier, right when Masaru was about to get slaughtered by that demon bear, and she muttered that it was insane for a goddess to throw away all restraint just to save a mortal. Even before the battle kicked off, Victinius dropped in to see Masaru and hit him with words of encouragement, and Hera couldn't help but wonder who the lucky guy was to get that special treatment. Treatment as Hera locked eyes with her, staring like she could cut straight through the lie. Victinius spun away and waved it off, claiming she didn't really lend him a hand or anything, while Hera shot back that Masaru was basically her total opposite, and that there was nothing wrong with her keeping an eye on him. She told him it wasn't a breach of the gods' codes, but now her intentions had shifted from where they started. When Victinius demanded what that meant, she hesitated and Hera told her to slow down and keep everything in moderation, and then Victinius blurted, "So what happens next?" With the bear already crushed and the peace head back in place, the city's development plan finally started moving, and she couldn't stop smiling as she said she was counting down to finishing Victinia's statue. Hera said, "Let's raise our glasses and celebrate, because we just won." And Victinius jumped in, calling it a perfect idea, plotting how her brand new world will evolve next. Then the two of them leaned in and clinked their teacups together. Meanwhile, Masaru was in full party mode, celebrating with the rabbit folk. A few days later, he burst into the room and told everyone that now that they'd finally smashed the demon bear, they had to sprint, get the development plan rolling immediately. Everyone's face went white with shock, and you could feel the panic. Did they just not come prepared enough? Someone said, "I get the plan's basics," but then they snapped at the real problem, land, because Sot couldn't understand why they didn't already have more than enough. Right after that, another guy stepped up and said, "Sure, the plan stunned me, but I've got to know what Masaru's partitions and drawn lines actually mean." Masaru leaned in and told them he was kicking off construction right here, starting by explaining every detail on this very spot. First, he marked out the area where the homes would go. That pale white line was the hard boundary, and each split was the blueprint for where the houses had to stand. So when someone demanded to know why they couldn't just build wherever they wanted and asked Masaru for the real reason, Masaru leaned in and said there were plenty of reasons. He told me that in his world they called it land readjustment, and it was the secret system to steer crowds smoothly, shut the noise down away from homes, and sort houses, workshops, and stores by exactly what they were meant to do. It even worked for disasters, fires, crimes, the whole mess. The chief swore that if they split the zones the right way, public safety would stay locked down and trouble wouldn't even get a chance to spark. Masaru kept going. Because they'd finally guaranteed the slimes would stay safe, he declared it was time to carve underground passageways and sewers, then slammed the city's housing construction, saying it wouldn't be allowed without proper sewage. Delina said Masaru had already told them all about it in his lecture in that coastal city, and if her memory didn't fail her, it had to do with canals that carried rainwater straight through, along with the waste. Masaru praised her and claimed this system was the key to keeping the city clean. Then, when someone blurted, "So we're just going to pee and flush inside our own homes like always," Masaru snapped back with a furious, "No way, absolutely not." If they messed up waste disposal, he warned, the whole city's hygiene would crumble, and once disease swept through, it could cost countless lives. "Because this is the place where we're building our futures," he said. "We've got to wipe out every hidden threat right now." The people heard his explanation and recoiled in fear. Masaru stepped up and told them, straight up, that he shared their worries, and said he'd already pinned down the first housing site, and that every house would go up inside that exact plan. Then out of nowhere, the crowd barked, "Stop!" They swore the site was barely bigger than a huge tent, and others chimed in that most families had 6 people, demanding to know why he hadn't planned something way bigger. Masaru grinned and told everyone to relax, explaining that the homes going up in the city would be 2-story stone buildings, way sturdier and way more comfortable. Then everyone leaned in and demanded, "Wait, what exactly is a 2-story stone house supposed to be?" They were buzzing so hard, saying Masaru should have told them from the very start because they could barely believe their own eyes. It felt like a wild dream, and they kept asking if they really were going to live in houses that fancy. Masaru snapped his head to Adelina and asked if any 2-story stone houses existed in the coastal or port towns, and Adelina told him straight. Those buildings were mostly inns or shops, because no private person owned a 2-story stone house. She told him that in the capital, every house screamed your rank. Communal homes were stitched together from wood, straw, and cloth, while merchants and the rich moved into bigger brick houses, and nobles got two-story mansions, and that's when Masaru finally understood why the rabbit folk were bouncing with excitement. Fueled with adrenaline, they insisted on starting the build right away. Masaru lined them up and showed them exactly how to move on the construction site. While he and a few others had already planted some pillars ahead of time, he swept through everyone and demanded they watch closely as he began to explain. Look carefully at. While they watched, one guy shouted that this right here was what they'd build next, and that the partitions they'd made were the bones of the houses. Masaru told them, I'll break down the techniques later, but then he slammed the deadline. Today you're finishing the pillars, every single one. They stared in shock, because Masaru's construction trick was nothing they'd ever seen, and they couldn't stop asking if it was even safe. Masaru nodded and admitted it was just a wooden frame, but every beam had been cut with laser precision to click together like pieces of a puzzle. He told them to lock in the procedure and just follow what the helpers said, and they nodded like, yeah, that's easy. Then the chief pressed, so we're putting stones between the pillars. Masaru confirmed it, said the whole framework depended on it, and warned them not to forget the one crucial detail. May practically buzzed with excitement, blurting, wait, is this about the material I helped make earlier? Masaru grinned and promised, I'll show you. Then he broke it down. He'd mashed hemp with cooked slaked lime and beach sand, and boom, that mix was plaster. If they smeared it across the stone walls, he said the walls would get tougher than ever, and then he pushed it further. Those same materials could be turned into concrete that worked like a charm for building roads. He even reminded them the licked slime was the real secret weapon, and Adelina lit up as she praised Masaru, amazed at how much he knew and wondering if it was all tied to his earlier work. Masaru told them, I handled materials like these in my old job. Since that job was in the countryside, half the crew was relatives or close friends, and he even delivered supplies straight to the craftsmen, day after day, so he slowly racked up a ton of real know-how. He admitted it wasn't his main gig, but once he leaned on what he knew, he could cover for his lack of experience actually crafting the materials himself. He just had to use the right techniques, he said. He could still build everything they needed, even though some stuff he'd pulled back then technically broke the law. May started freaking out, and someone straight up asked if that meant Masaru was a bad guy. Masaru shot it down fast and laid a hand on May's shoulder. Sure, maybe he sometimes went too far, but if it helped the people around him, then it was worth it. He rose to his feet and told them, I already sent the measurements and all the details. Start working now. Then he spun into action to get the rest of the materials ready. Just as he spun around, May blurted out his name to stop him, insisting they should rise up and build a truly breathtaking city. Masaru flashed her a thumbs up like he was saying, You've got this. And just like that, everyone broke into action. First, they hammered together the framework, then they laid the stones into place. They kept grinding, and a month later the finished house structure finally stood there. Masaru exhaled in pure relief because it all went exactly as planned. Then May slid up to him and said, Something's already installed, and Masaru snapped back, grinning, You're here at the perfect time. I finished my prototype too. Now May wanted to know how they were supposed to use it. He stared at her and said he didn't need to explain himself. Then she immediately stepped back, and it totally threw him off. Why are you reacting like this? He demanded. She snapped, calling him disgusting, and Masaru felt it sting like she'd just carved those words into him. Then he shot to his feet and told them, If nothing's in the way, start cranking out the item the moment the installation's done. He grabbed the toilet container, checked the job up close, and noticed how the mayor followed behind him, while he muttered that the city had grown huge. Then Masaru said the progress only happened because everyone kept grinding together. It was tough, but he still admitted they weren't done yet. There was a long road ahead. With most of the housing area already built, he told them to get moving on the fields for food, and when it came to industry, to seize the opportunity they had. Then May suddenly snapped out, shouting that she finally understood what she'd been trying to get through to him. Masaru gently patted her head and promised right there that he'd team up with everyone, because he wasn't going to bulldoze through it alone, not reckless style. Right then, someone stormed up to Masaru and demanded, Come quick. After all that just happened, Masaru's gut twisted. Something was wrong. He asked what it was, and the man snapped, Trouble at the gate. Masaru pressed, Did the materials get messed up in transit? But the rabbit folk man shut him down, flat out denying it. And then humans were found passed out near the gate. Masaru went wide-eyed and bolted over without a second thought, dragged them inside, and started treating their injuries right away. A few rabbit folk huddled together, whispering that the rumors about the vanished humans were real. Then they started asking if those people were anything like Masaru, only to realize fast they were. These strangers clanked around in armor like they didn't belong here, and it honestly felt like the port town had kicked them out. They were revealed as the Knights of the Grotto's kingdom. Later, the Knights cornered Masaru, Adelina, and the chief in a tense meeting. Then one of them stepped forward and declared himself Frayed, from the king's guard of the Grotto's chivalric order, claiming the young man behind him was Distar, while the unconscious one sprawled on the bed was Gold. Freud practically burst with gratitude for their help, and Masaru couldn't stop wondering if their rank was even higher than Lancelot's in the group. Freud leaned in and admitted, no joke, he was genuinely blown away that they actually managed to pull off healing magic the moment he asked Masaru's name. Masaru just blurted it out, and the room froze into a painfully awkward silence. Masaru started to say he was an adventurer, but right when he was about to go on, Adelina snapped, "Stop!" and reminded him that the goddess herself had handed him an extraordinary title, leaving Masaru frozen, convinced she was either clueless or about to drop him into another mess like last time. She tried to flip the whole situation by stepping in, introducing herself, and rushing out an apology, because she was Lancelot's niece. Fried was stunned to learn that the tales of Lancelot's courage and bravery had finally reached even the capital. He added that Adelina serving as the coastal city's temporary ambassador was the smoking gun for their alliance, and Frayed even pointed out she clearly built a solid bond with the chief. So the chief nodded and admitted that, just like back in the port town, they'd initially feared the humans were plotting an attack on the new city, until friendly ties finally took hold. And Frayed swallowed their embarrassment at the bad suspicion, while the chief said helping people in trouble was just what beastmen do. But he told him Masaru drilled into his head that you can't shove every human into the same box. Then he fired a question. Why were these people pushing so deep into the mountains? Freud snapped back that the king himself ordered them straight up to crush and subdue a mutated beast. In a low whisper, Adelina leaned in and asked Masaru if Frayed meant the demon bear. Then Frayed snapped back that the thing they were ordered to subjugate was that at all, but a mutated horse called the One-Horned Demon, with dark skin and 6 terrifying legs. Masaru snapped back to that horse he'd spotted earlier and shot his hand up, and warning that what he was about to show might be hard to swallow, only to reveal the creature was already wiped out, devoured by another mutated beast like it. Fried froze in shock and blurted out, "You mean that demon bear?" Masaru nodded, explaining how it had slammed them during their investigation, how the rest of their squad got driven back, and how they spent a whole terrifying week lost in the forest. Masaru then dropped the bombshell that the demon bear was already wiped out, swore the area was safe now, then shouted Fried snapped to his feet and blurted, "What are you even talking about?" Masaru pressed Fried, swearing that the demon bear was a monster that could wipe out the king's guard platoon in an instant. Then he leaned in and asked if Fried wanted to see the bear's corpse, promising he'd show the horse's remains too. Frayed pushed Masaru, "Do you really have it, and do you actually plan to show us the horse's corpse?" Masaru nodded and confirmed both. Fried and the rest threw in an apology for cutting in earlier, but Masaru couldn't make sense of Fried's wild reaction, especially since he'd already been ordered by the king to exterminate the beast. Fried's weird move lit a fire in Masaru's head. He figured that mutated horse corpse had to be worth a fortune, and those knights were definitely hiding something. Suddenly, Fried demanded that Masaru hand over the horse's corpse to them. Masaru calmly refused them, and watched the knight's reaction ripple like a warning. When Adelina saw Masaru's smile, she knew right then that he was cooking up something big. Masaru told them the demon bear had swallowed the horse, then just left the neck behind, while the rest of the body stayed remarkably intact, and he swore the remains were packed with high-quality materials. Those leg bones were insanely strong, the smooth skin was perfect for making fine clothes, the size fit just right, and yeah, there was also the horn. The second Masaru brought up the horn, Fried's face snapped into a whole new look. Masaru instantly knew this was the one thing they cared about most, and he admitted he didn't want to let it go. Fried pushed him to stop as Distar tried to object, saying Masaru was right. If the chivalric order coughed up extra, he'd actually be willing to sell it. Fried added that every single material Masaru listed would fetch a fortune in the market, and he never had any intention of grabbing them for free, because, luckily, there was already a bounty waiting for the subjugation. So they could strike a deal. If their offer didn't match Masaru's price, they'd slap the bounty reward on top too. Masaru stared at everything and realized the heart of the problem was the horn. The king himself was after it, and he clocked that the knights only cared about finishing their mission, no matter who got hurt. So to them, fame and power were everything, because money couldn't touch that kind of status, and they clearly didn't care about getting rich. Then he started freaking out. How was he even supposed to run these negotiations? Because if he played it right, he could wipe them out and take every last coin they had. The reward size freaked him out, so he figured it was smarter to bargain for something smaller and leave the kingdom's knights owing him a favor instead. After weighing everything carefully, he pushed himself to his feet and swore he'd go with them to grottos. Everyone looked completely lost after they heard that. So Musaru pushed the conversation forward and asked if they'd testify for him, promising he'd handle the whole negotiation solo. Then he leaned in and said, "If the offer's worth it, I'll gladly take it, and if it isn't, I'll just come back with the materials." Frade promised that the kingdom's resources would absolutely cover Masaru's needs, and his mood lifted fast. Then Destar raised the idea of getting a direct meeting with the king. Frade shrugged it off. It wasn't like they'd never handled important merchants head-on before. They were cool with those terms, even if they couldn't promise the talks would go clean. But Masaru warned them, "Don't underestimate me." He'd already been a broker at the home center once before, and you could tell. Negotiation was just in his blood. So it was decided he'd head to the city with them. While he talked with May, he told her that once Fried and the others had finally rested up, he'd have to slip out again for a while. May wasn't having any of it. She was furious. Masaru spilled that the whole trip was just business talk. No punches, no chaos, and swore he wouldn't go reckless, but Adelina didn't buy it. She demanded he apologize to May, then leaned in and asked what he was actually working on. Masaru said he was making boats, but really he was stacking pieces of the house's outer wall, and he had to cram in every last bit of work before he left. Then he fired back, asking if the beds had finally been delivered. Adelina nodded and said they'd already been dropped off to the houses being built right now, and that the spot by the mountainside mattered most because there was no need to haul beds there just yet. Masaru told her this wasn't just some random spot. It was built as a public bathhouse, and it even had the potential to turn into a full-on hot spring. He pointed out that because the house, the bathroom, and the furniture were already done, the next move was something absolutely essential for a Japanese person, and that's when everything mattered. It couldn't be skipped anymore. Adelina said it was just another word from Masaru's world, and May was like, "How are we even supposed to understand him?" Then said finally broke it down. It was a huge bath. And once it was done, they finally got to ditch the daily ice-cold water blasts, and May practically buzzed with excitement. Masaru joked that she looked furious and thrilled at the exact same time, and he couldn't help finding it hilarious. Adelina nodded and said that, just like that two-story house, a bath on that level was basically reserved for the upper class. While she fretted that keeping it running would be brutal, since hauling enough firewood from the mountains every single day would take everything. Masaru leaned in and said the place was a hot spring. They looked lost, so he pressed them. Did they not know what it was? He broke it down. A hot spring is just naturally heated water, warmed from volcanic heat deep underground, and once that spring finally erupts up after they crack open the ground, they can pipe the heat straight into the bathhouse. May couldn't stop wondering, could Masaru really rip something like that out of the ground? Adelina swore it had to be well water coming out, while Masaru figured it was pure luck that he'd stumbled on it. After the rabbit hunters warned him about a river of lava nearby, he tracked down a hidden underground water source and used his map skill to pop up a 3D layout of the whole area. He still couldn't figure out how to start digging, so he had to scramble for a plan using the skills he already had. Then Adelina snapped that the real issue was simple. She'd assumed that space was meant for the thing Masaru was building, and when he shot back, confused, she reminded him of the statue of the goddess and the shrine he'd been talking about. He asked if I'd forgotten, and then, when I saw the look on my face, he pressed harder like something was seriously off. Masaru said the statue was fine, but he still wondered if they really needed a shrine. Adelina huffed and pushed the idea off, insisting they should wait until it was convenient for the goddess to descend, like during the rainy season. May nodded hard and added that they'd better build a proper residence for the goddess too. Masaru just shrugged and said it was no big deal. Sure, the goddess would probably take forever to get there. Adelina told them to save that task for last and build the shrine only after they'd sharpened their skills, and she insisted she had zero complaints as long as they were going through with it, while Masaru waved it off and promised he'd ask the goddess about the whole thing himself. Out of nowhere, Victinius showed up and told her she didn't mind if they built it right now. Masaru finally clocked what she'd said. She'd ditched her work just to come see him, and his face lit up as he told her she always looked like she was having a blast. Right then, Adelina snapped and slapped him, demanding to know why he'd stripped the honorifics while talking to the goddess herself, and May and Adelina were both furious with him. Victinius snapped back that it was totally fine. Masaru was the chosen one and her envoy, so his rude attitude got wiped clean. Buzzing with excitement, Adelina told everyone that Victinius was unbelievably kind, and her compassion matched the legends to a T. Masaru shot back and demanded to know why Victinius was here, and she said, "I've got a promise to keep with someone. I want you to meet them, and I need to talk." Then, without using the status screen message, Isla Saphira burst into the room and greeted Masaru with a bold, confident smile. Masaru couldn't stop wondering, was Saphira really Victinia's sister? Saphira confirmed it and thanked him for all his effort, saying they couldn't wait to see how the world would unfold in the days ahead. Masaru nodded, thinking her voice and behavior were exactly as he'd pictured, smart, spotless, and perfect for a goddess. Then he stared at Victinia's again, wondering in his gut if Saphira was truly her sister, because now she was asking whether Masaru was denying anything. He greeted Sephira properly and told her he had something he needed to talk over with her. And when she asked if anything was bothering him, Masaru admitted that the magic from her earlier message sparked a wild idea in his head. Victinia straight up, told him to drop the hard topics for later and kick things off with something way easier first. Suddenly, Saphira popped a round table and chairs into place for everyone, and Masaru had to wonder, did she just pull them out with dimensional storage? Since the cups and seats she summoned lined up perfectly with everyone in the room, Saphira snapped it into place. People had the wrong idea about the skill, claiming it was just to stash and pull items on command. In this world, she warned, nothing is ever truly set in stone. Skills aren't locked to one use, you bend them to fit the user. Masaru couldn't stop thinking about whether her point meant common sense could mess with how someone's skills actually show up. But he figured there wasn't much he could do about it, even if he finally understood what she was getting at. Saphira snapped that he'd been wrong, then leaned in and grilled him. Wasn't he already cooking up creative ways to use his production skills? That was exactly why she believed he should keep blazing a trail and pushing magic's development forward. Victinia's burst in out of nowhere, demanded they stop mid-conversation, and ordered them to focus on her statue first, because things were getting messy again. Masaru then said he just wanted her take on whether that statue was truly necessary. As soon as the theory hit the table, both Victini and Saphira snapped into agreement. No hesitation, because it was obviously true. Victinia shot Masaru a look and asked if he'd forgotten what she told him back in the rainy season, that she couldn't wait for it. Saphira chimed in that she was dying to see her own statue too, and Masaru just stood there stunned, thinking, "Wait, do I really have to make statues of both of you?" When they pushed him to start, he snapped back that he'd have to wait until he came back from the capital. He needed reference pictures first. Victinius paced her thoughts, opened her status screen, and told him that if Masaru was okay with the pictures she'd taken recently, she'd send them right through the status screen, even if they were only front shots. Sephira sent hers too. Masaru stared at the images, weighing whether to pick just one, then, spotting that ridiculously bold picture of Victinia's, he immediately sent it straight to his own inbox. Right after that, he bolted into a sprint, and Victinia snapped, shouting at him to explain himself and delete the picture. Now, Masaru answered her politely, stuck to his guns, and said refusing would be a waste since he could use it as a reference. Then he leaned in with a grin, teasing her by asking for her measurements straight up, claiming he wouldn't need the photo if she just told him. He said he just needed the info to sculpt the statue, and nothing improper was on his mind. He said everyone has to pitch in somehow, and he'd be thrilled if they'd send even more pictures. Victinia's erupted in shock and rage, refusing to believe Masaru would use dirty tricks to pry open a maiden's secret. Sephira snapped that his act was shameless, and Masaru shot back that they were even more naive than they thought. So Victinia's immediately demanded Sephira punish him. Saphira nodded in agreement with him. Then they unleashed a blazing fire spell straight at his face. Masaru froze in shock, because when he compared it to strengthening magic, Saphira's magical power was packed at an absurdly higher density. The massive blast tore through the air, and that blazing beam of light shot into the sky, sending everyone nearby into pure terror. Adelina couldn't shake the dread. Was Masaru even alive? They bolted over to see what happened, and there they found it. Masaru had slipped the attack somehow. Adelina snapped that he had the nerve to go and provoke them, and May shot him down, scolding him for being completely in the wrong. Masaru was completely thrown off, stuck on the question of how in the world any of this could be his fault, because their reaction felt way too wild, especially with figures that impressive, so why were they so furious? He just couldn't wrap his head around it. Then people started piling in, firing questions like, "What was that huge noise? And did something happen?" Adelina snapped, "Hold your horses," and told everyone the truth. Those visitors weren't just guests, they were goddesses who'd forged their whole world. Everyone went silent. Then she dropped the bombshell that the chaos erupted at Masaru's manor. The crowd instantly turned gushy, praising the goddesses like they'd never looked more stunning, and Masaru couldn't help but worry they were low-key tossing jabs at him too. The crowd dropped to their knees the second the divine visitors stepped in, bowing like the heavens had just arrived. Victinia felt uneasy about the whole thing, until Sapphira leaned in and explained that neither of them was used to dropping into the lower world, not unless it was festival time or a proper ceremony. Masaru snapped at Victinia's to get her head together since everyone was finally there, then pushed her to dive straight into the hard subject, only for her to shoot back that he'd had every reason to disagree. Then he fired off, "Do you remember those crabs and do you still have some left? They're dying to try them." Masaru's stomach dropped the moment she admitted she'd told Sapphira about the crabs and, so yeah, they showed up for that very reason, and to pry into the statues too, and he couldn't shake the feeling that it was all tragically doomed, like the younger one was just as hopeless a goddess as the first. He shrugged and told everyone straight up that the goddess had just dropped divine instructions into his hands. And yeah, there was nothing else he could do. Because they had zero goods to sell to other towns, they threw themselves into the hunt, tracking down rare ingredients nobody had ever seen before. Victinia's ordered him to stop, and he laughed it off, swearing it would all run smoothly. Then he pointed to the first step and moved in. He gathered everyone and promised they'd tame that empty stretch of mountain land. So once it was opened up, they could finally kick off farms and plantations. And they swore that soon they'd spread them all across the city, locking down the food supply for everyone. He told them they'd split the building crew in half to comb the area's vegetation and sort every plant into poisonous, inedible, or edible. And if anything didn't make sense, they better come straight to him or the gathering team. Then he fired everyone up to start right away, bragging that it was the goddess's demand, so everyone hurried out the door. Victinia snapped that she never asked for anything like that at all, and Masaru couldn't help wondering if she'd only said she wanted to stuff herself with delicious food, and that this was the first real move toward self-sufficiency, since he'd already been planning to raise a sample plantation sooner or later. Victinius shot back, asking if he'd truly thought it through, because trying to set up plantations all across the city sounded almost impossible. Masaru snapped back, insisting none of it was true, then explained that building spaces between houses would cut down the neighbor noise, let sunlight and air flow better, and make the whole view look way nicer. He pictured lining the area with gazebos, like the cozy rest stops you usually spot in parks. He said the home center would handle the gardening side too, so they'd push hard on that, plus they'd also raise statues and build shrines. And the more gorgeous the city became, the easier it would be for that goddess to slip in and soak up the fun. Victinius leaned in and asked Masaru if that meant he'd let her chow down on crabs every time she visited. Sapphira lit up at the thought and said they were totally counting on him. Masaru felt like he'd finally made the right call, turn this place into a calm escape where they could drop their worries and visit in peace. On the spot, both of them stared at him, and his face went bright red. He stammered that next time they visited, he'd treat them to a crab feast, and the look on their faces said they couldn't wait. And Masaru said, "All right, in return, I've got one favor to ask you." But it all screamed suspicious, because they kept wondering what he was up to, and Sapphira snapped at him not to say he wanted to understand them by touching them. Masaru insisted she wasn't in the clear to make assumptions, and he blurted out that all he wanted was to ask her one thing, about the magic she'd mentioned the first time they met. She nodded and said, "We'll talk it all through after we finish these crabs," and when Victinia's pressed her, she asked, "So what's your part?" Masaru shot back that he'd message her when the moment arrived, and she snapped that it sounded shady. She'd answer when called, but she wasn't about to interfere just because. Masaru leaned in and told her, "Don't worry, nothing's wrong," then said she just had to show up when she got his message. He even revealed his plan to ride to the capital after Friday once his people were back on their feet and if the business talks went sideways. Keeping the goddess of victory tucked away as his ace was everything. Then, in Greatus capital, a knight burst into the throne room to tell the king Deastar was back, and the rest of the troops would march in the very next day. The king snapped, "Enough," and waved it off, telling him to stop beating around the bush and just report whether they'd managed to snag the mutated beast's horn. 2 weeks later, Masaru and Frayed finally slammed into the entrance of the kingdom, Grottos, the capital of the continent's biggest power. Masaru admitted he never thought Frayed would actually set up a carriage to pick him up, but said that was totally capital behavior. Then he stopped joking and groaned that it wasn't the real problem. The truth? The capital was insanely far, and that 7-day trek had wrecked him. Frayed fired back that the only reason it took that long was because Masaru had refused to stop sprinting and insisted on running the whole way. Frayed said the carriage was ready, but Masaru wouldn't get in. Masaru complained his back was screaming even while he sat inside. Frayed just stared and said nobody with any sense would jump out of a carriage and run anyway, especially not with that excuse. Still, they got into Grottos. And as Masaru looked ahead, the memories hit him hard. After he'd made a promise with the goddess, he'd once traveled to the capital with Frayed and his men after everyone finally recovered. Now the next business partner on his radar was the king of the human race, the same guy from another world who'd helped kick the beastmen out of a port city. Masaru wasn't here to chat. He was here to settle that score. He replayed his talk with the chief of Rabbit Fork. She told him not to stall and to move ahead with the deal however he saw fit. Masaru nodded because the chief said so, but he couldn't shake the fact that the one standing there was the same person who stole their homes and chained them as slaves. Yet the chief somehow read his rage and explained everything. Right after he'd told Freed that people like Masaru really exist in this world, the chief admitted the other side may have had no choice either, pushing outward and expanding their territory to protect their own people, even if they still had their reservations. No reason to poison the kids and the whole town with grudges, hatred, or envy. He leaned in and said, "I've got just one request for these negotiations. Masaru, keep everyone's interest right at the center." Masaru finally stopped worrying because he truly believed it was that rabbit folk character that pushed him to help them in the first place. Then, Fried called out, asking if he was even listening. Masaru snapped back like a shock had hit him and blurted an apology for drifting off. Freud told him, "I've been saying we've got a stack of business in the capital," and the first thing on that list was getting in to see the king, so he'd already shipped Distur ahead to deliver the news. Then he pushed for them to head straight to the castle. Masaru scanned the market like he'd never seen anything like it, muttered that he'd have to grab a few fruits on the way back, and Frayed snapped at him to stay focused, only for Masaru to reassure him that he'd heard everything and knew they had to meet the king first. Frayed finally sighed in relief, explained he had to handle some formalities with the audience, told Masaru to wait somewhere, and then Masaru asked, straight up, about the Adventurers Guild. World, leaving Fried staring at the scene, baffled. Why would he hang around here, and what did he actually want from them? Masaru flashed a chilling grin and told everyone, "Before you face the king, you've got to hear this." King got fried and stormed off, and Masaru slipped into the guild expecting the same thing, only to find it packed with people who looked like hard-as-nails veteran knights. At the reception, a lady flashed him a smile and asked if he wanted to post a request or grab one. Masaru shot back that he wanted to become an adventurer, and the lady's face went blank as she blurted, "What do you mean?" Masaru told everyone he'd heard a one-horned, mutated beast was creeping into the world, and he wanted the market price for its materials, plus the materials from a bunch of other monsters too. She shoved him over to another staff member who could clear things up, and the guy immediately asked, right out loud, whether Masaru wanted the scoop on the market value of mutated beasts and other monsters, then teased that maybe Masaru already had the goods, too. Masaru stalled for a moment, but the man laughed it off like, "Don't sweat it, new adventurers ask this stuff all the time," and Masaru just smiled back. The man slapped down a handful of cards and broke down the costs. Regular monster materials cost about 100 bronze coins. Magic-capable monsters set you back 100 silver, equal to 1 gold. Dragons start at 100 gold, and then he leaned in to tell him mutated beasts are insanely rare. Because they were forged from magical core elements, their power crushed even the strongest normal monsters, and it got so extreme that a whole platoon of the king's two-handed guards could barely hold one back. Their materials were so rare and precious that nobody had ever dared start a war over them, because everyone knew they'd be fighting over something priceless. Most of those teeth weren't bought outright. The Merchant Association auctioned them off, and even one tooth from a mutated beast could run into the thousands of gold. So Masaru crunched the numbers and realized the whole haul could be worth around 100 million, and that's when it hit him. He stared in disbelief, and the man said it looked like Masaru had just finally clocked that the stuff he had was worth an insane fortune. So Masaru snapped back, denying it, then demanded the exact market price for every single piece. Masaru finally pushed through the last stretch and found himself standing right before the castle. With Frayed at his side, he demanded what Masaru had been up to at the guild, because Masaru had been giggling nonstop on the ride back. Masaru brushed it off, saying it wasn't a big deal, just some useful intel, and then grinned like crazy because now he couldn't wait to meet the king. Freud closed in and demanded Masaru swear he'd cause no trouble, and Masaru just couldn't get why everyone kept labeling him a troublemaker when he never did anything on purpose. The guards ordered Masaru to stash his belongings there, and Freud stepped up, introduced himself, and told the guards to announce their arrival to the king. Once he'd formally identified himself, he strode in with Masaru, and the moment they stepped inside, the place was basically empty, just a few guards and one lone man standing at the king's side. Clinging to the throne, the king finally blurted out, "So Masaru, is that really the one Freed meant?" Masaru froze for a split second when he saw him, then snapped back into focus. He had to pull himself together because he couldn't afford to show even a hint of weakness. The other man snapped, "Why are you still standing? Kneel before the king." And Masaru, gripping the trump card he had now, just refused to drop to his knees. He strode straight up to the king and introduced himself face to face, and the others went pale, yelling for him to watch his words, while the king calmly said, "I'm Axion, ruler of the human race and king of grottos." He told him he loved Masaru's bold streak and said the insolence was fine for now, because he was riding an absolutely amazing mood. He snapped to Masaru to stay sharp, because if that mood got wrecked, the fallout would be beyond anything they could handle. Then he ordered Free to hand over the entire report, no delays. Once Fright spilled the whole truth, the king realized the beastmen had carved a full city into the mountains, wiped out the mutated beast, and somehow, Masaru had been handed the brutal job of pulverizing the material from that unbelievably tough creature. The king lit up with gratitude after Freed's report came through. Masaru yanked the head of the mutated horned beast out and thrust it toward the king like a trophy that demanded answers. The king snapped to it right away. "That's the very one I told you about," and even admitted he'd basically started to give up hope, calling it an unexpected blessing and promising Freed a huge reward. Then one of the attendants told Musaru to bring the king the head of the one-horned mutated beast. But Masaru played it cool like he didn't care, then refused to give in. The king's jaw dropped, thinking Masaru was telling them to hand the beast's head to him, but Masaru snapped that idea down and questioned the attendant straight up. What did they expect him to do? He said he'd drag the head here, sure, but it was still his, and he wasn't making some grand offering. He wanted a trade. The king couldn't stop staring, intrigued by how bold Masaru was, and asked if Masaru planned to deal with him directly. Masaru said he'd happily give the king whatever he wanted, but only if that were truly the deal. Then the king should treat it like he's getting a personal favor from him. The king blurted out, wondering if his subjects should bow to the bloodline that ruled them, swearing that this kind of pecking order was just how the world worked. And then he even said that if someone dared to stand shoulder to shoulder with him, he wouldn't stop them from pushing themselves. Still, rage surged in him as he snapped that mocking your liege is sacrilege, and not one bit of it was acceptable. Masaru felt the king's wrath hit like a crushing wave, heavier than anything he'd ever sensed, even when Lancelot was near. He dropped his guard in a flash, bowed low, and begged forgiveness for stepping over the line with his words, and the king nodded, saying Masaru finally got it. Ruling isn't just land and people. A king is something unfathomable, and Masaru didn't look clueless at all, because a king is chosen by the gods, a higher existence. Masaru nodded and swore. Some little bird whispered it to him, that during the king's creation ceremony, the king was so rattled with nerves he kept tripping over his own name again and again. The whole thing cracked him up like a wild little tale. Then the king's eyes snapped open, and he finally got exactly what Masaru was talking about, and kept rising from his throne over and over, demanding Masaru wait. He kept pressing, furious that a nobody like him even knew how it all happened, because at the coronation, only the royal guard captains and a couple of obnoxious relatives were there. Masaru hit him with the same warning again. "I heard it from a little bird." Then he slid his hand behind him, declared it was time for the main event, and with a snap, a portal opened and flung it right through. Then bam, Goddess Victinius appeared out of nowhere. She said she'd only come to keep her promise, and she demanded to know if the king was speaking to a goddess like she was just anyone. The king, Fried, and the butler were left frozen in total shock, staring as Victinius stood right before them. He couldn't believe what he was seeing, wondering who Masaru even was. He'd only seen a goddess's heavenly form once, when he was around 30, and now he couldn't wrap his head around why she was standing right there, or why Masaru was casually sipping tea with her right in front of him, while Victinius leaned in and said Hera had praised her, and that her world was growing fast, really fast. Masaru told her to wait a second, demanded at least a little credit, and shrugged like it didn't even matter, since she was the one who let him into this world in the first place. She grilled him, asking if he really believed that, then told him that if she was in a good mood, he'd better be happy for her. She told him her sister had asked her to let him know she was already working on his request. Then she flashed the image her sister had sent. Masaru checked the message and saw that Sephra was already on it, handling everything like a true goddess, while Victinius was left stunned, wondering if he'd been talking about her. Then Sephra asked the big question, why would she even come down to the world? Masaru explained that he'd made a separate request to her, and Sephra descended to help him with it. Victinius shot back, asking if this meant Saphira was messing with mortal life too much, and Masaru said they'd already weighed a bunch of ways to keep everything in check. Then the king leaned in and demanded, "All right, Masaru, explain what's really happening." Masaru told him to figure it out on his own, and the king snapped in shock, begging him to at least give him a little time so he could finally hear the explanation. Victinius snapped her fingers, and the table and chairs vanished, then blurted out a quick apology, because it had been forever since she'd disappeared, and she'd gotten so locked into the talk she lost track. She dropped down and greeted Axion. The king, laughing that time had vanished since last they met, because back then he'd been so young. Axion chuckled and said it wasn't age at all, then admitted how honored he felt to see her again before turning the question to Masaru. What kind of bond did he have with her? Victinius shot back that their bond was pure goddess and subordinate, then added that Masaru had been getting way too carried away lately, until Masaru snapped that she was a slacker and he didn't want that kind of talk from her, claiming that Day's actions were only for her sake, so it didn't count at all, and as they argued, Axion couldn't stop wondering, was Masaru a divine messenger from the heavens, or did something godlike guide them? Masaru shut that down fast, insisting he was just a normal guy, no different from anyone else, while quietly telling himself everything was playing out the way he expected. But he couldn't spill the truth about being reincarnated, because explaining it in a way that actually made sense would be a nightmare. Not fully against Victinius, he inched closer to her and asked if she could break it down for Axion in a simple way, without it looking like over-the-top divine interference, and after a brief pause, Victinius said that she and Masaru were tied together by real friendship, and Axion's jaw nearly dropped. Masaru shrugged and said it was the only explanation that actually made sense. Victinius spun in confusion, asking herself if Masaru was a real friend or just another follower, especially with him building her statue too. Masaru just wanted to know where that idea even came from, but then Victinius snapped back like a light bulb clicked and ordered Axion to ready some mithril for Masaru, demanding he use only the finest materials. Masaru begged her to pause for a second and really see what was going on, because if a god asked, nobody could just say no. Then Victinius claimed everything she was doing was for her gorgeous statue, and Masaru shot back that he was in the middle of business with the king and couldn't afford interruptions like this. Right then, Hera barreled in and snapped at Victinius that she was overstepping her authority. Victinius froze in shock, and when Hera yanked her away, Hera scoffed that even a full 24-hour sermon course was nothing to her, and Victinius snapped back. Really? Why are your strength stats so insane? Then, right before she left, she yelled at Masaru, reminding him she'd held up her end of the bargain and daring him to not forget that next time she came by, she better get her fill of crabs. Then she vanished into thin air, and Masaru swallowed his pride and apologized to the king for the whole mess. The king snapped with fury, unable to wrap his head around the fact that a goddess had a human friend. Then he snapped everyone out of the room so he could talk to Masaru in private. Once the halls were empty, the king sank into his throne, sighed that the day had been nothing but shocks, and asked Masaru if he had anything else up his sleeve. Masaru felt like people kept using him just because he was friends with Victinius, and he told the king he'd already promised her a statue and a full feast of crabs every time she showed up. The king demanded answers about the statue, pressing Masaru to see if he could forge another one back in his own country too, claiming that a man the gods trust could handle it easily. Masaru's gut twisted, because he couldn't shake the feeling the king was trying to strike a deal with it. He nodded, and the king agreed on the spot, saying this was the only way to pay his respects to God, while promising he'd personally step into the negotiations. He dropped a single condition. He begged Masaru not to refuse, because he'd get that horn no matter what. Then Masaru shot back. Why are you going this far for the horn of that one-horned mutated beast? And the king answered by revealing a staff. Making it crystal clear, that was the real reason. He swore the founding king carved the scepter from the horn of a mutated one-horned beast, and that meant the creature was tied to the nation itself. So every time a new king rose, the country passed down a fresh scepter like an unbroken tradition. He admitted he'd already burned through his prime, so he had to get ready, because he couldn't possibly predict when the next mutated beast would crawl out. He said that king after king had nailed this duty for generations, so there was no way he'd back out now. And Masaru nodded, asking if they should push the negotiations forward. Even now, he couldn't shake the feeling that the scepter was hiding something, so he demanded to borrow it for a second and pressed the king. Did it really belong to the king's predecessor? The king snapped back. It was the staff of the founding king. Masaru tapped his appraisal skill on the scepter, and the power read like a punch to the gut, and realized this blade wasn't forged from some cursed, one-horned mutant at all. It was made from the horn of a unicorn. The king shut it down as nonsense and grilled Masaru on how he dared make that claim. But Masaru swore he'd used the appraisal skill and was 100% sure the scepter wasn't crafted from a mutated beast. Then he blurted out whether the deal was going to be canceled now. The king demanded to know if Masaru was telling the truth, and Masaru shot back. Why would I lie? The king insisted Masaru knew exactly how valuable that mutated beast horn was, so either he was trying to trick him, or Masaru had suddenly changed his mind about selling and was trying to pull the wool over his eyes. Masaru shot back that negotiation wasn't some game. It was both sides hunting for common ground to land the best possible deal, and he'd never, ever break the trust of the person he was talking to. He even said he'd swear on Victinia's name and demand the king trust him. And the king nodded like he already knew Masaru's type, because lies and tricks were just part of the deal in negotiations. But still, he chose to trust Masaru, right up until the moment he locked eyes with the horn. The king even said he wouldn't use the horn for its original job anymore and would pay Masaru only the going market price. Still, Masaru blinked in surprise. Are you sure? He pressed, because the cost was still going to be huge. The king grinned and explained that materials from mutated beasts were insanely valuable, and that just owning one would shoot his prestige sky-high. He added that if the item came from a deal with a man known as a friend of God, his name would spread across the whole land. In the end, it felt like the king was walking away with way more than Masaru, and the king asked one last question. Wasn't that arrangement okay? Masaru shot down the claim, then pumped his hand and insisted they strike the deal. Then the king whipped around and demanded what Masaru planned to do next. Masaru paused for a beat, then said he wanted to keep the negotiations going, because being in the capital meant the king had plenty of goods, and he was hoping to buy the surplus. The king agreed it was possible, but admitted he had other urgent business, so he told Masaru to pick up their talks later. Then he peppered Masaru with a question. Would he really stick around for a while? Masaru shrugged and said it was perfect, since he planned to roam the capital for a few days and stock up on supplies. The king promised he'd send a guide to stick with him all through the capital, so reaching Masaru would be way easier. And Masaru gratefully thanked him, while the king smirked and said he'd already picked the perfect guy. A knight who was nothing like the others. Later, Masaru stormed off to meet the knight named Zack. Zack shot out an apology, saying he was tied up with a huge deal, and Masaru just couldn't wrap his head around it. Why was Zack doing accounting work, and was he really a knight who also handled library stuff? Zack was trying to calm down when Fried told him to relax. All they wanted was a quick check. Could he really make things? Zack admitted he wouldn't call himself gifted, but he could do the work thanks to how he'd grown up. He said his father, a former engineer, set up a workshop after leaving the army, churning out stone and bricks for the castle town's construction, and Zack had helped him again and again. The second Masaru heard that, his excitement exploded. He leaned in closer, and Zack couldn't help thinking, wait, who is this guy? Masaru told Zack he was exactly the right guy for the job, then whipped out a scroll with a recommendation letter from the king. He introduced himself, promised Zack that he'd take care of him during his time in the capital, and said he'd be living right in the workshop. Zack had to back him up, but Zack was totally lost and blurted, "What are you even talking about, Masaru?" As Masaru kept talking, it finally clicked for Zack. He understood everything. Masaru told him to ditch the fancy formal talk and treat him like a friend, and Zack nodded, saying, he didn't mind taking Masaru for a tour through the capital, but he snapped back, "Why do you need to stay at my place?" Masaru just smiled and said he was hungry to learn about the bricks, and maybe he could score a discount if he introduced himself as Zack's friend. Zack's eyes went wide. Was Masaru always this straight up? Masaru shrugged, then said, "It's all good, customers are king." Zack blinked, baffled. He'd never heard that phrase before, but he admitted one thing: having customers really would help. Then Zack led Masaru right into his store, only to discover it was an ancient, broken-down building. Masaru froze in shock, wondering what went wrong, and Zack admitted the store was a total mess. They stepped into Masaru, and Masaru remembered what Zack said: "It's not as bad as it looks." His father had been going all out. Yeah, the business probably wasn't thriving, but then he saw it with his own eyes. The bricks weren't bad at all, and they'd been fired properly in the kilns. He tapped into his appraisal skill and realized the bricks weren't cheap at all. They were top quality, with the side joints cut clean and neatly done. Turns out the stones were carved into tiny, perfect pieces. Proof Zack's father was a real master craftsman, even if Zack acted totally lost about running the show. Masaru demanded a moment with Zack's dad, saying he needed to give him a proper lecture before any business talk. Zack just shrugged and muttered that his father was probably out back, burning bricks behind the store. Zack led the way to the back while calling out that he'd brought a customer. And then, boom, voices erupted from inside the room as Zack's father started asking out loud, staring into the silence. Zack tried to keep his voice down because he was inside, but when Masaru walked in, he instantly thought he'd finally arrived, maybe the first time he'd meet a truly skilled craftsman. Zack shot his father a question. Why wasn't he burning the bricks like usual? He knew his dad was normally obsessed with the work, so it didn't make sense, unless he was sick. His father just sighed and admitted he was out of money. He'd already blown through the money for the bricks, and now they couldn't even scrape together food to last them to the next day. Masaru froze in shock, convinced this guy was just another good-for-nothing father who tossed his family aside to chase his own dream, while Zack snapped that none of it even added up. Zack pressed him about the workers, begging to know where his father's disciples had vanished. And when his father casually said they'd bolted with the money the month before, Zack froze. His father admitted he hadn't paid them wages for 3 months, and Zack snapped, horrified, asking why his father sounded so proud. Terrible. Then he snapped to why his sister let things spiral this far, and his father told him she wasn't home yet and promised she'd handle it first thing in the morning. Zack's stomach flipped, wondering if she'd started taking desperate risks just to make ends meet. His father shut it down, saying she'd taken a job at a rival shop, and as they argued, Masaru kept his eyes roaming over the surroundings. Zack, swamped with frustration, snapped and agreed with his dad, then swung and slapped him hard. Masaru told him to cool off and asked how many bricks they had left in stock. Zack's father snapped that he didn't know because Diana, the cashier, wasn't there, and Zack fired back that Diana was his older sister, wondering how on earth he could run the store without even knowing what was in stock. Masaru said that even if customers flooded the shop, he doubted they could move a single thing in that state, while Zack's father snapped that no one had the eye for quality. He swore those bricks were the best in the capital and demanded to know why they weren't selling at all. Masaru tore into them, saying their shop left a brutal first impression, and that the service world runs on trust and clean presentation. Sure, the goods could be top quality, but selling them from a filthy store was a deal-breaker. He made it crystal clear: fix the store first, or their products would never get the spotlight they deserve. Zack said the first move was to line everything up so customers could spot what they needed in one quick glance, because a clean, well-run inventory could make the shop look 100 times better. His father then grilled him, asking if Masaru was really a customer. Masaru shrugged and said he'd gotten what he needed for now. He'd be staying at the inn for the day, and he was about to head out. As he was leaving, Zack announced he'd go hunt for his sister to figure out exactly how many supplies they had left. Masaru nodded and told him to meet back at the castle at noon tomorrow. Zack agreed, then immediately pressed the real problem. What were they supposed to do about the one-horned mutated beast? Masaru promised he'd wrap up the one-horned mutated beast by morning and push the negotiations forward. Then the next day he met the king with another official, and after subduing the beast, he was handed the payment. And with the reward money in front of him, Masaru's heart swelled. Then he hesitated, thinking, is it really okay for me to take this? The official smiled and promised it was totally fine, because Masaru had saved the kingdom by crushing the beast and protecting the people. The king then said, that part's done, let's move to the next deal, and asked if Masaru wanted to buy the surplus supplies. He broke it down for them. About 20% of last year's barley and wheat harvest would be available if Masaru agreed to the terms, and Masaru just shrugged, saying he was fine with whatever the king threw his way. The king leaned in and promised, once they made a deal, he'd tally the full cost with what they'd already settled earlier, and the official beside him chimed in that they could sweeten the offer with other goods too, like soybeans. Masaru demanded a full breakdown, and the official told him that soybeans weren't as high a priority as barley or wheat. But they had a huge stock, and Masaru could buy every last bit if he wanted, so Masaru pressed, "How much do you have?" He learned that most of the soybeans were still unground and unprocessed, packed away separately every year. Masaru lit up and said, "That's perfect," then decided on the spot to buy them all. Ask. Masaru pushed for the price, and the haggling with the king raged on, until after what felt like forever, they finally hammered out a deal. Masaru told everyone the negotiation went way better than he ever dared hope, and the official even smiled and said it was a real pleasure doing business with him. Then the official dropped the bombshell that it was almost unheard of for the king to show up for talks like this. Because of that rare visit, people like them, civil servants, finally got more chances to stay close to the king and help keep the kingdom's internal affairs running like clockwork. Masaru told the official, "Report the important stuff straight to the king. Someone like me can't just talk so casually about matters like this." The official nodded and promised to keep Masaru's advice close, then said that once they had more supplies in stock, they'd definitely come back and contact him. Masaru shot the king a question. Why did they hoard supplies like this? The king said some were saved for disaster relief, but the bulk were for army expeditions and war campaigns, and Masaru's gut told him the past tragedy that once hit the rabid folk proved he wasn't far off. He then snapped that it felt like a total waste to gear up for so many expeditions, especially since he believed most of them weren't even needed. The king snapped back that anyone saying that clearly didn't know how to rule, and he insisted expeditions were non-negotiable, because he was just doing what he truly believed was needed to bring prosperity to his realm. Masaru told the king, "I get why you're expanding," then slammed the brakes on the dream, saying they had to lock down and stabilize the kingdom, or one day it could crumble from riots tearing it from the inside. The king blurted out that it made no sense for a god's friend to even care about the state of their country, then reassured Masaru not to worry, saying their opinions only clashed because they were looking from different angles. Masaru nodded and said that's exactly why he wanted to offer advice, then rose to his feet. Then he leaned in and told the king, "Your job is to bring true prosperity to the lands you rule, so the cities can grow, thrive, and flourish without needing raids, invasions, or wild expeditions." He pointed at the Beastman city he was building right now, calling it proof that his promises were real, and that the lives there were already skyrocketing. Then Masaru leaned in and told the king not to forget to come once it was finished, adding that he should swing by the coastal city too, because once the king saw it, he'd finally get what Masaru meant. He insisted there's always a way to coexist, and begged the king to think harder because the gods loved everyone. In his eyes, everyone was better off swallowing their pride, dropping their grudges, and just getting along. Wrong, and the king even admitted it. Of course, their views clashed completely. Masaru snapped back, telling him that judging people just because they were born into an inferior race was straight up wrong and couldn't deserve a place in any real nation. Suddenly, Masaru snapped his mouth shut and shot the king a deadly glare. Storming out, he left the king, and the official staring in total disbelief. Masaru stepped forward, announced the conversation was over for the day, and promised he'd come by to say goodbye before he left the capital. Then he demanded they remember to pay him in gold coins, and with that, he vanished. Once the king's order was carried out, the king leaned in and demanded to know from his official if every move he'd made so far was truly wrong. The official insisted the king's every choice was made for the people, and that this kingdom's state was the direct outcome of his reign. Then, with a reluctant nod, he admitted Masaru's point hit home, and the king confessed he felt the very same way. And he swore it had to be the gods. Well, that Masaru showed up, then he insisted that if Masaru's words weren't off, they'd better take his advice. The king said Masaru had spilled the coastal city where Lancelot was hiding, and even talked about the Beastmen city prep for his visit. So the official nodded along and brought up the king's guard too, leaving the king baffled at why the answer didn't feel obvious. He said shields and swords were pointless right now, just follow his orders, because from here on out they'd be trading steel for pens. Meanwhile, Masaru strolled through the capital with Zack, and the second he saw him, Masaru thanked him for coming all the way to the castle to pick him up. Zack laughed and said Masaru looked like a headless chicken in there, so at least he'd come and rescued him. Then Zack clocked the grin on his face, asked how the negotiation went, and Masaru nodded. He'd gotten everything he needed, said exactly what was on his mind, and there was no way it could have gone any better. Zack blurted out, did Masaru really just say whatever he wanted to the king? And admitted that guy was terrifyingly fearless. Then Masaru immediately asked, so, did your sister come back? Zack nodded and said yes, and that she'd picked up the accounting work at. Right then he snapped a reminder to Masaru, don't you dare move too fast in front of her. Masaru couldn't believe it, asking why he kept getting warned, insisting he only acted logically. But Zack was locked in on one fear: how loud and talkative Masaru could get. Masaru shrugged it off, he's a guest, so what's the problem? Then Zack finally cracked the door and let him inside. Then his sister swung the door wide and told them to come in. She smiled at Masaru and introduced herself. I'm Diane. Diana. Masaru rushed in and blurted out an apology, but Diana waved it off and told him she didn't care at all. They were just glad to have him there. Masaru asked her if she was buried in the accounts, and she nodded, said there were way too many supplies, then explained that the warehouse their father bought was theirs, too, and he still had to tally everything in the store, so the job was swallowing more time than Masaru ever expected. Diana said she'd be finished in a flash and told Masaru to stay put. Then he asked to take a quick look around the warehouse, and she let him. So when he scanned the place, he realized it was overflowing with supplies, and excitement shot through him just seeing it all. He tore through the materials with a sharp eye, grinning as he realized every piece was handcrafted, and that he'd finally put them to deadly good use. While he studied that metal, he couldn't stop wondering, steel or ceramic. So he fired the question at Diana, and she smiled and said it was something truly special. She told him her father cooked it up while he was a soldier. Light as a feather, built like steel, but shockingly expensive to make, with rare materials that were hard to get, so factories couldn't churn it out and only a lucky few ever got to use it. Masaru pressed her, are you sure? And demanded to know why she had all of it. She shot back that she'd kicked her father out the day before because he tried to mortgage the house, and now they still had to handle his debts. Zack leaned in and said, if we land a big customer, we could wipe that debt clean. Masaru weighed it all in his head, realizing he had the money to buy literally anything in that store. Diana leaned in and asked what he thought, and Masaru admitted he had something important he needed to talk to them about. He started by asking, dead serious, if they'd give him a discount if he bought everything, and when he finished, their faces went wide with shock. He promised them a solid discount, said if they sold every last bit, they'd finally knock out the debt, and that would be a godsend. Masaru then snapped that it was settled. He'd buy everything, no questions, as long as they agreed to listen to his pitch. Zack swallowed his pride, feeling totally embarrassed because something in him screamed, this is a bad deal. And Masaru jumped in like, don't sweat it, trust me, with everything going on, you're going to love what I'm about to say. Zack then looked to Diana and asked what they should do, and she answered, listen to Masaru first. Masaru then demanded they move to his city, and the shock hit them like a punch. Zack said he could already feel Masaru was about to drop something wild, because kicking them out of their home in the capital wasn't exactly a small request, not with their father's situation blowing up everything, and Diana added that Masaru was talking about the Beastman city he's building right now. Masaru nodded and said it plain. He just wanted them to move there and team up to help build the city. He promised them even bigger perks, 3 meals every single day, 0 limits on how much work they could take, and their father would get his own workshop, with helpers ready to help him crank out bricks. Zack couldn't shake the feeling that Masaru might be bluffing, because the odds were just too perfect, until Diana shrugged and said, look, I'm not trying to be prejudiced, but this is still a Beastman city, and it's not like we know the place. Masaru said it wouldn't be a problem, because right now the only human in that city was a girl named Adelina, and once time moved on, he'd start bringing even more human craftsmen into the place. Then he leaned in and asked if they knew any craftsmen who were barely scraping by, and he promised he'd even get the king's blessing himself to hire them. Zack stalled for a second when Masaru's face turned downright evil, and Masaru grinned that it was about to get wild, that bringing in more manpower would boost the city's development fast, and that Zack should just imagine it. It didn't hit them at all, no spark, no reaction, so he pushed on anyway. He warned them that without the right skills or knowledge, learning the city's new techniques and theories would be brutal. Then he told them to slow down, think it through, and get back to his original pitch. He pitched the 10% discount on the supplies to seal the deal, and they agreed. So Masaru leaned in and asked if he could pay them in gold coins, and if he could pay back every debt and toss in the extra gold too. Then he'd be set, because it would spare him from hauling a mountain of gold on his way back. Both of them froze when they heard it, and Diana snapped that it would be perfect if it worked for Masaru, so they needed to handle it right now. Zack immediately told Masaru to head outside, and Masaru agreed, but he couldn't shake the feeling that they were rushing for a reason. Diana warned them that if their father was going to cause more trouble, then settling that debt sooner was the smart play. Zack looked even more uneasy, saying they couldn't shake the fear that their father would buy another warehouse behind their backs. Masaru was stunned, but he still said they should go. Only now, a nasty gut feeling was crawling in, telling him something was about to go wrong. They stormed into a shop where the owner snapped in frustration, yelling how many times he had to repeat they were closed, while the door kept getting slammed from the outside. As soon as he swung it open and spotted Diana from the brick shop, he blurted out, "You need money again?" But she looked like she was rushing. Diana shook her head and snapped that they didn't need to borrow from him, the man, anymore. He blurted out an inappropriate thought, then said he didn't mind that kind of payment at all, and Masaru and Zack instantly snapped with rage. Masaru snapped that they were only there to settle their debt, so why was his tone so tense? Zack shot back that if that guy even tried to touch Diana, he'd make sure he regretted it. Diana stood there utterly baffled, having no clue what she'd done to set them off. The man snapped the money pouch shut, then realized it had to be replaced before it was even handed to him. He couldn't believe how stacked the brick shop was with cash. Diana said the money was just enough to clear the debt, with the interest stacked on top, so Zack finally let out a breath of relief like they might slip free of that crushing debt spiral, until the man snapped back that what they'd scraped together still wasn't even close. Then everyone froze, stunned. Zack blurted out whether their father had racked up even more debt behind their backs, and Diana couldn't stop wondering what they still owed. Then the man snapped at them to calm down and pointed them to the warehouse they'd already rented. Diana asked if he was talking about the one where they kept the plates, and Zack insisted there, been zero problems because they'd already paid every bill. He told them their father had torn into the warehouse without permission, climbing a ladder to slap up a shelf, punching a hole in the ceiling to squeeze in a bedroom, and the money they brought still wasn't anywhere close to covering the damage. All three of them boiled with rage. Zack finally got it. He'd been wondering why his father vanished from home and the shop, and now the truth hit him. Diana rushed in telling him not to cry, just breathe and calm down, while everyone stared at the same crushing question. How were they even supposed to deal with this? Masaru cut straight to it. What if they just snapped everything back to the way it was? The man shrugged, saying he wouldn't mind at all and that they should go ahead. By nightfall, Masaru was utterly wiped out from grinding in the warehouse workshop, bone-deep exhausted from scrubbing up the mess Zack's father left behind. And Diana rushed in, apologizing for everything. Masaru stretched like he'd shaken off the pain, grinned, and said he was totally fine, because he just happened to know a way to melt the stress away. Zack's jaw dropped as he practically begged Masaru not to stir up trouble in the capital, warning him that he'd rather not have the king's guards stepping in. Masaru grinned and said it was a great plan, then leaned in and told Zack there was an even easier way. And when Zack pressed him for what he meant, Masaru said. Masaru told everyone he was hitting the road to go shopping, and once he was in the castle town, he planned to shop to his heart's content. Zack asked if shopping actually left them feeling refreshed, but Zack snapped that it only cranked his anxiety higher. Then Diana dove in, asking if the Beastman city was the real target. Masaru said half the money goes to the city, and the other half lands in his own hands. They all started connecting the dots, wondering if this was tied to that afternoon talk about recruiting craftsmen. Masaru grinned and admitted he couldn't wait. While the city was still under construction and hadn't even earned a name yet, having craftsmen brave enough to move in and settle could make all the difference. Because if he could pour in top-quality goods, the industry would explode, and eventually it could rise into a full-blown metropolis that might even outshine the capital. He told them to picture every wild possibility, then admitted he couldn't wait to get back and keep building it, while Diana warned that it would be a brutal hurdle compared to their father's little business, since the scale was totally on another level. And Masaru nodded, saying, yeah, it would be tough. And then he said building up the city was actually a blast, so if it wasn't, he wouldn't throw himself into it with that much effort. Diana even told him how her father dumped all the money and business decisions on her, while he just happily stuck to making bricks. Standing there in stunned silence, Zack leaned in and asked, "What's wrong?" She waved it off like it was nothing, but you could feel the weight under her words. Then she asked Masaru if he was going shopping tomorrow. Masaru grinned and said he'd head out in the morning, then shot back. "Why do you want to know?" She told him to stop by their store, because she and Zack were ready to take him straight into the Castle Town marketplace and show him around. As they went about it, they even dragged him around to meet their craftsman acquaintances. Masaru loved the idea because he finally got to face them. Then Zack snapped a hand onto his sister's shoulder and told her to back off, because Masaru was even more wild than their father, so she'd better let him run the whole show by himself. Diana shrugged and said, "It's fine." She was craving a break from all that accounting, and she couldn't wait to see what kind of fun she and Masaru would uncover while exploring the castle town. "Masaru?" Zack nodded and said tomorrow's gonna be packed. Then Masaru promised he'd head out and renovate the warehouse before he finally shut down for the day. After all the chaos, the night finally ended, and the next morning they tore through a bunch of craftsmen's shops, greeted everyone they met, and snapped up all kinds of supplies. Masaru swept his eyes over every single item he'd snagged, and the shock hit so hard he just kept replaying his own choices. Fun memories or not, this didn't feel like a joke anymore. Zack clocked it instantly, saying Masaru looked absolutely miserable, and yeah, after seeing that mountain of materials, who wouldn't be? With what Masaru bought, Zack swore the market could have already been thrown into chaos, then leaned in and asked what Masaru planned to do next. Masaru snapped back that the Castle Merchant Association wanted a full list of everything he'd purchased so they could double-check the market's goods. Zack blinked. Had Masaru just grabbed whatever looked good? Because the haul looked way bigger than he meant to get. Then Masaru finally turned to him and showed Zack what he called the real bargain. And then he shoved it through a portal to wipe out the green goat. Yeah, the widow goat. And Zack was left staring in total disbelief. Idiot, Masaru then bragged that he'd snagged 4 horned rabbits and wildcutter quails from the Adventurer Guild too, and Zack nearly choked, staring in disbelief. "Those are mutated beasts. What are you gonna do with them?" Masaru grinned and said he'd be raising them. He bragged that a wildcutter quail could drop 5 eggs every 3 days. A horned rabbit could churn out 14 babies in a year, and even tasted incredible, while the widow goats could be milked for plenty. And just like that, he finally got to start raising livestock, while Masaru wore a proud grin like he'd just won the whole world. Zack begged him to steer clear of dangerous stunts, especially now that Diana looked ready to move to Masaru City. Because Zack couldn't stop worrying, he knew he wouldn't be able to go with her. Masaru was stunned and shot back, "Why won't Zack come with us?" Zack blurted out why he'd even agree to go in the first place, and Masaru snapped back, asking if Zack forgot that he'd already gotten the king's permission to recruit craftsmen, and that, under the deal, a Grotto's unit would be stationed in Beastman City to handle the tech. Zack froze, then scrambled to figure out what Masaru was talking about. And Masaru finally confirmed it. He said the captain of the unit would also serve as the ambassador, and Zack had just been nominated for the role. Zack went wide-eyed, stunned that he couldn't refuse a royal order, and then blurted out, "Wait, why am I suddenly a captain?" What? Masaru noticed Zack looked totally shaken, and Zack blurted out, nerves screaming that he'd just gotten a girlfriend lately. Masaru paused, unsure how to say it, then claimed Zack wouldn't struggle to find a new one at all. Right then, Zack shot back, "Are you serious?" What? At that exact moment, Diana sprinted straight toward them. Masaru stood there, totally baffled, as Zack went. "It's wild to see Diana at the castle, so why's she running?" Diana finally snapped that it was all about Masaru's offer to move to Beastman City. She decided to take it. Masaru lit up with pure excitement, while Zack stared, wondering if she'd come just to drop that bombshell. She shot down the claim and insisted she was there to sell their shop and secure land before the move, then marched straight into the castle to the Merchant Guild's reception, leaving Masaru wondering what trouble she'd just run into. She thrust a paper into his hands and demanded he read it, right now. Masaru read a message from the guild saying they'd noticed their patronage, and that they'd already valued their house and land for sale. The place was terrible from the start, and the building was falling apart piece by piece. They'd hit you with demolition fees right there, full force. Masaru and Zack both froze when they heard the news, then rushed to the Merchant Guild. Masaru slipped inside to talk, while Diana grabbed her brother and begged, "Do you think Masaru will be okay, or will filing that complaint against Tranny drag him into trouble?" Zack said Masaru had already been in there for a while, but he wasn't worried, not with Masaru. This is a guy who even negotiated with the king all by himself. When Masaru finally came back, they couldn't shake the feeling that the negotiations blew up in their faces. Masaru looked straight up irritated, and everyone could tell something felt seriously off. So they grilled him about what happened, and Masaru finally admitted he managed to boost the store's value a bit and even snagged a small win, but the bigger estimate was still dead on. He swallowed the truth. He couldn't beat their arguments, and that brick store was just too wrecked to save. Zack went pale, yelling that not only would the house get demolished, but the demolition fees were brutally high. Diana snapped that she'd actually hoped tearing it down themselves would make moving easier. But nope, now they'd have even more expenses to deal with. Masaru seethed that the extra costs weren't okay at all and swore he'd take the whole mess into his own hands. When Masaru tore open a portal, Zack's stomach dropped. He couldn't stop picturing what Masaru was planning and what he was about to grab. Then Masaru just smiled and said it was obvious, because it had been ages since Masaru had been this furious. Then he yanked out a terrifying weapon and started ripping through the store's walls like they were nothing. They surrounded it from every angle, and Zack admitted he'd been terrified. Once Masaru drew that morning star that morning, he might smash the Merchant Guild. But in the end, they figured it out. Masaru wasn't going after the guild at all. He had something else in mind for that weapon. They admitted they never saw Masaru taking on the entire demolition, single-handed just to dodge those demolition fees. Masaru tore back into the store and hit it again. Then he spun around, stunned that he finally got his chance to use the morning star he'd been tinkering with for fun back in the coastal city. And he couldn't shake the feeling something was off, asking why everything got so loud. Zack shot back that of course it was Masaru, kicking off one of his flashy demolition shows. He added that for someone used to hunting mutated beasts, those moments might be routine. But blasting a house apart with a weapon that deadly still felt reckless, and Masaru cut in with, "Don't worry, it's already done." Sure, it looked goofy, but Masaru was swinging a morning star like it was a hammer to smash the walls, then saving the crushed stones to reuse as gravel, and Zack finally got it. Masaru wasn't wasting a thing. He was prepping for the demolition the right way. Before they even started, they'd have to warn the neighbors about the chaos. He'd built a soundproof cover with his construction skills to trap the dust and stop debris from flying everywhere. He told them that if they stuck to these precautions, they'd be totally fine, and with his recycling skills, he could knock out the demolition by tomorrow. Then he begged Zack to hand it over to him, and Zack was still in shock at how brutal the work actually was. Masaru figured that once Zack joined him as the exchange ambassador, having him step in on jobs like this would come in clutch. And Zack didn't just look involved, he looked genuinely fired up about helping. Masaru was sure that if Zack got good at this kind of thing, it would level up everything for him. Zack's father dropped by and swore he'd cut the wood exactly like Masaru measured it, then told Masaru to come check it once he was done, only to find Zack and Diana waiting there too. Masaru blurted that he wanted the demolition over with fast, because he had another project waiting, so he'd brought their father in to help. He praised him and said, just like a real craftsman, Zack's father was insanely skilled, and the next second Zack's father declared he'd start mass production. Zack froze, stunned, and couldn't stop wondering what Masaru was up to. Masaru then shot back, "Didn't I already tell you?" He told them it sickened him to tear the house down, only for the Merchant Guild to swindle him right after, and he vowed to rebuild it and sell them a shiny new blacksmith shop at a brutal price. Zack was still reeling, stuck between praising Masaru's hustle or calling him a kid who can't stand losing. Masaru swore he'd done nothing wrong. Then Diana looked at her father and admitted she never thought he'd take a job like that, since he never seemed the type to care about making bricks by himself. Her father blinked at what she meant, then grinned and told her, "Sure, I can go after that guild that turned down our brick shop and give them a real fight, and I can make some money off it too, so it'll feel even better." And of course Zack's relief hit hard because his father was still totally confident. Then Masaru had Zack tag along for a bit, and once they finished up, there probably wouldn't be much left to do. Once the last remodel job was done, it was time to hit the road back to Beastman City. Zack nodded and admitted he'd already learned to handle how wild and unreasonable Masaru could be. Cool as it was, it also sent chills down his spine. Masaru then said, "Once we grab every last material, I'll use my construction skill to put everything together. Then I'll leave a week later after we've sorted the supplies." He leaned in and ordered them to start prepping right now. Zack got singled out hard, like, "Hey, you better do this breakup right," and Zack's dad and Diana looked totally shocked by it. Diana even said she had to swing by her neighbors and the friends who'd taken care of her, and her father just shrugged, saying he had nothing to prep for except maybe a quick word with his drinking buddies. Diana said those drinking buddies were the craftsmen who'd be riding with them, and he used that line as a cover while the three kept talking. After talking things out with the king and hitting the castle shops, Masaru realized he'd hauled back a stash of genuinely useful gear, and then the real reason hit him. He'd lined up his crew, 6 blacksmiths, 2 leather workers, 8 carpenters, 4 tailors, 4 cooks, and brought along 3 trusted companions he knew he could count on. While they kept talking, Zach's father told him to come cut wood and asked if he still remembered how to work the tools. Zach nodded, stunned that his dad seemed to forget how much Zach used to help every day. Once everything was done, Masaru headed straight to the king to announce he was leaving. The king said they'd pull it off even sooner than anyone expected. Then Masaru shot back that his real mission was negotiating and buying the supplies, and he'd be back the moment anything else popped up. The king admitted he'd miss all the Castletown complaints stirred up by Masaru's reckless shopping, but he was honestly relieved Masaru hadn't pulled another, invite a god, stunt like the first time he arrived, because Masaru could tell the king still hadn't let that incident go. And then the king finally shared the buzz that Masaru had been busy building a blacksmith shop and an armory just to sell to the merchant guild. Masaru caught on that the king had already gotten the reports, so the king told him the store was supposedly the finest in the capital, packed with shovels and displays no one had ever laid eyes on. Masaru smirked and said the king had seen straight through him, helped him more than he could ever repay, and now this was his way of giving something back. Masaru swore that, as his parting gift, the shop he built was nothing like the world had ever seen. 3 brutal stories of stone, with carefully crafted shelves lining the entrance so customers could spot the goods instantly, and the fancy, high-end items lined the wall right behind the counter. He bragged that the shop's crown jewel was its anti-theft setup. Just yank a lever, and a heavy iron cage slams down right in front of the entrance, catching any would-be thief mid-step. The king leaned in and asked Masaru if that was really a parting gift. Masaru nodded, said yes, and told him that the moment the store opened, everyone in the trade would spot the new innovation and feel the difference right away. He was convinced that as trade and commerce surged, civilization would level up too, and he swore this was a huge leap toward real progress. The king said, flat out, that Masaru was leaning on his status and skills, then trying to handle everything all by himself. He said, if you've got the manpower, Masaru, use it. Ever since Masaru started snatching up craftsmen in the capital, the king figured he'd already clocked how valuable that was. So if Masaru couldn't delegate yet, it only proved he was still wet behind the ears. And as the city's trading partner and face on the ground, the king told himself to remember that. Masaru realized the king had hit the exact nerve of his problem. Once he was gone, there was only so much the team could pull off, just like they'd never run the home center solo. They needed more hands to build a whole city for everyone. Everyone, Masaru bowed to the king and vowed to remember those words, then doubled down on his devotion. The king just smirked and quipped, "Why are you thanking me? I've been talking to myself this whole time." Then Masaru told the king he could dispatch people to the city to trade magic and tech, but only if he picked folks who didn't carry prejudice against beastmen. He even pushed for it. Send strong, spirited people who wouldn't snap at the first challenge. The king blinked in surprise and admitted the truth. Every time Masaru made a request, he talked non-stop until the job was done. He raised his hand in a quick goodbye and told him he couldn't wait to see the stunning city Masaru was building. Masaru grabbed his hand and shook it hard, and he told them to skip business next time and just go drink together, saying he'd even call Alstasha and the rest too. Only the king froze in shock and begged him, because gods weren't something Masaru could just whip up like it was nothing. Masaru then stormed toward the capital gates, and Zack cut in like, "So you've been busy?" Masaru shot back that he'd been chatting with the king for a while. Zack added that everything was already packed and ready, and that a crew would be riding with them. Right then, someone blurted that they'd never seen a group this fun and loud before, nothing like their usual caravans, and the girl beside him snapped, "Don't get carried away. We've only just been allowed to travel with them." Masaru turned to the group and realized there were 8 new human and elf adventurers among them, ready to retire, settle in the city, and live easy, cheerful, friendly, and a bit carefree. And then one of them shouted Masaru's name, asking whether he was planning to hit them with a killer speech too. Once the others started buzzing with excitement, Masaru couldn't hold it in any longer. He hauled himself onto the caravan and thanked everyone who agreed to let him settle in the new city. He said that with their skills and knowledge, they wouldn't just help build the city. They'd plant a whole new foundation for trade, for themselves, and for the friends waiting in their new home, and everyone was ready. And Masaru promised them that even if the days ahead get hectic and rough, they'll still be packed with fun and happiness. So grab on, face it all together. Then he called out his final goodbyes to the capital, and everyone scattered off, racing toward their brand new home. A crowd had packed in to see them off, and just a few days after they left, people wouldn't stop chattering. What they'd brought, the places they'd hit, and the supplies they carried. Someone even bragged that the wild boar they ate the day before tasted unreal. Masaru noticed everyone was buzzing with energy, and then Zack shouted his name, asking if Masaru wasn't worn out from that sprint. Masaru shot him down, asking why Zack doubted it, then pointed out, cold and clear, that he'd been running like that for a full day. Masaru told Zack that if he sat in the carriage too long his body would lock up, so they had to loosen their muscles during breaks. Zack snapped back that he didn't buy it and said Freud had already warned him about it. But no matter what, Masaru's stamina was still straight up unbelievable. Masaru then leaned in and asked Zack if he'd finally seen something new. After all, he'd been hanging out with the elf and her friends. Zack said he only wanted to quiz her about how elves live, and that Masaru would instantly know if Zack ever had an encounter like that, because Masaru would never be able to grasp it himself. Inside the caravan, a girl blurted out if she wasn't good enough, and Zack froze, shocked, insisting that's not what he meant. Then the man shouted at Masaru, saying he could finally spot the river Masaru mentioned at noon. Masaru nodded and said the sun was ready to drop, perfect timing, so they quickly chose a spot by the riverbed to set up camp for the day. While everyone was pitching their camps, a man cornered Masaru and demanded, "When do we get there?" Masaru snapped a look at the map. He pointed out that they were right where the river and the road crossed, and said they were already halfway to Beastman City. Then he reassured everyone they were right on schedule, with just a few more days to go. As the elf lady stared him down, Masaru couldn't shake the feeling that something was seriously off. The one-eyed man admitted that the dimensional storage skill already blew his mind. But then Masaru pulled out map skill too. Seeing all those abilities together in real life was straight-up shocking. The elf lady just sat there, saying that even after living that long, this was the first time she'd ever witnessed something like it. Masaru remembered how even the rabbit folk were shocked by it too. Then the one-eyed man looked him over and said someone with Masaru's drive could have built a city, which made it wild that, with the humans and beastmen at war, Masaru was still so adored. Masaru just smiled and said the beastmen were truly kind, because they were the ones who hauled him back when he collapsed. The one-eyed man grinned and said, "Now we're going to look forward to the city even more." The elf shot back, "I can't wait." Masaru waved everyone in and shouted, "Time for a proper meal, then we hit the road tomorrow." Then the man turned to the boys and yelled, "I'll choose the patrols for today." Masaru hurried around, grilling everyone to see if they had enough ingredients for the meal. Then one guy said they still had some meat left over from noon and promised to check what they could pull off. He insisted they grab a little extra, then asked if they could hunt some wild birds so he could taste test them against regular meat. If not, he said wild grasses would do the job too. Masaru nodded and promised it was fine, because their expert hunter would handle the rest. The elite hunter and the elf girl vanished to the wild to bag birds, then came back later with more than enough. That's enough. Masaru's jaw still drops at her wild technique, every single time, no matter how often he sees it, because it never fails to stun him silent. Zack just can't wrap his head around what makes their bows different from hers. The elf leaned in and told Zack his aim wasn't even close to bad, then praised him for having real instincts for where to hit. He fired but kept glancing at the targets like they were talking back. So she told him, "If you lock onto the bird's traits and its flight patterns, you'll nail every shot with ease." Zack just stared, baffled, because why did they need to study the birds they were about to hunt? The elf leaned in and said, "That bird's a thief bird, pure menace. It steals whatever travelers and adventurers carry, and I even had my water pouch stolen once. The worst part, they steal just for fun, toss your stuff away right after, then fly back for another round." Masaru leaned in and asked her what those birds tasted like. She grinned and said they were insanely delicious. The second Masaru heard it, he shoved everyone into action, urging them to hunt down even more of those pesky birds. Zack walked up to the elf and admitted he'd feel way more confident if he were hunting wild boars, but this target wasn't his specialty. The elf smiled and said he had a sharp sense, then warned that quitting that early would be a total waste. To help him, she pitched a wild idea, use her own bow, and said, "It's tricky, yeah, but if you can master it fast, you'll nail that bird before it even has time to move." Before it even started, Masaru had already grabbed Zack's attention and told him to stay sharp. The bow was seriously dangerous. The elf spun toward Masaru, stunned by how much he knew, and Masaru, shocked right back, admitted he'd already built a bow from the very same stuff and could produce it if she wanted. In a rush, she demanded he show it immediately, because the tension in the bowstring felt flat-out impossible. Masaru insisted the bow was reinforced with mithril and that he'd forged it to suit his own strength. Then she snapped back, called it a total lie, and demanded he prove it by actually pulling it. Masaru thought he was just bluffing, until he realized the strings had been tightened way too much, and dread crawled up his spine because he'd stepped on a landmine again. Every time he tried to talk bows with elves, it never ended well for him. He added, "Once I draw it, I'll aim straight at that tree out in the distance." The elf still thought he was humiliating her, but Masaru snapped, insisting, "No, I'm not," and then admitted those brutal memories he has tied to this bow, begging that nothing insane happens again. It's like you accidentally smack a bear. Except the elf shrugs and says this just adds one more thing to their ingredient list, so Masaru better hurry, and he took his stance. Drew the bowstring, and the elf froze in shock when he realized Masaru could actually pull it back. Then Masaru loosed the arrow straight at a tree, and the elf watched it punch clean through multiple trees. Then, out of nowhere, a blood-curdling scream tore through the distance. Masaru's stomach dropped the moment he felt it again. He knew he'd hit something, and his mind raced. Please don't tell me it was a person. The elf bolted away, cursing him as an idiot and yelling that the scream had come from the other direction. When they reached the plains, they saw wolves tear into a group of humans. Everyone scattered to run, but that's when a woman crashed to the ground. She crumpled to the ground, and the wolves surged in, snapping to attack her. Zack snapped that the timing was terrible, and the elf confessed her arrow wouldn't reach in time. Masaru sprinted ahead with a log, smashing the wolves to buy the woman time and shouting for her to run. Zack demanded to know how much leg power Masaru even had, and the elf couldn't believe he reached her in time. While the people he saved stared in shock, asking who he was, because Masaru kept sprinting with them and told everyone there was zero time to chat. They had to get out now. When the wolves surged back for another attack, Masaru swung and cracked into them. Realizing the resistance felt like ramming through stone. He snapped to the truth in seconds. He wasn't imagining it at all. He was actually carving straight into something solid. The elf yelled that he had to get back right now, swearing those weren't real wolves at all, just golems wearing their skins. She loosed arrow after arrow, but they just kept on charging through the hail, and Masaru already knew blunt truth. Arrows and swords wouldn't faze creatures like that. Then suddenly, a woman suddenly appeared at his side and offered to help, urging Masaru to find a crack in the chaos and slip away. Masaru snapped that she must be out of her mind, since their weapons weren't doing a thing. Then she demanded he listen, told him to get out, and introduced herself as a knight who couldn't risk turning her back on the enemy. She shot forward to swing, but Masaru yanked her back, saying holding them back from behind worked way better. More golem wolves lunged in from behind, and the moment they slammed into Masaru, the knight bowed his head and apologized, believing it was all her fault. She spotted the wolves latched onto him, and Masaru, tearing up in pain, begged them not to bite his neck. Deepak and the elf just stared, utterly baffled by the chaos unfolding right in front of them. Masaru told the knight, "I've got the wolves by myself," then urged her to turn around and get back to her companions. As soon as she agreed, he glared at the wolves, tears blazing in his eyes, furious they dared to scratch his synthetic fiber clothes, something that shouldn't exist here, yet meant the world to him. He whirled on them, launched the wolves into the air, and roared a warning. He'd make them pay for every bite and bruise. Then he yanked out the very same weapon he'd used to smash that house in the capital, and went straight for the wolves, mowing through them relentlessly until there was nothing left but pieces. He finally felt a little better, till he looked down and saw his clothes ripped to shreds, and with a few tailors from the capital in tow, he knew it was time to fire them up and start those repairs. Once the dust finally settled, Masaru thanked God there were zero casualties, and Zack nodded in relief, saying the one who should have been hit the hardest was still standing, brimming with energy. And then he couldn't help but praise Masaru as seriously impressive, before admitting he still had to sharpen his own combat skills. Masaru was stunned. Once he got his mobility back, he poured every last bit of magic into strengthening spells, and it didn't turn out half bad at all. But the wolf's bite landed just after he'd already clawed back 1/3 of his magic power. So he went all in, pumped his entire body full of strength, forced his way out, and finally understood what people meant by spirit-class magic recovery. Then he marched straight to the tent where those two elves were still resting, and spotted the elf from his own group standing guard outside. So Masaru leaned in and asked, "Are they still inside?" She nodded and told him the truth. Inside was the leader of the crew Masaru had rescued. Masaru demanded answers, and she stiffened on guard, saying she'd only come to check on her own kind. Masaru apologized for interrupting, but they waved him in and told him to enter. Those two stepped forward and introduced themselves as dark elves, and Masaru shot back his thanks for the help they'd given him. Then the story kept moving. The elf and his crew snapped her finger and told them, "These newcomers are just like me. they're the same race. When she and the other dark elf locked eyes, the elf standing beside Masaru leaned in and demanded, "Why are you staring at her like that?" And the other shot back the exact same question. Masaru told them to just get along and not to worry. Then his elf blinked, confused, wondering if Masaru was calling them out or comparing them somehow. Masaru swallowed his pride, apologized, and told them to talk instead, saying he was seriously relieved they were safe and right there nearby. Then he fired off the big questions. Why the golems were escorting them, and if they could, what exactly happened. When they fell silent for a beat, he leaned in and told them. If this was something they didn't want to share, he wouldn't force it. She finally snapped that it might feel shameless to the other survivors, but the truth was they were struggling like crazy to find somewhere to settle. Then she asked if that was okay. Masaru's crew could handle both of them at once. Masaru didn't even think. He nodded and agreed right away. Two dark elves finally admitted they knew this request could trap Masaru in a tough spot. But with nowhere else left to turn, they had to ask anyway. So Masaru shoved the problem onto Action, called Zack, and demanded help getting the carriage ready. Even the lady confessed they'd be worn out from travel and still had no home waiting. And then Masaru and Zack started mapping out how this journey could go. The lady looked genuinely shocked and blurted that she couldn't believe they were really okay with letting dark elves in. But Masaru shut her down fast. He confirmed they were, and reminded her he'd already made his position crystal clear. The elf in Masaru's crew muttered that she couldn't decide if the newcomers were cursed or lucky. But either way, they'd get used to Masaru's non-stop chaos soon enough. Then Masaru shot back that they weren't just another bunch. They formed a tight group of returnees, charging back toward home, until at last they slammed into Beastman City. May wrapped Musaru in a tight hug, welcomed him back with a grin, and then leaned in to ask, "So, how have you been?" The other rabid fox and Adelina threw open their arms too, laughing that he was still as unpredictable as ever. Then Masaru finally let out a breath of relief when he saw Adelina was okay, and he demanded, "Where's the chief?" Adelina shot back that the chief was locked in the housing area right now, and he'd show up any minute. She couldn't believe her eyes when Masaru showed up again with a whole crew, and when she found out they were skilled craftsmen and fresh companions ready to help build the city, she felt her whole world tip upside down. Masaru said they ran into a bunch of dark elves on the road, and that those elves were only stopping there for a bit. Adelina nodded, then swore she'd get a spot ready for everyone. As the dark elves climbed down from the carriage, they froze, because right inside the mountains, there was a real living city waiting for them. One of them blurted out that they were honestly in awe when they heard the Beastman City was built side by humans and beastmen working together. They muttered that Masaru was up to his usual behind-the-scenes trouble again, then jabbed a finger forward and told her to look. Those bright, welcoming smiles, the ones she knew all too well. They swore it was that look of trust they'd seen 100 times before, one that felt so familiar it practically jumped out of their memories. Masaru strode up to the two dark elves and told them to join the others, saying the chief was throwing a welcome party for them, their leader, and her aide. Then he raised a sharp question. They still hadn't introduced themselves. The first elf stepped up and said her name was Emeralda, and the second followed right behind her, Arena. Masaru popped in and introduced himself, then urged them to treat the place like it was theirs. That night they all sat down and devoured a shared meal together. Alpha and Beta sprinted off to meet the chief too. Masaru spotted Saphira there with a whole group of kids. She beamed at him, then blurted out that she was sorry she'd kept him waiting because those children just wouldn't let her breathe. The kids beamed at her, thanked her for the fun, and promised they'd catch her again tomorrow. Masaru blurted, wondering if she'd really settled into teaching, and she smiled and said she was glad he believed it. Then Masaru admitted it looked like she'd taught magic to every kid she promised, and Saphira grinned back, saying gods always keep their word. And you could tell it was way out of character for her to step into the lives of people in the lower world. Because the second she admitted she didn't expect it to be this fun, it felt like the whole moment just lit up. Especially now that she finally got to teach magic and crushed it, she told Masaru, "I'm so grateful you gave me this chance." And that's why it hurt to admit she had to leave, so Masaru demanded to know what she meant. She told him, straight-faced, "I'm out of lessons. Once Masaru took back my spot, my time as your teacher was over." And Masaru froze in disbelief and demanded how a magic god could ever run out of lessons. And Sephira leaned in to remind him that even gods had rules. According to the divine code, she couldn't meddle too much. He'd asked her to teach magic to the citizens for him, so she only had permission to teach spells Masaru could use himself. Then she dropped the truth. She'd already finished drilling everyone in the basics of magic perception. And with her work finally finished, the kids practically pulled her in, begging her to sit down and eat with them. Masaru stood there, utterly speechless. Sapphira grinned and said she'd loved every second, and that she'd already kept her end of the promise. Then she warned that their contract was about to end, and told Masaru that if he ever needed her again, he just had to message her through the status screen. Masaru said that if that was true, then the very next day, he demanded exclusive, one-on-one magic lessons, because someone had to guide the craftsman, and he begged her to teach him for about an hour every single day. She froze in shock and snapped, "What are you thinking? That'll break the rules." Masaru grinned and said, "It'll be fine as long as I've got the aptitude." Then she realized the only thing she had to do was teach him magic, and he hadn't even realized he could tap into it yet. Because he lived in town, he figured that meant he could join her lessons, learn a few new spells, reopen the classes, and then she could teach everyone else too. And it wasn't like their contract ever had a start date. So she finally agreed, but only after a lot of hesitation. She asked why he wasn't already drowning in work, building the city beside the craftsmen he'd recruited, and then she straight up wondered why he would waste his time on her. Masaru just grinned and said it was fun. She agreed to cooperate, and Masaru blurted out that he'd probably heard her say something weird. She snapped back that wasn't it, but she did realize something important. Now she finally understood why her sister kept vanishing down to the lower world, and she promised that was the key lesson she'd explain later. For today, though, they'd start training tomorrow, and she told him to get ready. Masaru nodded and said he'd be under her care. But the next morning, when he finally showed up for class, boredom hit him like a brick. He grumbled that he couldn't believe she'd yanked him out of bed the moment the sun rose. She snapped back that she wasn't forcing him to do anything and reminded him, straight up, that he was the one who begged for lessons in the first place. So yeah, he had zero right to complain. Sephra grilled Masaru, asking if Victinius had already taught him the basics of magic. Masaru nodded and said it all boiled down to imagination. Sephra accepted that, then waved off the whole explanation and the strengthening theory, and told him the real first step was learning how to spill the magic trapped inside his own body. So Masaru grabbed a tea branch and said, "Yeah, I've already got that." And right then, he detonated his power. Sapphira snapped at him that he'd skipped the first step. Then, right as his teacher, ordered him to pour his magic into the air first, because the air fought back less than any solid thing. Masaru nodded and swore he'd unleash every last bit of his power all at once, and as he got ready to do it. So Sapphira gawked in shock as his magic surged straight up, an eerie power only reincarnated people could wield. Masaru asked if this meant he was actually doing well, then went for something new. Now that his magic finally worked smoothly, he tried wind magic, and Sapphira snapped into panic, warning him that blasting wind with that overwhelming power could seriously backfire. Masaru's spell tore open the sky, and a colossal tornado roared into existence. Leaving everyone in shock, Sapphira kept drilling him with non-stop lessons for the next 7 days. Right after Masaru finally showed up for training, he looked around, and Sephra was nowhere to be found. It felt weird to him, because it was almost impossible to picture such a hardworking goddess running late, especially compared to that other goddess he already knew. He'd been counting down for that day of compressed power training. Then a portal ripped open, and Victinius stepped through. She said Sapphira had summoned her and teased that Masaru wouldn't shut up. If he kept babbling, though, she figured he'd get exactly what was coming: punishment. Masaru couldn't hide his shock. Man, it had been ages since the last time they'd seen each other. Victinius said Sapphira had called her and demanded help. She needed to cover Musaru's magic studies for the day. And because her adorable little sister begged her, she went all in. No effort spared, no mercy given, driving home the message until she warned him to be ready. Masaru's stomach sank at her wicked grin, and the moment he clocked it, he knew. This was exactly why Sapphira had been glued to her status screen earlier. Earlier, Victinius lit up and said she was thrilled that Masaru and Sapphira were finally clicking, and Masaru snapped back, telling her to quit slacking and take it seriously, only for her to fire right back that she didn't want to hear that from him. He cut her off mid-sentence and ordered her to stop whining and start magic compression training. Masaru stared at Victinius and wondered why she showed up instead of Sapphira, then noticed the stormy mood in her eyes. He spun toward her and barked for her to calm down or she'd rack up even more wrinkles. Victinius snapped that she was totally calm. Masaru bought it, because that's the same reason she kept pushing him to stop messing around and dive into the compression training. She snapped at him that if he couldn't nail the technique, The fallout would be uglier than the tornado he blasted during yesterday's session. Masaru just smirked and said all he had to do was picture it exactly the way air gets compressed. He remembered working at a home center when a compressed gas cylinder slipped off a truck, smashed its cap, and whoosh, the air blasted out like a roar, while the cylinder launched straight into a wall like a damn missile. Victinius barked at him to pull his magic together and unleash it again. Masaru nodded, gritted his teeth, and promised, "I'll give it one more shot."